Welcome to the Hills Cricket Club in Dublin for the Evoke Super 50 Cup match between the Typhoons and the Dragons. I'm Isabel Joyce. I'm joined by Sean Hussey. We'll be taking you through the action this morning. But earlier on, Stephen Alcombe was out in the middle for the toss. Let's see what happened.
Good morning and welcome to the toss for this Evoke 50 between the Typhoons and the Dragons. And we're here with Leah, Paul and Rebecca Stokel, the captains. And it's time for that fateful toss.
Heads.
It's tails.
We're going to bow first.
Okay.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Rebecca, well done. You won the toss. That's
Thanks.
the first thing today.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to bowl?
We were just looking at the pitch there and it's a bit green on top and I reckon we could get a bit out of it early. So yeah, I think it might get easier to bat later on in the day and hopefully we can chase down whatever they put up.
Quite a wet outfield, a lot of dew on the ground.
So no surprise to see the Typhoons opting to bowl first. A very dewy morning out here in the hills, and some of that moisture has gotten onto the surface. So it will be a difficult one to navigate early on for the Dragons. Typhoons making their way out into the middle, and they'll want to make sure that in the first hour, hour and a half, that they get on top in this fixture. Dragons' focus will be to get through that difficult period and see if they can pile on the runs in the latter half or 2/3 of their innings. Johnny Kennedy just making sure at the closer end, the clubhouse end, that everyone's clear on what they're doing or where they're going. He'll be at square leg to start out, and it's Gareth Morrison who'll be the standing umpire for the first over. That's at the schoolhouse end. Third umpire today, Azam Ali Beg. So new ball likely to be taken by Ava Canning for the Typhoons. That's number 42 on your screen. Sean Hussey, how will she go about things? How will she be trying to take wickets, and how will Dragons be looking to stop her from taking those wickets?
Yeah, morning everyone. Absolutely. I think you're right about the toss. I think it's a very good toss to win. You mentioned the rain. It just seems a little bit damp out there. And a wonderful chance for Ava Canning. Was it in swing to right-handers? Saw her play for Ireland against Australia last month. So a chance. Be interesting to see, do any pop off the surface, any catches to mid-wicket or cover. I'll get fielders in close there.
The state of play in the competition is the Dragons are on top. 6 points for them, 2 matches apiece, and they've had one match and then had one no result. So they're on 6 points. Ava Canning to see, can she put the Typhoons on top? Bella Armstrong it is who faced that first delivery, a wide. And Leah Paul at the other end, the Dragons skipper. Bella Armstrong, of course, we saw her in YMCA against the Typhoons. Typhoons have lost one game. They lost it to the Dragons, and Bella Armstrong scored 150 in that fixture, so she'll be the wicket there after early on. Not too much movement for Ava Canning so far, but lucky for her, Joanna Loughran behind the stumps, her clubmate in Leinster Cricket Club as well. So someone who's used to facing her bowling, which does move prodigiously, Sean.
Yeah, and when you're bowling in swing, it's all about trying to get that late movement and attack the stumps. Just a little bit off with our line so far.
And slowly inching her way back into the correct line, Ava Canning, but she's found a good length early. I think is the positive she can take, because she can sometimes just start off a little bit too full as she just puts the ball there, actually bowling the ball into the surface and seeing what she can get out of it. Finally, Armstrong gets one that she can latch onto, but two fielders in the deep on the leg side. Very short boundary to the leg side there, just 43 metres. The longer one is on the other side of the ground. That's where Leah Paul will be hitting into the leg side. And this is a key battle for me, Sean. Ava Canning against Leah Paul. Leah Paul really struggles against the lack of pace from Canning and the prodigious movement.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where they get the catches in place early on. I'm sure the Typhoons will be looking to attack, having won the toss, trying to get an early breakthrough. Again, there you can see lack of pace early on from Canning and maybe off the wicket as well.
She's quite a wide stance as well, Paul, so it looks like she's just not able to decide whether to come forward or back against Canning. It takes quite a long time for her to recognise what line the ball's actually going to end up on, whether she's going to have space to cut or whether she's going to have to play straight. And two fielders operating in that area as well, where Paul is quite strong, so they're trying to just make sure that she can't score any easy runs. Well, a misfield on the offside, but no real damage done. Sarah Forbes doing the tidying up.
Yeah, Leah Paul gets off the mark. Doesn't see not a lot of pace to work with early on in particular. Now wicket dries up a little bit later. Might get a little bit easier for batting, but definitely feels like a good toss to win. Can the Typhoons capitalise, get early breakthroughs, particularly with the strength of this opening stand?
Well, the wides are doing a good job for the Dragons at the moment. I think James Cameron Dow, the Dragons coach, will have been talking to his openers and his number 3 about patience up top, because it does look like a difficult surface. It will be difficult to bowl with as well, the ball, because there's a lot of moisture on the outfield this morning. So that over comes to a close. The first one is done. A couple of wides and a couple of singles for the Dragons. So they're after the first, they're 5 without loss.
Yeah, it just seems like that line was better from Canning. They get some movement in.
So I think it'll be Georgina Dempsey who'll take the second over from the clubhouse end. Really impressed of late. The last couple of weeks have been freeing for her, it feels, because she did do the leaving cert this year. Had a bit of had to obviously take a lot of time to study for those exams, so she's really just hitting her straps in this season late on. Had that 4-wicket haul against Australia that was just so brilliant, and it was the second match of the series, but the first one that was played. And she took a hat-trick in club cricket on Tuesday against Clontarf, who were league leaders. So she looks like she's really enjoying her cricket at the moment, especially with ball in hand. Tends to move the ball in towards the left-hander. Well, that one's just taken the outside edge of, or the leading edge of Leah Paul. Robin Searle fielding down there, so single off the first delivery, but not convincing by any means.
Yeah, it'd be interesting because Georgina Dempsey took those 4 wickets in the middle overs for Ireland, and I think long term Joyce and Laura Delaney will be hoping Georgina Dempsey grows into this opening bowling position for her country as well. So it's always a good opportunity, particularly when the conditions seem to be in your favour.
I think she's very suited to this kind of wicket, isn't she? Because she's the seam up bowler. She bowls it into the pitch, so if there's going to be any seam movement, she's going to be the one who finds it, and that's what happened in that 4-wicket haul we were talking about. But I think the future is her middle overs and Alice Tector opening the bowling because she gets the really beautiful way swing. Tall bowler. She's only going to get stronger. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do on this wicket today. I think she'll be a handful. Rebecca Stokel in slip. And just that little bit of movement away, just straightening up a little bit from Georgina Dempsey. And the length is good as well. Armstrong can't get her hands through the ball. Big area of strength for her is through extra cover. So they're almost hoping that she'll make a mistake with that shot and get caught at slip.
Yeah, maybe it's trying to get Armstrong to come forward a little bit. Good start from Dempsey, but we'll be looking to just maybe try and get a drive on the up. Both batters won't feel that confident until they get set on this wicket, so can she find a leading edge?
You kind of get the feeling that Armstrong was wondering with that one, could she have gone through with the shot? She's reticent to play a full-blooded drive because not sure really how this wicket's playing yet. It hasn't done anything too difficult to deal with yet, but it feels like it's only a matter of time. We have had so much rain lately, but I think it's the dew and not the rain that's caused the wicket to be wet. And there's the drive. Good consistency from Dempsey. Armstrong couldn't resist on the fourth time of asking.
Yeah, good start from Dempsey. Just enticing Armstrong. And I think for Paul and Armstrong, they'll be thinking, because of the conditions, if they do get one that they can throw their hands at, that they can look to score on, I think they'll try and take it. And it may well pose an opportunity for the Typhoons.
There's the drive. Good fielding from Delaney at mid-on, but they do get through for a single. So an excellent opening over from Georgina Dempsey from the clubhouse end, 2 from it, and after 2 the Dragons are 7 without loss. Well, conditions in the hills, if you haven't been here, there are a couple of hills. One down, as you're looking at the screen, down to the right into the corner. That's down towards the scoreboard. And one quite stark hill upwards to the left-hand corner, bottom corner as you're looking at your screen. So you can do a lot of running one way and watch the ball sail to the boundary the other way. So it's somewhere where you really, if you have a good understanding of conditions, you can capitalise, or your shot selection can come into play quite a lot in terms of what risks you're going to take. Ava Canning with her second over. There's that drive. Finds the gap between extra cover and mid-off. It chases on, though. That's the longer boundary. And my goodness, that wet outfield has slowed the ball down prodigiously. Just a couple of runs to the total for Bella Armstrong. She comes back for the second.
It's a ground of angles, and getting your angles right, particularly trying to defend that short part of the ground. Normally that would race away for 4 down towards the long part, but that's the dew coming into effect.
Better length from Canning. Yeah, it's a funny one because it's one of the longest boundaries, but it's down the hill, so it can tease you as a fielder, but it seems to sometimes gather pace, but not in a day like today when it's a very wet outfield. It's the kind of damp that just sits on the pitch because it's the dew, so we need it to heat up a little bit. It is meant to be quite warm today, so batting conditions will improve as the day goes on. Clipped into the leg side, and Stokel waiting for the opportunity there in mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's why you see there's 2 on the leg side at mid-wicket for that in-swing from Canning, and then that one that just doesn't come off the pitch as well as Armstrong would like, and just floats in the air. Luckily for Armstrong, goes to ground safely.
It's Georgia Atkinson, the other mid-wicket in there, ready to catch. She bowls some slow leg spin. We saw her in Pembroke when the Typhoons overcame the Scorchers. Well directed from Armstrong. Just allowed that one to come to her that little bit more, so finds the gap and finds the single as well.
Be interesting if Canning can push this across Leah Paul and find that outside edge. See Rebecca Stokel going into first slip. Maybe tempt Paul into playing outside the off stump.
So at the end of another decent over from Canning, 3 from it. 3 overs gone, and the Dragons are 10 without loss.
It's often sometimes hard when you win the toss and you know you want early wickets, trying to find that balance between over-attacking and letting the opposition get off to a good start. And these two will know that they can just hang around for a while. Batting should become easier as the wind picks up and the conditions warm and the pitch gets drier.
Well, that's the kind of shot that comes out of being worried about the conditions, isn't it? Because that was pretty short and too short for the pace that Georgina Dempsey can bowl at. Bella Armstrong, though, opting to block it, and I think it was the right call because it really didn't get up as much as you would expect from that length. So she looked frustrated, but she has to try and realise what her job is up the top here, Bella Armstrong. Bit of width and gets the hands through. Look how wide that third is. That shows you how slow the wicket is, doesn't it? I remember Trent Johnson always saying that the quicker the pitch, the straighter you should go at mid-off and mid-on and third and fine, and then the slower it is, the wider you go. So Ava Canning really almost a backward point on the boundary there. That's how slow the wicket's playing. Good off her own bowling, Georgina Dempsey. She's quite the athlete. So that is the positive of bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, that you can field off your own bowling. Often happens to left-arm bowlers, you get a run out because people forget that you're on the side of mid-wicket and they drop it in there. Almost the reverse of that there. Full toss, but just not able to get the hands through Leopold. Do you think that's the defensive mindset Sean is coming through? She's not looking to hit the ball hard, so not ready for the looser delivery.
Yeah, I think it is. And I think when you go out, particularly opening up and you know it's difficult conditions, you are in that mindset of probably thinking 10 overs in, just see what the state of play is there. And then when you do get a loose delivery, when you get a full toss, you aren't 100% sure of yourself.
Would have been a good delivery to Bella Armstrong, but a wide against Leopold. I wonder about how Georgina Dempsey's getting on there with Johnny Kennedy. You come across Johnny Kennedy, the umpire? Never stops talking. Full of the jokes. Georgina Dempsey, by contrast, quite quiet, I think, unless around her friends. So I wonder if they're having much banter between them. Probably not. Another full toss. Manages to get it between extra cover and mid-off, but it's slide from Lord Laney. Something you're hoping you won't have to do early on a wet ground, isn't it? The slide. Get the trousers wet early in the day. It's not even. It's only just turned 11.
You either commit to it early or just let that ball roll by. And I think with how wet the outfield is, I think you can afford to maybe let that run just slightly and pick it up for the second. But no, you're right. It is the moisture is sitting on top of that outfield, so it's never really beaten until it hits the fence.
There's that drive. Finds the gap as well between cover and extra cover, and well, the shortest boundary, and it doesn't even get close to the rope. No value for their shots this morning, the Dragons. That being said, after 4 overs, they're not in a bad spot. 15 without loss.
There you can see, right on cue, Jonathan Kennedy having a few words. It's always good to, I always enjoy having a chat with an umpire. Always good to help when you're appealing next over for an LBW or a call behind or something. Always good to have an umpire on your side.
So Ava Canning opting to change the angle against Leah Paul. She's going to come around the wicket. So usually as a away swing bowler, a right arm away swing bowler to a left-hander coming around the wicket's a good option because you're forcing them to play by bowling in at the stumps and then hoping that the ball will swing away. So we'll see, does it pay off? The length was there for Paul. Half stop though. That's probably the first full-blooded stroke we've seen from Leah Paul. That'll give her some confidence as she gets off strike in the first ball of the over.
Yeah, and there you can see Robin Searle trying to dry the ball there as well. So a lot of moisture out there. There's a good attacking shot though by Leah Paul. Good hand on it by the fielder. You mentioned a right arm bowler bowling to left-handers, and obviously it's the topical thing in Test match cricket with Stuart Broad and what he's done to change his game. And he's spoken about how he really used to struggle against left-handers, and then coming around the wicket, forcing the batters to play, particularly with a new ball. It can find any sort of movement both in and away. It'd be really difficult for left-handers to play. Struggle to know where their off stump are.
But I think the key for a right arm bowler around the wicket to left-handers is that they're bowling from quite wide, so they're bowling in at the stumps and then trying to move it away, and that's quite stark for Broad as well. He bowls in at the stumps and then tries to get it to straighten up, or then there's the ones that go on as well that don't straighten up, so just bringing in a lot more modes of dismissal. Canning just hasn't got her length, and they're going to take a quick single. That's cheeky stuff from Paul. We've seen a few horror run-outs in the Evoke Super 20 trophy from the Dragons, but that was a well-judged run. It's sort of similar, I suppose, the left arm around thing to when a right arm away swing bowler to a left-hander but runs in from wide and bowls in at the stumps and tries to take the ball away. You're forcing the batter to play. There's that first bit of variable bounce we've seen from Ava Canning bowl. That one into the pitch, it sort of popped a little bit on Bella Armstrong, but she dealt with it very well.
But then when you're a right-hander facing left-armers, and you're always wary of that one coming back into your stumps, particularly when a bowler is bowling it away from you and dragging you outside the off, you're always wary of that ball, particularly early on, the one that can come back and hit the stumps.
Yeah, well, it's why we have varied attacks in cricket, isn't it? So that you find the right matchup for each batter. If everyone bowled the same, it'd be a bit too easy. It's not looking too difficult for the Dragons at the moment, though, dealing with these conditions well. 5 overs gone. They're 18 without loss. It's a funny one. I was talking to Leinster underage teams about bowling to left-handers because we've got a dearth of left-handed batters in Leinster, in women's cricket and girls' cricket. It's quite incredible. I think we've won or something like that across the 4 under-15 and under-17 teams, but it's taking our under-13 squad yesterday, and I think there are 3 or 4 left-handers. So then talking to bowlers about how their plans need to change when they're bowling to left-handers, because they're suddenly an entirely different bowler. If you're an away swinger to a right-hander, you're suddenly an in-swinger, and it doesn't occur to some people that means you bowl a different line or that you're a different type of bowler. So trying to teach them that nice and early.
Good running there. Really good by Paul and Armstrong. It's probably something they have to do today.
Well, Leah Paul played here on Tuesday for Marion in her club, and I mean, it wasn't wet like this, but the boundaries straight are so long and the corners are so long. So if you hit it into the corners, and if you hit it into the corners are straight, you have to run. And they ran an incredible amount herself and Polly Ingalls. So she's well aware of the angles, well aware that she's going to have to run today. So manages to get that through the covers. They'll come back for a second. Lulu Little it was that couldn't collect that one in the covers, so gave chase and kept it to 2.
Well, it's funny you mentioned how there's a dearth of left-handers at certain ages. And then you come out to Fingal cricket here in North County Dublin, and they all seem to be left-handers, particularly a lot of the players who've gone on to play international cricket, of course, most famous of all, Owen Morgan.
Only in men's cricket, it seems.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. There are a couple of younger ones coming through in this club in the Hills that are left-handed. That's a big shout. Johnny Kennedy raises the finger. It was straight enough. It was full enough. Paul looked to play it into the leg side. And he thought about that one, Johnny Kennedy. In the end, he found Paul wanting. And that's the first wicket for the Dragons as they go down to 22 for 1. Paul, the first to go, 9 from 13.
Brilliant bowling by Georgina Dempsey to the left-hander of Paul. Just a hint of movement back, and Jonathan Kennedy gave himself a little bit of time before making that decision. The Typhoons get their opening wicket, which they would have wanted, having won the toss. Did a pitch in line? That'd be the big question. I think it may have done. And that might be a good decision. Difficult one, always difficult. Where did that ball pitch? But umpire Kennedy judges it to be out. Paul has to go. And the Typhoons get their opening breakthrough in the 6th over.
Well, disappointing that for Paul. She was just looking like she was getting into her innings, wasn't she? A couple of good shots the previous over, then she hit 2 doubles in that over. Just got a little bit too greedy, looking to score off one that was pitching in line. That was the only issue for me, was it did it pitch in line, but it was full, so that's usually the indication that if it was looking like it was going to hit the stumps, that it did pitch in line. Any shorter and she would have been in trouble. Or she wouldn't have been in trouble. It would have been not out. But Amy Hunter now coming in at 3 for the Dragons. So the left-hander's gone. That's always a good one for if you've got a left-right combination. If you can bring in the second right-hander, it means less running in the field.
Well, it's what the Typhoons would have wanted also to get Amy Hunter in early. Get her in while conditions are tough. And up against Georgina Dempsey, one of Ireland's premier fast bowlers.
Starts up with a Yorker. Welcome to the crease, Amy Hunter. Just hitting the seam, and that one coming back in to Amy Hunter. She's not a comfortable bowler to face when conditions aren't good to bat, is she?
Yeah, and when you're starting as well, and that one was a good length. I think early you want to test Amy Hunter full and just see, can you find that movement? Maybe off the seam, maybe through the air. Don't want anything short, anything that these two can find the gaps with.
Well, that one is a little bit short, but doesn't quite go through with the shot, Amy Hunter. So no runs, but just feeling her way into this one a little bit, it feels. So after 6 overs, the Dragons have lost their first wicket, 22 for 1. So Ava Canning will begin the 7th over against Bella Armstrong, who's been in since the beginning. 9 from 20. She's playing patiently for the most part. Gets in a really good position on the back foot. As soon as she gets anything short, she gives herself an opportunity to work the ball, Bella Armstrong.
It's a good line though from Canning. Just wonder, can she get that one a little bit fuller? Really threaten the top of those stumps. Like you saw it in the 100, Lauren Bell bowling a big in-swinger, getting a huge wicket in the 100, but that kind of fullish length with that movement could be dangerous, particularly to hunt her early.
Well, another misfield, but good backing up from Alice Tector in the covers, saves the single there. Steps inside the line of that one, Amy Hunter. She was always intending on playing that one into the square leg area where there's a fielder on the boundary but a single on offer.
Well, you can see with that field what the Typhoons, or Rebecca Stoke was saying to Canning, is you can bowl straight because I've got that protection in the deep and indeed catching a mid-wicket. Just looking for that one that doesn't quite come off the pitch that well. You can see a discussion between captain and bowler there.
Yeah, well, I wonder if perhaps a run-saving fielder in square leg is actually a better option, and then bring your mid on slightly up and wider to add an extra catching threat along with the mid-wicket. The half stop from Joanna Lochran as well to stand up early and go and chase that one down, make sure that it's a dot. The change up from Canning, just rolling her fingers over that. Plenty of bowling options for captain Rebecca Stokel, Laura Delaney, Alice Tector, Freya Sargent, the off spinner, Georgia Atkinson, the leg spinner. Big shout, and straight away Gareth Morrison gets rid of any hopes that the Typhoons have. I wondered, was there an inside edge, but he's signalled a leg by, so obviously judging that it was going down. So the Dragons, after 7, they're 25 for 1.
Much better there from Canning. That's that fuller length. Really got to target the top of those stumps. I think the Typhoons will be happy. See the field there. See how tight that extra cover is there. Well protected offside field, and then deep third, as we've spoken about, extremely wide. No slip.
She's trying to get it through that packed offside field. Sarah Forbes, though, operating behind Rebecca Stokel there. They know the strength that Armstrong has through extra cover. We mentioned it earlier, and they're trying to make sure that if she's going to try and score there, she has to try and take it over the field, which just adds a lot of danger really to the shot.
It just feels like the Dragons just can't get into it. Looking for anything. That was a strong shot. Now run.
Well, she does look to lift it over. Freya Sargent, a chance, catches it on the second opportunity. Well, that's an excellent catch from the Clontarf youngster. And not such good fielding in the background from Johnny Kennedy, but the fielding was good enough from Freya Sargent. Over your head, it's never easy. Good technique. And Armstrong, well, she played a strong shot, got frustrated, and played the false one, and the catch taken. So Dragons losing their second in quick succession. 25 for 2.
It's a really good catch, and we could sense that Bella Armstrong was looking to try and get into her innings. Fuller from Dempsey. And for a second you thought, would it have cleared the infield? Just looks like she didn't get all of it. Freya Sargent does well, never takes her eyes off the ball, keeps her feet moving, and in the end does well to catch it on the second attempt. Typhoons, well, we did say they'd be happy with the start. They'd be even happier now. They pick up their second wicket. 25 for 2.
I think she just looked to take that one leg side, Bella Armstrong. That was where the problem was. If she'd kept on the same line, then she might have just got it over Freya Sargent, who looked like she maybe had misjudged it and come in a little bit. But she did well in the end. So Orla Prendergast now joining Amy Hunter out in the middle, the engine room of the Ireland team and the engine room of the Dragons. This is the big partnership for them. Two big hitters. Orla Prendergast won't enjoy these conditions, likes to score quickly.
But it's definitely what the Typhoons would have wanted. 3 of Ireland's top 4 are in this Dragons lineup, and add in Bella Armstrong. Been in wonderful form. So they've got 2 of the wickets already. Can they pick one of these early? Hunter and Prendergast.
Short straight away in at Orla Prendergast. Dealt with well for a single. So off the mark of her first delivery.
I think again, if you're Dempsey, you've got to try and get a full to both of these now. Just even commit to maybe potentially over pitching. Seen a couple of full tosses as well. Just really try and target the stumps here. Try and get a full. Get the Dragons playing.
Well, lovely play from Amy Hunter. Just allowed that to come to her. Use the pace to send it backward a point for another single. A good testing length from Dempsey.
Well, we saw Prendergast come in that final one-day international against Australia when it was difficult. Ireland were 20 for 2. Herself and Gabby Lewis put on a really good partnership, and Orla Prendergast made a wonderful 70. And it was very difficult batting conditions at the time up against a high-quality Australian attack, but this is not easy batting conditions either. She's looking to guide her side through the next few overs.
Testing line and a testing length, but Prendergast up to the task. Another single for her to close out. An excellent over from Dempsey. She has 2 to her name, and after 8, Dragons are 28 for 2. Ava Canning to continue from the schoolhouse end. She's bowled a probing line and length, and you have to say has aided her partner in getting those wickets because she's kept things tight down her end. Sometimes as a bowler you don't necessarily get the plaudits, but your team knows that you've contributed to the taking of wickets. She's quite a selfless cricketer, Ava Canning, so I'm sure she won't be too worried about the wickets column.
Not so much a bowling, particularly opening up, is about bowling and partnerships. And Ava Canning here in her own head could be thinking, well, I want wickets, I can over-attack and just bowl a few loose deliveries, and that would enable Hunter and Prendergast to just get a little bit of fluidity. So again, as you mentioned, Isabel, just so important to keep it tight at both ends.
They've just tightened things up on the leg side a little bit there, the Typhoons. Everyone coming a bit squarer. It's 45 square as well, and I think that's actually almost a niche fielding position for the hills, because it's such a stark hill up towards that bottom corner. So you can go square, you can afford to go square as a 45.
Yeah, as we said earlier, it's a ground of angles. You mentioned here that comes with familiarity of playing regularly at this ground. Quite unique in that sense. Wonderful ground. But as you say, it's so important your extra covers and your mid wickets and the angles of fielders behind square on the leg side and the offside, trying to protect that short boundary.
And she looks big, Amy Hunter, and her expansive shot pays dividends. Her first boundary and the Dragons' first boundary in the 9th over.
Might well be the best form of defence to attack, certainly when it's in your arc. It's a really good shot by Amy Hunter. Gets into a wonderful position to play this. David Canning moving the ball back into her. See a bit of movement and a really good shot from Amy Hunter. Couple of bounces. That's the opening boundary.
Well, they brought the fielder up, and that just meant that Hunter knew all she had to do was get it over the ring. She generally has the ability to do that. She commits to the stroke. That was important. She'd obviously decided that anything over pitched from Canning, she was going to throw the hands at. And for me, I think you'd want to put into Rebecca Stokel's mind, take Canning or Georgina Dempsey off, maybe attacking them this over for Canning, and the next over for Dempsey means that Stokel will bring on someone else, the likes of Lulu Little maybe. Maybe you want the youngster Alice Tector, perhaps the spin of Freya Sargent or Robin Searle. Maybe you prefer that on this first surface. So tidy finish to her 5th over for Ava Canning. They're net 9 gone, and the Dragons 34 for 2.
We mentioned how difficult it is batting, and it's probably will be difficult for bowlers coming on as well. Mentioned some of the younger players coming up, as you say, against two of Ireland's premier batters, Prendergast and Amy Hunter. So the Typhoons, having won the toss, will want to keep the pressure on. The surface will get better later on, you'd imagine, as the wind picks up and dries out that surface. See those fielders at extra cover and mid-wicket, extremely tight in.
Well, there's the movement away. Strange it's taken to the 5th over to see one that's really swung, but they're obviously looking after the ball, the Typhoons.
Yeah, but also it's the length from Georgina Dempsey. Extremely full there. To Prendergast, trying to prize that outside edge.
The width is there, and the misfield again, so work to do for Forbes, but the outfield doing its job, keeps that from going over the boundary. Sean, you mentioned the length and why that's the reason that that ball swung. Can you explain to our viewers why that is the one that swings and the shorter ones don't?
Well, just the more chance you give it, I suppose, is a key part of it for Georgina Dempsey. Just that late movement.
Well, that's the one that she's trying to bring into the right-hander, so Prendergast helps it on its way to a very square, fine leg.
But also when people talk about movement, the most dangerous kind of movement is that late movement. Not often through the air, just kind of seaming around, and then that late swing movement. I must say, Georgina Dempsey's bowled brilliantly here, particularly when she's gone to look a little bit fuller.
Well left from Hunter. She saw the danger. The danger is the fuller one just nipping around outside off stump, so let that one go through.
Now probably the only debate you're having is, do you give Dempsey another over here? So you're talking to Laura Delaney, you've got Rebecca Stokel, the captain, as well. I think the Typhoons will just be, is she getting tired? Can she bowl that extra over? Try and get these two out. I think you do give her that 6th over, particularly with Hunter and Prendergast in.
Well, it's a good run-saving position, that, from the Typhoons. Rebecca Stokel coming out of extra cover for Amy Hunter, going into gully position, and I don't really think she's there for the catch. She's there for that shot, which is a real change of strike shot for Amy Hunter.
Yeah, well, the two real changing rotations shots we've seen is the clip off the legs towards that backward square leg area and the one through point third. So good work by the Typhoons.
So a rare loose delivery from Dempsey, and that might be an indication that she is getting a bit tired after her 5th over. Back in the day we used to bowl 10 on the trot. I don't know what's going on with these youngsters these days.
That's why you always try and bowl off a short run up, give yourself as best chance as possible.
Then all the efforts at the crease, it's even worse, Sean. One thing's for sure, you want to be bowling down the hill and with the wind. So it's Doc to close out the 10th over. That's the first power play done, and the Dragons are 38 for 2.
As you can see, Dempsey with the 2 wickets to fall so far inside the opening 10 overs. Will we see her given a 6th over? Armstrong falling. Brilliant catch by Freya Sargent. Leopold, the first wicket to fall. LBW to Dempsey. And after 10 overs, we're going to have a change in the commentary box. Isabel Joyce is going to step out. And I'm glad to say I'm joined by Stephen Alcombe.
Hi, Sean. Damp morning in the hills. Breezy. Tricky outfield for these players. That's something I've noticed watching the game for the first 10 overs. Hard to keep that ball dry.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really feel like August cricket conditions in Ireland has been the weather we've had recently, the dampness, not just in terms of the outfield, but that's crept into the pitch from the overnight dew and early morning conditions. So just difficult for Prendergast and Hunter. We saw Amy Hunter look to use that sweep in the previous over from Canning. She's going to bowl her. She's into her 6th over here. Be interested to see when we come following over. Does Dempsey get a 6th over as well?
Played nicely into the covers, but straight to Alice Tector, who's a very accurate thrower, good fielder. So no run there.
Well, I think the Typhoons have got their angles right and haven't allowed any easy rotating of strike.
A little bit easier for them now that they've got 2 right-handers in.
Yeah, and again, earlier in the innings we saw that fielder there at square leg was out in the boundary, so that would have been a single early on. Realising the Typhoons, there isn't that awful amount of pace. They're probably saying to the Dragons batters, if you want a single there, well, we're not going to give you one, so you're going to have to hit it over our fielders, as we saw Hunter do in the previous Canning over.
Good delivery, accurate, and straight to the fielder out there, Georgina Dempsey. So no run again. Power play over, so up to 4 players now outside the circle. I was having a chat with Assam Beg earlier, the third umpire, and different rules for the women's game than the men's game. Just one power play. That's a good shot. Straight down the ground. Beats the fielders at mid-off and mid-on. Laura Dempsey is the fielder, and they have a very well-run 3.
Yeah, strong shot from Orla Prendergast. A little bit full from Canning, but you don't mind to see that with conditions the way they are. But a strong shot and good running from Orla Prendergast. Saw Laura Delaney was going to parry the ball to Robin Searle, so took on the arm. Clever cricket. So important you're running between the wickets is effective in these conditions when the boundaries are hard to come by.
Oh, that's a wide. It was pretty close to that leg stump. Freya Sargent doing the fielding.
Again, good running. This is probably the issue with giving Canning and Dempsey that extra 6th over. A little bit tired, concentration not fully in, and just undoes some of the good work from earlier. As I say, good running. See Canning, now she brings it back into the right-handers bowling in swing. Just oftentimes hasn't got her line fully right.
That one's well wide of the off stump, determined not to bowl another wide, and that was cracked away. But this outfield, very slow. Still a lot of dew on the ground, and a few more runs there for the Dragons as they move to 47 for 2 after 11 overs. Canning, none for 27 off her 6. I'd be very surprised if she stays in the attack.
Yeah, 9 runs coming from that over. Most expensive of the game so far. And we are going to see a change from this, the clubhouse end. Dempsey's bowled her 5 overs, picked up 2 wickets, bowled really well. And I see Lulu Little from this, the clubhouse end. And I think with Ava Canning, because she isn't as effective towards the back end of the innings, and because she swings the ball in, I think that's why Rebecca Stokell gave her that extra over. The end it went for 9. Doesn't prove overly costly. And Louise Little now, can she back up the great work that Georgina Dempsey has done from the clubhouse end?
Yeah, 2 for 18 for Dempsey off her 5 overs. Getting both of the openers out, and we know how dangerous Bella Armstrong and Leah Paul can be. Had that wonderful first wicket stand against the Typhoons back in June. But not so successful today. First delivery there from Louise Little. A little bit wide of the mark, signalled by umpire Jonathan Kennedy. It's more or less honours even, I'd say, at this stage. 11 overs gone. 48 for 2. Bit of success for the fielding side, and the batters doing pretty well. That's a great hit. Wonderful hit by Hunter. All the way for the first maximum of the innings. That boundary out there, about 57 yards away, so that's a great hit.
Yeah, full toss from Louise Little. And a really powerful shot from Amy Hunter. Saw one from Ava Canning, which went for a boundary up the hill. This one going down the hill, full toss. And Georgina Dempsey came charging in. And in the end, it still goes for 6. Hunter's a very dangerous player.
Full toss outside the off stump, but there is a player out there at a deep backward point for a single.
You mentioned it was honours even. I just think with the Dragons, quite top-heavy batting lineup. Mentioned 3 of the Ireland top 4 are in there. The Dragons top 4. So as long as these 2 are at the middle, they'll feel like they're in a strong position. But this is a crucial partnership, goes without saying. And the Typhoons winning the toss, picking up 2 wickets. They want one more in the next few overs.
Another full toss, this time though straight to mid-off, where Freya Sargent just can't quite grasp it. So a single there, keeping the score ticking along.
You'd see the running between the wickets in the previous over. It just seems to have added in a little bit of impetus into the innings, puts the Typhoons fielders under pressure. So good from Prendergast and Hunter. Mentioned in the Ireland-Australia series how impressive her running between the wickets was. And you can do it here at interprovincial level, put pressure back on the fielding side.
Yet another full toss, this time straight to the skipper Stokel. No run. Proving to be an expensive over this from Louise Little. Still a couple of balls to go and 9 runs off it so far. Hasn't quite found her length yet. Hunter looking dangerous. 16 off 18 deliveries, starting to accelerate. Another full toss. Straight to Sargent. And no run there. Well, both captains would have put the other side in on a dampish morning in Milverton, home of the hills. Cricket club, fine cricket club this. Done some marvellous work on their ground and their clubhouse over the years. Better delivery. And nicely fielded by Georgia Atkinson in the covers. No run there. End of Little's first over. 9 coming from it. 12 overs gone. 56 for 2. A good solid start from the Dragons.
Yeah, 18 runs coming from the last 2 overs. So as we said, it is going to dry out. Conditions will get a little bit better for batting as the afternoon develops.
Looks like Laura Delaney is going to come into the attack now for the Typhoons. Change of bowling at the schoolhouse end. Laura Delaney very much an all-rounder. Very important member of this Typhoons team. Paula Prendergast yet to get her innings going. Just 9 runs off 13 deliveries faced so far. That's straight to mid-wicket where Atkinson is the fielder. No run. So a double change for the Typhoons. And that one's drifted down the leg side for a wide. Quite a few wides in the innings so far.
Yeah, it's probably the one thing the Typhoons will be disappointed about. But as we said, difficult batting condition, but difficult bowling conditions as well. That ball will have picked up a lot of moisture in the outfield. Of course, the 2 balls from either end.
Nicely turned away to backward square leg. Sarah Forbes on the boundary. So just a single to Prendergast. She moves into double figures, 10 off 15. Hunter 16 off 20, 58 for 2. Very good delivery. Hunter not sure there whether to go back or forward. It's the hard part for the fielding side, isn't it? Keeping that ball dry. Well, 2 balls dry, as you were saying.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, you can see the rags out there, Rebecca Stokel. Just makes things a little bit more difficult.
Nicely turned to mid-wicket. It's a short boundary out there, but again, Forbes coming from square leg to cover that mid-wicket boundary. Hunter moves to 17. Looking dangerous today. Prendergast, lovely batter, very stylish. But the Dragons having to rebuild the innings now, having lost those 2 wickets to the bowling of Georgina Dempsey. A little bit short and nicely cut away. There's nobody at third, so it's a long chase here. Tector, the fielder, and a couple more for Prendergast.
Yeah, well, there's work to do for the two batters. Going to be plenty of 2s and 3s ran. Seen a couple of 3s already. Not a lot of value for shots out there, but that is quite a clever shot from Prendergast, because there isn't that fielder at deep third. There's only the backward point. Can play the ball if you get any width down towards that position behind square on the offside.
Again, it's wide of the mark and cut away nicely. This time the cover fielder is there, Georgina Dempsey. A couple more to the Dragons, who moved to 63 for 2 of 13, and Delaney's first over goes for 7. So that's 9, 9 and 7 off the last 3 overs, and the impetus very much with the Dragons.
It was always going to be interesting what happened after the initial opening burst from either end. Could the first change bowlers back up the great work done early on? It just hasn't quite happened. They'll know the Typhoons, and they have to think positively. If they get one more here, they really feel like they've won this opening hour or so. 43 minutes of play so far today.
Oh, that one's gone up in the air. Chance here. Oh, making her debut. What a pity. Joanna Loughran never really got herself under that one. Great chance. And that would have been that important third wicket that you were talking about.
Yeah, disappointment. Difficult catch with that ball moving around in the air. Again, we've seen Amy Hunter a couple of times go aerial through the leg side. And on her bottom hand just coming into play, Joanna Loughran kept her eyes on it, just didn't quite get set, and her legs collapsed from under. Amy Hunter gets a life.
And looking dangerous on 18, but yeah, that was a lucky one. With the wicketkeeper under it, it certainly looked like it was curtains for Amy Hunter, who has the only 2 boundaries of the innings so far, a 4 and a 6. Good delivery by Little. Just a little bit slower and beat the batter.
Yeah, and you mentioned, for those probably tuning in for the first time this morning, you mentioned the 2 boundaries from Hunter. Talked about the wet outfield a lot, but the 2 shots from Amy Hunter that have resulted in boundaries have both been in the air, through the leg side, through square legs. So it's that kind of day where you aren't getting your value for shots with a damp outfield. The 2 boundaries have come from aerial shots from Amy Hunter.
Nicely played late. Down to third. Just the single to Prendergast, who moves to 15.
Yeah, good running. Well, good placement rather from Orla Prendergast. Just rotate the strike, but you saw earlier how there was a gully in place for that run saving position. Well, it's taken out to plug the gap in the covers. But the Prendergast just able to run that off the face of the bat.
Full toss. Good diving stop in the covers to prevent a run. Should explain to those of you watching the stream today that Sean and Izzy and I are watching a screen here. We can't see the field of play, so it's tricky enough. We're only seeing what you're seeing, so if we don't know who's out on the boundary, it's because we can't see it. Slightly hampered by this position. Great over from Lulu Little, just a couple of runs from it, and big improvement on her first over, much more accurate. And we're going to have a small drinks break now. 65 for 2 after 14 overs. Drinks break on the hour. Good over rate from the Typhoons. And at the drinks break, 65 for 2. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Well, players just getting ready for the second mini session of this Dragons innings. Leopold was first out, LBW to Dempsey for 9. Bella Armstrong caught Sergeant Bull Dempsey for 10. Score was 24 for 2. These two have put on 41 in just under 7 overs, which is a healthy scoring rate. Early days in this Evoke 50 over series. Dragons are top of the table. Typhoons in second place, but just a point separating them. And there's another couple of runs to Orla Prendergast.
Yeah, strong shot. That's a big part of the ground. So important when you're fielding at extra cover and mid-wicket. At a ground like this on any day, particularly today with the wet outfield, importance of trying to stop the ball in that 25-yard circle.
Laura Dempsey continuing from the schoolhouse end. Laura Delaney, that is, of course. Plays her club cricket with Leinster. Very good batter. She'll be hoping to impress later on when the Typhoons get their chance. Very accurate delivery. Nothing Orla Prendergast could do with that.
And you feel like if the Typhoons can get in a rhythm here in this next 6-7 overs, try and put the squeeze on the Dragons. Try and make them fall into a fall, make them play a false shot rather.
That was a nicely flighted delivery. Delaney has found her length and she's really probing, very accurate. It's a good matchup, this. And that one beats the dive of Delaney, but straight out to mid-off, so no run.
Well, you notice how every ball ends up at the end of every delivery with Rebecca Stokel. You just see that ball being dried. Still very much moisture on the outfield.
Played nicely late through the gap in the covers. That's Ava Canning coming in from the boundary to field. Just a single to Prendergast. These two both on 18. Well set now, both have faced 25 deliveries. Nicely turned round to fine leg. Freya Sargent. Good piece of fielding, restricting Hunter to just one. At the end of Delaney's second over, none for 11 for her, off 2. Hunter on 19, Prendergast 18, and it's 69 for 2 after 15 overs.
Amy Hunter does that quite well, where she shuffles across her stumps, realising that there isn't that pace to work with from Laura Delaney, who is quicker, maybe through the air than Ava Canning, but again, not troubling her too much for pace, so can just work that leg side into the gap. Does well, clever batting using her feet.
We'll yet to find out how expensive that drop catch of Hunter, how expensive that will be. Louise Little continuing from the pavilion end. This longer form of the one-day game allows bowlers and batters to express themselves more fully. Good delivery, good shot. Length was good. A little bit wide of the stumps, but nicely played by Hunter.
And she just seems to have got her length and the line right. Louise Little was probably a little bit too full in her opening over. We saw that big 6 from Amy Hunter over square leg. Seems to have found a bit of rhythm here, Little.
Watch that very carefully, Hunter. Just turned it to mid-wicket. Stokel, the fielder. Again, no run. Good start to this over. Little's third. First one went for 9. Second one for just 2. We haven't had a maiden yet.
Yeah, which is a surprise considering conditions. Has been a few overs with wides and stuff. They've done well, the Dragons. I think they'll be happy with their opening 15.5 overs work.
A little bit short that time, and Hunter pulls it away. And it clears the fielder who had come off the boundary. That's Georgina Dempsey. If she'd stayed on the line, that probably would have been a great chance of a catch, but 4 runs to Hunter.
Yeah, and another boundary that comes through a shot, an aerial shot. Short ball from Louise Little. They get into a good position, sits up in the air, and as you can see, Georgina Dempsey comes running in, herring in, and in the end she puts herself in a bit of bother, has to backtrack. Always difficult when you have to backtrack, and in the end it's a 1 bounce 4. And the Typhoons will be really disappointed with that.
Played nicely late to backward point. Another single to Hunter. She goes to 24 now.
I just think with Georgina Dempsey, with the 6 as well, she came running in again. And it's a difficult position to field sometimes, square leg, because trying to pick up the ball can often be hard. Trying to pick up where it is because the ball's coming almost from a flat position towards you. That depth perception is quite difficult. She came charging in again, and it cost her side.
Lovely shot, and a great diving stop by Freya Sargent, who loves to throw herself about in the field. That probably saved her run. So the end of Little's third over. 6 coming from that. None for 17 for her. Hunter on 24, Prendergast 19, and 75 for 2 after 16 overs.
Well, 2 wickets for Georgina Dempsey. The only 2 to fall so far. She'll be disappointed with her effort in the field in that previous over. She bowled well earlier. Louise Little and Laura Delaney, the first change bowlers. Ava Canning bowled well. Her 6th and final over went for 9, which was a little bit expensive. 13 extras so far by the Typhoons.
And most of those extras have been wides. So it's Delaney to continue from the Schoolhouse end. Prendergast on strike. Dragons would like to get that run rate up above 5. Typhoons would just like to get a wicket. That's a lovely shot by Prendergast, just leaning on that and pushing it through the covers. As good a shot as we've seen today. Her first boundary.
Yeah, shot of the day so far. Over pitch from Laura Delaney. We've seen a few balls, particularly running down the hill, which you'd expect to run for 4. Not quite. This time, beautifully timed from Prendergast and actually raced away. Probably an indication that it is drying out that outfield.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know this ground, it is very much built on a hill. Uphill to the left, downhill to the right. Well run single there from Prendergast and Hunter.
Yeah, it was good work by Freya Sargent there. It was probably a closer single than Amy Hunter anticipated when she set off. Good strong throw from Freya Sargent. Yeah, Jonathan Kennedy unmoved and they come back safely. But that's why we've spoken all day about how important your fielders that extra cover and mid-wicket are. The angles more so than anything else. Because when Order Prendergast got one away, it did fly down the hill.
Hunter, who was dropped on 17 by wicketkeeper Joanna Loughran. Could end up being a crucial moment in this innings. Stokel with that rag out quickly. That outfield's still very damp. There is a bit of a breeze drying it out, and it probably will be dry for the second innings, but it's been difficult for the Dragons to keep the ball dry. Oh, nice delivery. Beating the outside edge of Hunter. Good end to the over, 5 coming from it. None for 16 off 3 for Delaney. 80 for 2 off 17. Well, plenty of bowling options, Sean, for the Typhoons. So they can rotate their bowlers as much as they need to.
Yeah, we are going to see a change. It'll be Freya Sargent. First look at spin today. Very exciting young player from Clontarf. Get her first taste of international action as part of the squad for the Netherlands tour. Yeah, they still have plenty of bowling to come. Alice Tector as well. Georgia Atkinson. But they're going with Sargent. First look at spin today.
And just played out to the deep cover fielder, Sarah Forbes. Another single to Prendergast. She moves to 25. Hunter on strike on 24. Really good partnership building here between these two. They've passed the 50. 57 they've put on now. Nice flight of delivery there from Sargent.
And it's difficult. Wet ball coming on to 2 of Ireland's top 4. The batting lineup.
Very short. Hunter pulls it away. And this time it's saved on the boundary by Georgina Dempsey. Good throw. Just a couple to the Dragons that time.
Brilliant work by Georgina Dempsey, because she plays that shot with an awful lot of power, does Amy Hunter. Gets into a great position. Ball bobbling in the deep. Does really well sliding across. Be disappointed at the previous chance. That didn't fall her way. That's clever batting. Really clever from Amy Hunter.
A little bit of slow turn there maybe, but Hunter watched it all the way onto her bat.
Well, you do get the assistance as the spinner here with that hill coming from left to right as you look at it, so helping the off spin.
Half volley cracked away by Prendergast and beating the despairing dive. So boundary for her. She moves to 29 now. Hunter on 27.
Powerful shot from Orla Prendergast. Again, the angle of extra cover so important. That is the shorter of the boundaries here today. Well, half volley, as you said, wonderfully played into the deep for 4.
It's only 43 yards from the batter to the boundary on that side. Very short boundary. If you time it at all, it's going to get away. So Sargent's first over goes for 8. The score moves along to 88 for 2, and that run rate 4.89, edging up towards 5.
Yeah, we're only one pitch over from the mat, as you can see on your screen there on the left. So for those who know Milverton, the hills here at the Vineyard, is the shorter of the two boundary, hitting back up the hill.
Laura Delaney to continue from the schoolhouse end, her 4th over. So far none for 16. And that's well pulled away too. Hunter getting in on the act. Another boundary for her, and she moves into the 30s. And the Dragons 92 for 2.
Another scoring shot through the leg side, through square leg for Amy Hunter. It's one of her great strengths. Also down the ground, hitting over the top, but not really the wicket for that. Any delivery that's coming off the surface, sitting up nicely for her. Loads of time to play that, pulls it in front to square. Always an indication that the pitch is maybe a little bit on the slow side. If you can pull it in front to square and you've time to do so. Good shot from Hunter.
This one well down the leg side and hammered away by Hunter. Pretty sure that one went all the way. It certainly looked like it might have.
No, just
a boundary, yeah.
Just a couple of bounces, I'm sure. But wonderful shot from Hunter. But that's a help yourself delivery. Poor delivery from Laura Delaney. She'll know that better than anyone. With that fielder at 45 inside the ring. That's just an easy boundary.
Big pressure on her now with 2 boundaries coming off the first 2 balls of this, her 4th over. There's no way she was going to put one down the leg side there. That was well outside off.
I think that would disappoint Laura Delaney, because Amy Hunter's a wonderful player, and you sometimes can bowl a ball that's a good delivery and go for 4, but you don't want to bowl a poor delivery to a player of her ability. Hunter.
That one's off the edge. Nobody at third, and it's going to run up the hill towards the side screen. Another couple at least for Amy Hunter. 3 in fact, well run. These 2 certainly scamper.
Yeah, that's a genuine edge. Genuine outside edge. Good bowling from Laura Delaney. Finds the edge, but no fielder. That short third, so work to do for Alice Tector at backward point. It's a day that both the batters and the fielders are going to rack up the steps with that slow outfield.
This one full toss pulled away straight to Sarah Forbes.
And you can see that fielder 2 in the deep now on the leg side. That's in reaction to what Amy Hunter has done. So the full toss, they're looking to go straight. Laura Delaney knows that's where her field is. Trying to find one that maybe gets through. Smashes into the pad and an LBW.
100 comes up for the Dragons. A very healthy scoring rate now of 5.31. They'll be the happier of the two sides as things stand. Nicely played by Hunter, and great fielding by Alice Tector at backward point. Saves the run. The end of an expensive Delaney over. 4 gone for her. None for 28. 12 coming off that last over. Hunter on 38, Prendergast on 30. These two look in ominous good form.
And I think when the Typhoons won the toss today, they would have been thinking, get to that magic 3 wickets, because they know that the Dragons have a top-heavy batting lineup with Bella Armstrong, who's been in good form, Leah Paul, international, Orla Prendergast, international, and Amy Hunter. And this is the key partnership, 75 runs so far.
And off just 70 deliveries. Very healthy rate in 50 over cricket.
So that's why the Typhoons would have been targeting. Can we get to 3 wickets as early as possible? And then now they want to get one of these out as quick as possible. Don't let these two to keep building that partnership. Already worth 75.
And of course Hunter dropped when she was on 17. But it will get easier for batting as the day goes on. It's set to be a breezy but dry day. Good ball from Freya Sargent.
Yeah, Orla Prendergast looking to cut that one, but that one just spinning back into it. Could be a risky shot on a wicket like this. Trying to cut the off spinner. Maybe a caught behind. Or just a leading edge or drag on. So I wouldn't be recommending playing that cut shot.
Very short. Plenty of time to find that gap out to Forbes in the deep. Another single to Prendergast. She moves to 31. 101 for 2. Good over so far though from Sargent.
Yeah, starting to get into her work. You can see her finding a bit of spin, bit of turn.
That's nicely turned backward square leg. And it's Dempsey firing it in, but a couple more to Hunter. 103 for 2 in the 20th over. Typhoons badly need a breakthrough. Tossed right up this time. Hunter playing it out to mid-on where Laura Delaney is the fielder. And that's the end of 20 overs. Sargent's second over going for just 3. Her 2 have cost 11 runs. Hunter on 40, Prendergast on 31. And after 20 overs, it's 103 for 2. Sorry. And joining me now, Izzy Joyce. Welcome back to the hot seat.
That's been a good 10 overs, hasn't it, for the Dragons? That is, not so much for the Typhoons. We did say this was the engine room of the Dragons lineup, and that's proving to be correct. They've put on 65 in the last 10 overs. Compare that with the first 10 that were difficult going, really. Alice Tector now.
And that's turned away nicely by Prendergast. Just a single. 5th bowler to be used, 6th bowler indeed, to be used by the Typhoons. Alice Tector, great prospect for the future. Very nicely played. Hunter with that open blade, just running it down to 3rd.
Yeah, good turning over the strike from these two. They're making it difficult to bowl to them because they do get singles off good balls, and then when you search for a wicket or you try and change things, if it's not perfect, they can score freely.
That one's a bit wide. These two are seeing it big now. Dempsey in the deep, just a single to Prendergast. 106 for 2. 3 singles off the 3 deliveries from Tector so far. Very difficult for a young bowler like her to come on against a couple of international players when they're already set. And that one's lifted away by Hunter and dropped. Bad miss from Sarah Forbes. The second time Hunter has been put down today, and she gets a single, but that's 2 lives now for the Dragons player.
Well, it wasn't the delivery she meant to bowl Alice Tector, not by any means. The field is set for an offside shot, but this one going down leg helped on its way, and Amy Hunter, you can see in her expression, she can't quite believe she sent it down the throat of Sarah Forbes.
Wide outside the off stump and cracked away by Prendergast. Cover out there is Dempsey. Just a single this time.
She's done well, Tector, there to put the drop chance behind her. Can't play on your mind for a long time as a bowler, especially when it's the big wicket of Amy Hunter. Sarah Forbes, it's really difficult sometimes on that hill to judge where the ball's going to land. So that maybe was what cost them that chance.
Played late but straight to cover where Georgia Atkinson is the fielder. So that's 2 dropped chances now of Hunter. She was dropped at 17 by wicketkeeper Joanna Loughran, and now at 41 she has a second life. And these are really expensive mistakes by the Dragons, or by the Typhoons rather, they really need to take every opportunity they can get.
Well, it's something I lament actually quite a lot in the Super Series competitions, is the chances that go down and the lives that players get, because you don't get those lives in international cricket, and these 2 players need to recognise that they can't make those mistakes at the top level.
Freya Sargent continuing from the pavilion end.
And really you need those chances to be taken at this level so that your top players get them out of their game before they get to international level. It's definitely something that the coaches have been working on.
That was nicely played by Orla Prendergast. She's a lovely batter. Always seems to have loads of time. Elegant.
Yeah, perfect description really. It doesn't look like she's trying to hit the ball too hard, but I think it's the bat speed at the point of contact that is the point of difference for her. Also very tall, so can reach the ball quite easily if it's slightly overpitched.
Nicely pitched up by Sargent, but straight to mid-off where Canning fields.
She's running a bit slower than she usually does, Freya Sargent, so obviously something that Paul Davidge, the Typhoons coach, has spoken to her about.
And a nice shot from Hunter. Stokel is there, just a single. Hunter on 43, Prendergast 35.
I was just going to say, it's difficult as a spin bowler to bowl to 2 different batters that you have on screen. Amy Hunter, quite short, likes to sweep, likes to run at spinners, and then Orla Prendergast, much taller by comparison.
That one's gone over the top. I'm not exactly sure she meant to put it there, but that's a fine hit from Prendergast. And a boundary for her moves her to 39. And the score rushes along to 114 for 2.
Well, this is the over-pitching because of the change of strike. This would have been an okay length to Hunter, but it's too full for Prendergast. Just one little step and clips that one over mid-on. The fielder's up, so relatively risk-free shot, and it's a long boundary down there. Just the one bouncing over the rope shows you the strength and timing of Prendergast.
From where she is, that's 80 yards, that boundary. It's the longest boundary here at the Hills. And then just turn nicely backward of square for a single. Prendergast moves to 40. Hunter on 43, 7 off that Sargent over. And at 115 for 2 off 22, Typhoons could be facing a very big total when they bat second.
The good news for the Typhoons is if they can get one or even both of these out before the Dragons make 180, they can really tighten things up and hope to keep the Dragons under 230, 240, and it will get easier to bat on as the day goes on. They do need to get rid of or dislodge one of these before too long.
Tector continuing from the schoolhouse end. Prendergast getting that single. She moves to 41. Just a sign of brightness on those pictures from the Hills Cricket Club near Skerries in North Dublin. Good accurate bowling by Tector, but that one is squeezed away to Sargent.
You could just see Amy Hunter's head whip around as she hit that one. That was not where she meant to hit it. She does hit it down to third man on purpose quite a lot, but that one was not meant to go there. And I think Alice Tector, her extra height, she's bowling it nicely into the pitch, so that one got out some extra bounce that surprised Hunter.
Good action. Played straight to mid-wicket. Atkinson, the fielder. These two now just 7 runs short of a century partnership. It was Armstrong and Paul with a massive partnership against the Typhoons back on June the 18th. They put on 166 for the first wicket. Today it's batters 3 and 4 who are causing the problems.
And interestingly, on that occasion, Bella Armstrong dropped. She was dropped on, I think it was 10 in that innings, and went on to make over 150. So
163 not out. Huge enough.
Very costly drop. It was an easy chance put down. And that's one of those, as a fielder, when you put it down with every run scored, you're wanting the ground to swallow you up even more.
Yep, that's the way of it. Cricket can be a cruel game sometimes.
Most of the time, I think.
These two batters in a race to get to the half century. Sargent coming around from third, and good running again by Prendergast. A couple more to her. She moves to 43. Hunter on 44. It's a good over from Alice Tector, but the batters just playing it into the gaps and not doing a lot, but keeping that scoreboard ticking. That one goes over the top, well wide of the bowler. Canning in chase. They were thinking about a third, but just a couple more to Prendergast. The end of an over that went for 6. Tector 2 overs for 11. Prendergast 45. Hunter 44. 121 for 2 after 23 overs.
She bowled a little bit straighter that over. Alice Tector got into her spell by bowling outside off and then straightened things up as she felt more comfortable. And she just looked like she was causing a few more problems for Prendergast and Hunter on that over. Umpire is now not happy with something to do with the ball here. I found that this season some of the balls are disintegrating a little bit quicker than we're used to. So the umpire is just having a look with Azamadi Beg, the third umpire, to replace the balls. And when the balls get wet like that, they just can be difficult to grip.
Azambeg there on the left. Our umpires today, Gareth Morrison and Jonathan Kennedy. It's been a good, healthy over rate by the Typhoons. Getting through their overs quickly. It's going to be Freya Sargent to continue for her 4th over from the clubhouse end. These two now just 3 short of that century partnership. A little bit short from Sargent, and they scamper through for that quick single. 1-2-2 for 2. Hunter to 45. Prendergast on strike, also on 45. That one's over the top. Canning the fielder.
Well, that
another
one
single.
gives you an idea of how difficult it is to hit over the top on the offside on this ground when the bowler is coming from the clubhouse end because of that steep hill. You have to really hit it well to get it over the mid-off fielder.
Nice pull shot by Hunter. A couple of players out there on the cover, just a single.
Excellent quick release there in the deep.
And that is the century partnership. 124 for 2. These two came together after 7.2 overs when the score was 24 for 2. Fine effort by them. Very good bowling here from Sargent. She's keeping it accurate. That one, though, pulled away. Full toss. And difficult for Georgina Dempsey. The ball bouncing just in front of her.
Lulu Little, did you look alike? Both blonde, but Lulu Little it was that misfielded that in the deep. And that'll bring up the half century for Orla Prendergast. A full toss from Freya Sargent. Just kicked off the wet outfield there in front of Lulu Little and skidded on. Meant that she couldn't quite collect it and keep it to a single, and that's a well-made half century for the Dragons number 4.
And the partnership, of course, of 103 of 100 balls in just over an hour. Very entertaining batting from these two, but they will be the first to realise that their partnership could have ended a long time ago. Hunter dropped twice, on 17 and on 41.
Well, good maturity shown by her that she didn't stay in the moment, didn't think too much about those missed chances, because often you can see people dismissed quite soon after a missed chance. Their head still in the previous missed opportunity.
So coming to the halfway point in this Dragons innings, and the sun beginning to shine on these two.
She's been busy down there, Freya Sargent, quite wide at third, so that's just a single. Nicely played into the offside by Hunter. Waited for it well. Managed to push it past the point fielder.
She goes to 47. Again, the ball a little bit wide and allowing Prendergast to use her long reach, pushing it into the deep cover.
It's that stage of the game, isn't it, where both teams are kind of wanting to stay on an even keel. Not too much attacking play from the Dragons. They want to play high percentage shots, and Typhoons probably not searching for wickets. They want to make sure that they don't give any easy shots to the Dragons like we saw for Orla Prendergast's 50.
Well, that one wide of the wickets, but Hunter unable to get to it. Through to keeper Loughran.
It's been obvious since the change of ball, hasn't it, that there's a little bit more movement through the air for Alice Tector. That one's swinging away. So she'll hope to take an edge or send one to point.
That was a good delivery. Just moved away a little bit, starting on leg stump. She's got a nice action, Alice Tector.
Excellent action, and I think she's done some work on her run-up since the last time I saw her play. She's been away with Ireland under-15s, and it looks like she's just approaching the wicket with a bit more pace, and her last delivery stride is much better. She used to jump up rather than forward, and now just getting a little bit more pace because of a smoother run-up.
Well pitched up and well played by Hunter. No run. Another steady over from Tector. She'll be relishing this challenge. Bowling against some of Ireland's finest batters.
She's a big cricket fan as well as a cricket player.
From that family, can you imagine what it was like when Alice was the youngest, with all those brothers who were mad about the game, and probably she just wanted to keep up with them. Very competitive.
Funny enough, I can imagine it.
Yeah, indeed. Of course you can.
25 overs
no
gone.
better woman.
Dragons 130 for 2. So halfway through the innings, and the Dragons well set after a little bit of a wobble at the start. Bella Armstrong and Leah Paul had to deal with some difficult conditions. A pretty wet wicket. It had been dewy overnight and this morning. You could barely see in front of your hand. It was very misty early on. They navigated that, but then the Dragons 25 for 2. Really 8 for 2 after 10, but now really good rebuild from these two.
That one just a little bit wide of Canning. Sargent now bowling her 5th over in a row. And that one over pitched and pulled away. Food and drink that for Hunter, who moves to 48. I keep thinking that Amy Hunter is batting in a more aggressive fashion than Orla Prendergast, but Prendergast has managed to get to 50 ahead of her almost without effort, while Hunter's full of the pulls and the shots to leg.
Very good on the sweep shot, Amy Hunter, which is usual for a shorter in stature player. But yeah, Orla Prendergast, I think it's the ease with which she gets off strike that's so impressive. She makes things look very easy all round.
We'll toss again. And once more, the covering player out there is Louise Little. Just a single. I'm impressed by Sargent and Tector. They're bowling at two batters who are really well set, and they're just preventing too many boundaries. That's the important thing. Typhoons can cope with singles, but it's the big ones that really make the difference on that run rate. Hunter to 49. 49 for 2, you might say. 2 drop catches. Prendergast so far has been faultless in her innings. And another single there, taking her to 54. And the score to 135 for 2 at the end of 26 overs. That's Sargent over, going for 5 singles and a dot ball. She's bowled 5 now for 30. Just past the halfway mark. Here's the batting card. Armstrong and Paul both out early on off the bowling of Dempsey. But batters 3 and 4, Hunter and Prendergast, fine knock from both of them. And it's Tector to continue from the schoolhouse end. Just pushed to deepish mid-off. Another run to Prendergast. Brings Hunter on 49 not out, back on strike. Run rate's been hovering around the low 5s for quite some time now.
Well, that run rate really shows you the acceleration of these two, because it was 38 for 2 after 10, so a run rate of 3.8. These two bringing it up nicely.
Just over the 5 per over after 20 overs, 103 for 2. But they've managed to keep it ticking along. that's the shot that brings Amy Hunter to a half century. The wide delivery just pushed into the deep. She goes to 50 off 61 deliveries. Fine half century from her. And a late acknowledgement from the crowd here and from her teammates that she has passed that mini landmark. I think both these batters will be thinking of a big innings today. There's the details of that Hunter half century. Nicely into the gap by Prendergast, who moves to 56 off 60. But again, Tector's bowling is very accurate. She's bowling a good line and length, not allowing the batters to swing their arms and hit the ball with any ferocity.
Well,
that's a great delivery.
Brilliant movement away. And that's the value as well of having Joanna Loughran but up to the stumps there, because Amy Hunter, you'd imagine, would be standing out of her crease if the keeper wasn't up to the stumps. So just pulling her forward, a little bit of away movement.
Went for the big one there. And that's just about going to make the ropes. First boundary for quite some time from Hunter, and the first boundary off the bowling of Tector.
Overpitched, and as soon as you get too full against Amy Hunter, she knows exactly what she's going to do. Always has a plan for the overpitched delivery, does Hunter. That one going over mid-on, who is up inside the ring. So a rare blemish on the figures of Tector. 7 from the over, 27 gone, and Dragons 142 for 2.
Tector's 4 overs costing 20. Nice to see a bit of brightness after that very damp and misty morning.
Bit of wind as well, which will help dry conditions up. So Dragons will get the best of the bowling conditions, but the Typhoons should get the best of the batting conditions in the afternoon.
A change of bowling here.
Yeah, Georgia Atkinson into the attack, slow leg spin. So she'll bowl into the big leg side boundary. She'll have plenty of fielders out there ready to catch the ball. You have to add all the pace to the shot.
Oh, did that go?
Oh my goodness, that's out.
That is incredible. First ball from Georgia Atkinson, and Prendergast has played her first loose shot of the innings. She just sloppily cut the ball back onto her own stumps. Almost seemed to happen in slow motion. And this massive partnership of 117 has been broken in the 28th over. Prendergast bowled Atkinson for 56 off 61 deliveries. 4 fours in that knock. And a fine innings comes to an end.
Well, she has a way of taking wickets, does Georgia Atkinson. We've seen her take 4 in the last game. And Orla Prendergast, well, she couldn't quite believe that what she'd done, could she, when she chopped that one on. Almost had a touch of looking like she felt like she should stay out there. Like she couldn't possibly be dismissed. She's gone for 56, and Atkinson comes on and makes the breakthrough that the Typhoons have been badly looking for.
Love to see that again. It was almost surreal the way that wicket unfolded.
So Arlene Kelly coming out at number 5 for the Dragons. For me, she's a batter that either turns up or doesn't. Sometimes she comes out and she looks $1 million with the bat, and other times she doesn't really look like a middle order batter. So more known for her bowling, and would tend to come in as a hitter late on in an innings. So maybe they're looking to, I'm looking for the matchup here against Georgia Atkinson.
Very nicely tossed up by Atkinson. Different style of bowler, much slower bowler.
You have to be brave, I think, against Atkinson, because if you just stand there and block, you can find yourself in some trouble.
That was a little bit too well pitched up, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. Well, you were saying that the Typhoons had to make a breakthrough, and they've made a very important one here. Could be the start of a fight back from them.
Well, Arlene Kelly has to get Amy Hunter on strike, because this is usually the kind of bowling that she puts to the sword. You won't be shy of coming down the wicket and sweeping it out to the leg side, and really you just have to make sure you get it into the gap is the main thing with Atkinson.
A bit wider that time, but not well timed by Arlene Kelly, who's just getting to see this pitch for the first time. Needs to just work her way into an innings. There's plenty of overs to go, 22.1 remaining. What an over from Atkinson if she can finish this off. We haven't had a maiden yet. And that one left by Kelly. So a wicket maiden for Atkinson in her first over, and a massive breakthrough for Typhoons. 142 for 3 after 28 overs, and Atkinson with 1 for none.
Well, she's the kind of bowler that you don't value when you're on an opposition team. But when she's in your team, you know that she can get cheeky little wickets like that one. Dislodging Orla Prendergast, who looked completely unfazed by any other bowler. Just didn't really have a good plan against the fuller, wider delivery of Atkinson. The lack of pace really doing for her.
And the way the ball was thrown up into the air, I mean, all of the bowling so far has been much more direct. That was a completely different trajectory. And as you say, so much slower.
Georgina Dempsey returns.
29th over. Alice Tector bowled 4 overs for 20 runs, but without a breakthrough.
Well, the Typhoons have spotted an opening. They're bringing back their wicket taker, looking to take another couple while the going's good after Prendergast was dislodged.
Georgina Dempsey with 2 for 18 off her first 5, which were right at the start of the innings.
This is really good captaincy from Rebecca Stokel. I have to say I've been impressed with her captaincy for the Typhoons this year. As soon as she's seen an opportunity to bring back her wicket taker, she's not happy with just 1 wicket. She's going to continue to attack the Dragons. And we did mention that even though it looked like the Dragons were so much on top, 50 overs is a long time, so they can get a few more wickets here. They can pull the Dragons back a lot. Well, that's a chance gone begging from Dempsey. There's a sharp chance back at her, low full toss, and Arlene Kelly sent it straight back at her. Those are the kinds of ones that just have to stick.
I have to be honest, I wasn't sure if that was actually a catch or a bump ball, but you spotted it straight away. It's very difficult.
In the timing of the shot, you can kind of tell it didn't bounce at all. Took the toe.
Played nicely, but straight to Tector at backward point. Gets the single though to take her off the mark. Kelly on 1, Hunter on 55, a lot depending on her now, Amy Hunter.
These two play their club cricket together from Malahide, so good understanding. You could see that there in that quick single they took to point. Amy Hunter calling Kelly through, and Kelly trusting the call.
And for once, Hunter not getting it away. Straight to Stokel in the covers. Yeah, that understanding of playing together in a club team, it makes such a difference, doesn't it?
Definitely does, especially in Evoke Super Series cricket, because you can often play with players you wouldn't have played with much before. Younger players coming in, or if the squad changes, overseas players coming in as well.
Over the top to that long boundary at the schoolhouse end. And another boundary for Hunter. She moves to 59 on the score, to 148 for 3.
That's incredible. The confidence of Amy Hunter. She's just lost her partner, Orla Prendergast, but if it's too full, it doesn't matter what state the game is in. If you've got your mid off and mid on in, then she's going to take them on.
End of 29 overs. That Dempsey over goes for 6. She's got 2 for 24 from her 6 overs. And Atkinson, who made the breakthrough with her very first delivery, will be on to bowl the 30th over. Arlene Kelly on strike. Beautifully bowled, beautifully flighted, and I think that's been given out. Stumped by Loughran, and Atkinson with the first ball of her first 2 overs, enticing the batters into big errors. And Arlene Kelly not having one of her better days. Out for 1, stumped Loughran, bowled Atkinson off just 9 deliveries, and it's 148 for 4.
Well, the length was excellent here from Atkinson. Gets the ball to drop. Kelly had come forward, and you really have to make sure you cover the ball in those instances. If you're going to come down, it can't beat the bat, but it does on that occasion. Atkinson turns it past the outside edge, and Kelly doesn't manage to make it back into her ground. So it's been an absolutely brilliant bowling change for the Typhoons. Atkinson yet to go for any runs. That takes her second wicket, and Kelly goes for 1. Dragons 148 for 4. And with that, Alana Dalzell comes out into the middle, but the two teams are going to take a drink. We'll take a short break as well. Join us again in a couple of minutes for more live action. Well, what a turnaround we've had here in the hills in this Evoke Super 50 Cup match between the Typhoons and the Dragons. The Dragons were well on top with Orla Prendergast and Amy Hunter looking well set at the crease, but then Georgia Atkinson was introduced with her slow leg spin, and Prendergast, a full shot, took the inside edge onto her stumps, and very soon after Arlene Kelly came down and missed. So Joanna Loughran mopped up behind the stumps and took the bails. So they've gone from 142 for 2 to 148 for 4. So it's really game on out here in the hills as the sun comes out, the wind is up, but conditions improving all the time. Alana Dalzell, they're joining Hunter. I'm joined now by Sean Hussey. Sean, you've been watching in the background. Quite an amazing turnaround this from the Typhoons.
Yeah, and we did always think this could be the case with that top-heavy nature of the Dragons lineup. That's why it was so important, that partnership between Hunter and Prendergast got them well above the 100 mark. That's why the Typhoons would have been searching for that third wicket particularly early on, and that's why they, having won the toss and they got the first two, they would have known how important it is to find that third breakthrough. Didn't find it until a couple of overs ago.
Well, it's another chance, a shout, and Dalzell, well, I think she didn't really commit to coming down the wicket. That's what saved her there. She thought about coming down and almost stayed still.
Again, it's the flight from Atkinson, just enticing. Players come down. Dalzell just drags her right foot back in. Good work by Loughran behind the stumps.
I think if I was Amy Hunter now and I was talking to Lana Dalzell, I'd urge her to bat on off stump. You want to try and make sure that if you're going to come down, if that's your game plan, that it's not going to turn past you, that you get to the pitch of the ball and you manage to either smother it or take it on if it's in your area. She does get to the pitch of this one, gets it on the full and gets down the other end. It's well played by Dalzell. I presume Hunter told her if you're going to come down, you've got to really commit to it. I wonder as well, obviously, Joanna Loughran standing up to the stumps. Could you afford to stand out of your crease considering Atkinson doesn't look like she can really fall any flatter? Hunter on the sweep again. She'll retain the strike going into the 31st over. So after 30 overs, the Dragons have passed the 150 mark. They're 152 for 4. There was a big partnership there, 3 and 4, Prendergast and Kelly, but Prendergast and Hunter. Atkinson came in though and dismissed Prendergast, and quickly soon after Kelly also sent back. So the Typhoons will feel like they're well in this competition. Let's see how many they can take in the next few overs and try and restrict the Dragons as much as they can. So it's going to be another change in bowling. They'd brought Georgina Dempsey to see if she could take another wicket, but it was Atkinson who did it. So they're going to bring back the off-spinner Freya Sargent, changing ends. And Lana Dalzell working the ball into the leg side. A much improved cricketer this season, Sean. She's a way swing bowler, but a handy cricketer and very quick between the wickets, so she'll bat well with Hunter.
So, of course, the Dragon side, based mainly out of players, are certainly targeting players from the NCU and Northwest. Called them a few games, home games last year up in Lurgan. But definitely strong, bit of a top-heavy batting lineup. A chance now for Dalzell to play herself in alongside Amy Hunter, who you'd imagine do the bulk of the scoring. Cara Murray as well, improved batter over the last year, 18 months.
A good turn on show for Freya Sargent. Sarah Forbes will chase that one down. Too much turn for Joanna Loughran. She's missed that one. Although was one of those, the batter must have really distracted her with the amount of turn. You always have to try as a wicketkeeper to pretend like you think they're going to miss it, but that time it really looked like it was going to either hit the stumps or hit the bat. A good line and length and pace from Freya Sargent here. Dalzell not sure whether to go back or forward.
Yeah, and I think when she bowled from the clubhouse end, it was a little bit slower. And then any turn wasn't as sharp. But the last two just seemed to have got a little bit of sharp turn. And I think the difference there with that sharper turn, just that decision making, a little bit more difficult for the batters.
Yeah, the flatter nature of the bowling, and she's bowling it quite wide outside off, but because of the turn, Dalzell looking to cut it, and it's probably not there. The width isn't there for the cut shot. What can Amy Hunter do against Sargent?
Well, that's one thing Amy Hunter does really well. Gets across her stumps, particularly to the slower bowlers, just works it into the leg side, gets down the other end, using her feet, using her crease well. We haven't seen an awful lot of that from the other players, other than Hunter and Prendergast.
Yeah, and what that does is it makes Sargent think she has to bowl further outside off stump, and then that creates the width that Hunter's looking for to maybe cut. So it's not just about the shot she's played, but about the ones she opens up. Dalzell, though, looks like she's not quite sure what her plan is against Sargent. A good over from her on her return. 5 from it, 3 off the bat, and after 31, Dragons are 157 for 4.
Just seems like the slower, the more flighted deliveries catching out Dalzell a little bit, just in a couple of minds, whether to come forward, whether to use her feet, come down the wicket.
No, I think sometimes with coming down the wicket, it's when you think you should do it as opposed to being comfortable with it. So the slow pace of Atkinson, you know, sometimes on the boundary, people are going, oh, you just come down and you just whack it, you know. It's actually much more difficult than that when you're out in the middle. Hunter on the sweep again. Louise Little, well placed. She's been picked out on a number of occasions in the last few overs by Amy Hunter.
Now she gets into a really good position, Hunter, but it's also the power that she gets on the sweep. It's a lot of power into the ball through the leg side, already seeing it today.
Good footwork from Dalzell, using the depth of her crease rather than coming down the pitch. That's probably a better option for her at the moment. Atkinson has to get really full for you not to be able to go on the back foot, the lack of pace she's bowling with.
Yeah, and also the nature of the wicket, just sitting up nicely. I think you're right, you've got to use all angles of the crease here.
That's the change up from Atkinson, looking to bowl the off spinner. Bit of width, and Hunter changing over strike. But just going back to Hunter's sweep shot, I think what's evident is she doesn't get greedy with it. She's not trying to always score boundaries. She's happy to take it the single. And sometimes people can get into trouble when they try and, you know, hit behind square to get a boundary, and you know the line's not correct. And obviously she's taking it off middle of stump, so she needs to not miss it. Well judged by Dalzell. Dances down, gets it on the full and directs it between mid-wicket and mid-on. That'll give her lots of confidence. The Breedy cricketer, her first boundary and the first boundary in a few overs. Atkinson, she's been miserly up until now, but that's the first boundary off her bowling.
Now, really good placement. Little shuffle down the wicket and full toss. Out wonderfully through mid-wicket. Threw it on in that gap, finds her first boundary.
A bit flasher from Atkinson that occasion. Tidy finish. One boundary from the over, 7 from it. 32 hours gone. Dragons are 164 for 4.
Well, that third wicket stand worth 117 after coming in at 25 for 2. Amy Hunter and Orla Prendergast making half centuries. And this partnership now between Hunter and Dalzell worth 16.
Sargent again. Not as much turn on offer there, and Hunter sending it forward of cover. These two very quick between the wickets, and it's a feature really of the Dragons. They do run very well. There's nobody inside that top 6 that doesn't run well between the wickets. Well, Sargent, I'd imagine, would have been trying to get Hunter off strike. She wants to bowl at Dalzell. There's a good little battle going on between these two. Dalzell needs to figure out what her options are for the quicker ones and what they are for the slower ones from Sargent. And that's probably not it. You reckon she's trying to play it into square leg there?
Yeah, I think she's trying to get across her stumps there. Almost getting a little bit squared on.
Punched into the offside, and that was a chance. If that had hit, they ran on the misfield, the Dragons, and that's always a danger. Dempsey, I think it was, tidying up, but just missed the stump. So Alana Dalzell, perhaps maybe next time would shout no on that if that happens again. A little bit fuller on that occasion, draws Hunter forward, and she is causing the Dragons some problems here, pulling some mistakes out of them.
Well, it just seems the slower the spin bowling, the more issues the Dragons are having. Just slowed right up, plenty of flight from Atkinson and Sargent.
So a dot to finish. There was a chance of a run out, but didn't find its mark. 5 from that one. 33 hours gone. Dragons are 169 for 4. So at this point, about a third of the innings left. Sean, what do you reckon the Dragons will be aiming for?
And I think ideally somewhere around that 250 mark, 240, 250, but it all depends on what Amy Hunter can do. I think she's got to be thinking almost selfishly, just bat for another 7, 8, 9 overs. See where you are then.
Well, almost looked like she'd given her wicket away there. It was between 2 different shots. Just stood still, came across it and sliced it to point. It was a nothing shot, somewhat similar to how Prendergast was out, just threw the hands at it. If there's one thing about facing slow bowling, it's about having clarity of thought and making sure that you go through with the shot, because so often you can just pop the ball into a fielder's hands.
Don't want to be stuck in 2 minds at all, and that's what happened there to Amy Hunter. Sure, a little bit of a wake-up call for her.
They brought the fielder up for Alana Dalzell, both for Freya Sargent and Atkinson's bowling, and it's good attacking captaincy from Stokel. Not going to give an easy single to Dalzell. She's going to have to try and hit it hard between 2 fielders if she wants to get off strike on the offside. The easiest option probably is that sweep shot from that Amy Hunter's able to play. I'm not sure it's in the armoury of Alana Dalzell. extra flight and manages to get it into the leg side. A dive from Dempsey. But it has the desired effect. Dalzell off strike. Lifted over backward square. Well, she knew where the fielder was. Amy Hunter. She's hit her a number of times with the sweep shot, but slightly down leg side from Atkinson. Amy Hunter got into a really good position and made sure that she missed the fielder. Boundary to close out the over.
Yeah, it's the only problem with the slowness of this. Gives Amy Hunter all the time in the world to get on the back foot and get in a good position, a good base, a couple of bounces. Good shot by Hunter. That ball may well have ended up as it has into the ditch. That is, I think it's a key point, particularly with the slowness of the bowling at the moment. Is your interception points can be so different. You can get bored, and if not, you can use all the depth, as you mentioned a couple of overs ago. Get right the way back into a good position early, as Hunter did on that occasion.
Such a good point, and something that you really have to learn on the job. So difficult to practice that in the nets because it's so different facing that kind of slow bowling and artificial surfaces compared with out in the middle. There are a couple of bowlers in international cricket who bowl similarly to that. Bisma Maroof springs to mind. I think that's the way that Ireland have played her in the past. Dalzell getting right across her stumps, directs that leg side. So she knows her job is to get off strike, and she's done it well there.
Yeah, and I think that, again, using her crease going back and across as well, creating that angle into the leg side is good from Dalzell. Doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary, particularly when Hunter's in and set.
A very wide delivery, and Hunter helping Sargent out there somewhat. It definitely would have been called a wide had Hunter left it.
But again, it's also putting pressure on the bowler as well, because you think, well, if I am trying to bowl that flighted delivery and they're rocking onto the back foot and playing me into the leg side, but then I have to change it up.
Shorter now from Sargent, and Dalzell hits it more strongly, but Atkinson doing the work in the deep.
And for a few overs there, it looked like the Typhoons had found a rhythm, and the Dragons, having lost a couple of wickets, were just allowing them to bowl to them. Now it just seems to have changed a little bit. See, Sargent has dropped a few of them shorter because of what the Dragons are doing. See, that's her ideal delivery. That's the one she's looking to do. But if she gets predictable on that, then Amy Hunter might use her feet coming down the wicket end, or indeed coming back and across and playing into the leg side. It's a good challenge this for Freya Sargent.
Well, a bit too predictable, but there is plenty of protection on that leg side boundary for Freya Sargent. She does that well, doesn't she, Amy Hunter? If she blocks one, she knows that's the one she can sweep the next time. She recognised it early, got into position. A full toss for Dalzell to deal with, but can only find Delaney in third, but they do scamper through for a single. So 5 singles from that one, and after 35 overs, the Dragons 180 for 4. I suppose as a spinner, you're a spinner yourself, Sean. How much of it is reacting to what the batters are doing, and how much of it is, deciding ahead of time what your plans are to try and counter what the batters are doing?
Well, I think it depends. The shorter the format and the conditions you're bowling on, when they're batter friendly, and indeed the shorter format, I think it's mainly on what the batters are trying to do and the stage of the game. Sometimes T20 bowler as a spinner in the middle overs, if you go for 6-7 runs and over, you've probably done your job there, depending on the required run rate or the scenario in the game. Sometimes it's about shutting down the boundary options. In the 50 over format, when it's like this, when the Dragons are in a good position, and the Dragons are more than comfortable knocking it around, getting 5 runs and over, as happened in the last over, then you have to start thinking of your wicket taking options.
A little bit too short with the pace that she's bowling, Georgia Atkinson, and work to do for Louise Little. They'll come back for a couple. Great analysis by Sean Hussey there.
But definitely, I think now this is where you've got to have more of your clearer plans, more targeting. Now I think you'd be trying to frustrate, maybe trying to keep the fielders in tight in certain areas, have your mid-wicket and extra cover in, saving the single.
Edged but past Joanna Lochran. That wasn't a chance. Took too much of the edge. Dalzell having danced down. Looking to be growing in confidence with every ball. That one, a bit of a false shot, but she still managed to reach it.
I think if you look at the female game, and we spoke during the Irish-Australia International about how Jess Jonathan, Ash Gardner, Sophie Eccleston are tending to bowl more at the death now. We're seeing slower bowlers at the death.
Dalzell sends that one into the air, and a well-taken chance by Ava Canning. She picked out one of the taller fielders on the ground, and it was towards the hill, but Canning deals with it easily. So Dalzell, she was partnering Hunter very well up until that point, but decided she wanted to take the bowling on as well. A couple of twos, and then, much like Leah Paul earlier in the day, she's out on the third delivery. So they've dropped a couple of chances, the Typhoons, but they take that one.
Yeah, good catch. I'm just wondering, I don't think it's the right option for Dalzell, particularly with how the over had already went. Looking to use her feet, never been quite comfortable, and it's a very good catch by Ava Canning. Over her head, a big wicket, and one more so that could do more damage to Amy Hunter than anyone else, and that's what the Typhoons will be looking to do. Dragons lose their 5th wicket in the 36th over at 184 for 5.
Yeah, Aoife Fisher now coming out for the Dragons. You're spot on. With every wicket that goes down, the pressure mounts onto Amy Hunter. What she doesn't want is to have to try and hog the strike. Fisher from CSNI and the NCU. She was the one that flew out to South Africa when there was that injury to Amy Hunter. Didn't play, but got valuable experience. And all of a sudden, Georgia Atkinson has 3. Well, Fisher's not going to hang around, it looks like. Had a good swing at that one. Well, no surprise, they have the field up on the offside. There, the Typhoons. They'll probably drop a fielder now in the cover area, try and keep Fisher on strike for the next over. This is when the squeeze will really be put on, because she's quite inexperienced at this level, Aoife Fisher. Atkinson sending mid-on out. Just trying to make sure she doesn't go for a boundary to close out the over. Well, it's a dot ball to finish. A really good one from Atkinson. She's taken 3, gone for 4 in the over. And after 36, the Dragons are 184 for 5.
And just going back to that point on Eccleston and Jonathan, what they're doing at the death, it's focus solely rather on their opposite number and how they're bowling, and it's all about restricting the boundary options. And that's what Sophie Eccleston's so good at it. It's how well she keeps her temperament. Oftentimes you saw in the Women's Ashes was drop catches, misfields and things. Very level-headed, and you need to be bowling at the end of an innings like that, where a lot of things are happening all around you.
Freya Sargent just too short and too straight and too easy for Amy Hunter. She's going to make hay while the sun shines, and it's shining on her today. She's had a couple of chances go down, and she scores a boundary off the first delivery of that Freya Sargent 9th over.
Yeah, she may well look to target Sargent with only 11 deliveries left. It's a poor delivery. She knew straight away. All spinners do it. For such a frustrating position to concede a boundary to. Yeah, probably the worst as a spinner. Back with a square leg.
Much flatter delivery. She's looking to get Hunter off strike. She wants to bowl at the new batter. I'm going to talk about the programme that's been running in Cricket Ireland for 3 years now, Sean, the On the Front Foot programme. So if you're a female player, activator, coach, umpire, scorer, supporter or volunteer, this is for you. If you are interested in enhancing your leadership skills, and have a look. It's a Sport Ireland Women in Sport Fund and delivered in partnership with the Sporting Pursuit. Fisher latches onto that short one. Not what Freya Sargent will have been wanting, to get Fisher straight off strike. So if you're interested in that On the Front Foot programme, then there's more information on the Cricket Ireland website. So do take a look there if you're interested, or you know someone who might be interested. Then do pass the information along. On the Front Foot. Just for females though, Sean, so don't be sending in any applications, okay? Good comeback from Sargent. She has a steely look on her face there after the first few deliveries. Not happy with how she's opened the over.
And there's nothing more frustrating as a spinner, because spinners more than anyone often know when they bowl the bad delivery.
Hits with the spin and sends it down the throat of Robin Searle. As soon as she hit that one, Amy Hunter, she knew she was in trouble. Well, they've taken the catch at the third time of asking. Amy Hunter was dropped on 17, then 41, but on 81, that's when she falls. Robin Searle making sure in the deep, and it was the short boundary. Hunter looked to take it on, but doesn't beat the fielder, and Sargent takes the valuable wicket. Dragons 190 for 6.
Well, you can see how disappointed Amy Hunter is walking off, and it's not one of Freya Sargent's best deliveries. And it may well and should have been hit all the way. Just rocks on the back foot, Amy Hunter, and a brilliant catch by Robin Searle, and does really well when her knees hit the ground to hold on to that one. Big wicket for the Typhoons. They've got to be thinking to squeeze the Dragons for as much as they can. Hunter goes for 81, a wonderful knock, 8 fours and 1 6. And the Dragons lose their 6th wicket with the score on 190.
Zara Craig now joining Aoife Fisher, very accomplished all-rounder. I haven't seen much of her this year. She really lengthens this Dragons batting lineup and adds something different with the ball as well. So her performed really well in the Under-19 World Cup earlier this year. A great competitor. That's from Eglinton CC. Sarah Craig, you'll see her with ball in hand later on. And after 37 overs, Dragons 190 for 6.
Yeah, now we talked about how they score. The Dragons would have been looking for, would have been around the 240, 250, all very much dependent on Amy Hunter. Now, if you're the Typhoons, you're thinking, can we get them under 215, 220, a few late wickets?
Well, it looks like Aoife Fisher is quite an attacking batter, so she's either going to score quickly or she might lose her wicket. Floated and it hit high into the air by Fisher. Directs it well though. Wouldn't have beaten mid-off or mid-on, but she hits it straight back down. Sarah Craig runs well, comes back for 2, but it feels like there's going to be chances coming, and it's going to be up to the Typhoons to first of all take the chances, and also just being in the right place, knowing where these two batters tend to hit the slower bowlers, and that might be where the challenge lies for Stokel. Stokel wouldn't know these two batters nearly as well as she would know the top 6, so she'll have to think on her feet along with Georgia Atkinson. haven't seen too much of that from Atkinson. She's been pretty much on the money. Difficult to do as well when you bowl as slowly as she does, not to drag one down outside off or down leg. Another one down the ground, directs it well again, straight down the ground. So Laura Delaney and Freya Sargent, not really an opportunity to take a catch, but they do chase it down and keep it to 1.
It's like a carbon copy, that shot. Nearly landed in the exact same position, a few yards behind the circle. So Fisher, anything that's floated up, they're going to look to attack. Still a long time, still a lot of deliveries left for the Dragons. Definitely won't want to leave any of them unused.
Good footwork from Dalzell and good head position, or Craig, and good head position as well. That was what helped her out when it was a bit wider than she probably would have liked. Getting valuable insight into Aoife Fisher's batting here in CSNI. 38 overs gone. Dragons 195 for 6. Of course, CSNI in the All-Ireland T20 final against our own club, Sean, Marion CC. Didn't know too much about each other, so just taking some notes here to see where I need to put the fielders for Aoife Fisher in a few weeks' time.
Every advantage gained, Isabel, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I have to get something out of watching as much cricket as I do. Freya Sargent again for her final over. I've really seen the evolution of Freya Sargent this season. She, before today, would have felt like she either was going to bowl slow in a game or bowl more quickly. But she's changed her pace up quite well today. Not had complete control, but you can see why she's been selected in that Ireland squad going to Netherlands. She's a rare off spinner who can turn it in the women's game. She can decide whether she wants to or not. A little bit unlucky that one turning past Fisher's leg stump.
Yeah, it's going to be a big step up, of course, international level. But it is the Netherlands, and so perfect opportunity to blood Sargent in, even if she doesn't get the chance to play. Strong shot by Craig, but has protection in the deep.
Those two fielders are very close together on the leg side. So Sargent setting her field well. It's something she's always done well, really. Good student of the game. And right through, 2 full. Look to take it on. Aoife Fisher, and Sargent gets her second. I have to say, I feel like it's well deserved. She's bowled well today. Fisher just not recognising that one was as full as it was. It sneaks under the bat, and just before they make their 200, the Dragons lose their 7th. Fisher goes for 4.
Well, you were right, Fisher. Now they're going to score runs quickly and look to attack or fall. It's the ladder. Good wicket for Sargent, and you're right, she has bowled well. And I think what will please Joyce and the Irish selectors is Freya Sargent is into her 10th over here. And a good wicket, but also she's bowled the majority of them to the likes of Prendergast and Amy Hunter. It's a very good experience for her. Gets her 2nd wicket, having dismissed Hunter in a previous over. Dragons lose their 7th wicket. Fisher has to go for 4. They're 199 for 7 in the 39th.
Cara Murray now coming out at number 9 for the Dragons. She might feel a little aggrieved at being so low down the batting order. She's really known as a leg spinner, whereas Fisher and Craig more recognised batters. I'm sure she'll be looking to move up the order for next season. For now, her more important facet, I suppose, for the Dragons and Ireland is her leg spin. They want her focusing on that. She's plenty of time, though, to show what she can do. Over 10 overs, she'll need to try and measure this innings well. It just feels like this Dragons lower order haven't quite recognised how long they have left in the game here. Been too attacking for me. Need to try and get the game deep, take it to the last 5 in this first innings. So a great spell from Freya Sargent there. 2 for 53 from her. 10 after 39 overs. The Dragons 199 for 7.
Just on the whole Eccleston and Jonathan debate and Ash Garner bowling at the end, do you think there's a player in the Irish squad who could be used in a similar role?
I think maybe Freya Sargent when she gets a bit more control. The only thing is usually with left arm spinners they can bowl the arm ball so well. That's what makes it difficult to get away, whereas when Freya Sargent bowls flasher it tends to be outside off, so it's hard to set a field where you've no boundary options. Atkinson continuing, and Craig comes down the wicket, takes her on. Bit of a misfield in the deep from Dempsey, but they don't run on the misfield. A good decision, I think.
And also on Eccleston, we are talking about the #1 bowler in the T20 game and used so well by Heather Knight, but also Heather Knight has the luxury of having Sarah Glennon there and others who perform good role with spin for England.
Well, I'm sure Amy Maguire and Leah Paul will be looking at it. Leah Paul looks to be returning to her best with her spin. Amy Maguire, the kind of up-and-coming youngster, so I would imagine they're a few years away from it, though. Cara Murray, I think that's a good decision from her. She didn't just throw her bat at it. It's hard to understand when you're on the sideline quite how slowly this ball is bouncing off the surface from the bowling of Atkinson. Down the track and flat bats it towards Delaney. Didn't really get all of it, and in fact I think if she had it would have been straight down the throat of the Ireland skipper.
We saw Cara Murray in one of the last Super Series games last season make a wonderful knock in Clontarf. Robert Suro made a big century. Surprised you haven't seen.
Craig down the wicket, takes the outside edge and manages to get it between those fielders. That bit of spin just doing for them there.
And I'm surprised you haven't seen more with the bat from Cara Murray in the meantime. Coming in at 9, as you said, below Fisher and Craig.
Down and swiped across the line. Georgina Dempsey just not judging it in the deep there. It can be difficult coming down the hill, but that's a couple of times now she's run underneath one. And Atkinson, well, she set the field really for that shot. She needs those catches to be taken. Cara Murray, she wasn't to the pitch of the delivery, so she came across it, and but it's 4 to the total.
Yeah, not for the first time. Georgina Dempsey not getting in the right position, just attacking it too much in the deep. Another costly mistake. 4 runs for Cara Murray. 7 runs coming from the 40th over. Atkinson has 3 wickets, 3 for 33 inside her 7th. She's got 3 more overs to bowl. And with 10 overs to go here in the Vineyard, the home of the Hills Cricket Club, and have a change in the commentary box. Sean Hussey, I'm going to be joined alongside by Stephen Alkin with the Dragons on 206 for 7.
40 overs, 206 for 7. Shade over 5 and over. Is that enough, do you think, for the Dragons to defend?
Well, I think we all said that Amy Hunter, with 10 overs or so ago, held the key for the Dragons. And her departure means that the runs have just slowed up the last couple of overs, a couple of wickets have fallen. And the Typhoons bringing back one of their experienced bowlers, their most experienced bowler, Ireland captain Laura Delaney. Of course, the Typhoon skipper Rebecca Stokel. So, she'll be targeting the stumps, looking to get these final 3 wickets as quick as possible.
Swing and a miss by Zara Craig. So far, 5 singles to her name. Nice bright sunny conditions here, but the wind is extremely strong. It's going to be a very breezy day, but very pleasant for watching cricket if you want to come down to the home of the Hills Cricket Club near Skerries. Several hours to go in this one. The most important thing at the moment for the Dragons is that they've still got 10 overs and just 3 wickets remaining. Need to keep the Typhoons out there. Short ball pulled away. Couple of fielders out there. One of them is Canning.
Be interesting to see what way Karen Murray plays Delaney. Used her feet in the previous Atkinson over, looking it down the ground, seeing it off in the picture very, very straight. Maybe anticipating Murray going again down the ground.
Squirted away through the covers. Misfield running down the hill. That'll be at least a couple.
Yeah, good shot by Karen Murray. And again, probably wants to prove people wrong here. Asking why she's coming in at number 9. Really good shot down the ground. Just being warned there by the umpire not to run down the middle of the wicket.
Very green wicket, very soft. Slow wicket. Batters really have to force the ball away. That's snicked away to the vacant third area, but it won't run all the way to the boundary up the hill, and it's Alice Tector doing the fielding. Another couple. Good accurate throw from Alice Tector, who's a fine fielder. Her 5 overs today went for just 20 runs. I wonder if she'll get another opportunity before the end of this innings. Accurate ball, straight down the ground, firmly hit. And that's going to run all the way to the schoolhouse end for a boundary. Murray doing what she has to do. 8 runs off the last 3 deliveries. The end of Delaney's 5th over. 37 runs have come from them.
Pitched up and really strong shot down the ground by Karen Murray. We mentioned how straight mid-off was. Bit over. Freya Sargent's head runs down the hill. And Karen Murray is a good batter. We haven't seen an awful lot of it in recent time. Strong player down the ground. She's got her 2nd boundary of her innings. 9 overs to go, and the Typhoons will not want these two to make any sort of a partnership.
Looks like Atkinson is going to bowl her 10. This into her 8th over now. 3 for 33 before the start of this over. A bit of a mix-up there. Very nearly disaster.
Yeah, huge
for the Dragons.
Huge mix-up. Very lucky that the two, you can see them laughing it off. Karen Murray looked like the two of them collided with each other. In the end, do well to come out of it unscathed.
Craig on 8, Murray on 13. Accurate delivery from Atkinson. And lots of respect paid to it by Zara Craig. Nicely using her feet there and pulling it to a wide-ish mid-on where Delaney is the fielder.
Yeah, noticeable there with Craig is before the delivery was even bowled, she was using her feet, showing that intent to come down the wicket, trying to get a bit of impetus into the shot. These two are putting on a nice little partnership. Every run counts. Have to try and bat the majority of the remaining 8.5 overs.
Again, good use of the feet and lifted over the infield. Going up the hill, the ball stopping almost on its own pitch mark. Sargent, the fielder, 2 runs added to the score.
Yeah, good again from Cara Murray. A little bit unlucky there with it plugging, as you say. But again, using her feet, looking to come hit down the ground.
Less flighted delivery that time from Atkinson, just pushing it through a bit more.
Yeah, that seemed to be the off break as opposed to the orthodox leg spinner, which has a little bit more flight and more dip. That one a little bit flatter at the front of the hand as a more traditional off break would.
That was clever from the bowler, just dropped it a little bit shorter as she saw the batter coming down the track. So no run off that final ball of the 8th over from Atkinson. 3 for 38 for her. Murray on 15, Craig on 9. And after 42, 220 for 7. At a healthy-ish 5.24 runs per over. Multiply that by 50 and you've got a score of about 260, 265. Which would be a fairly, I wouldn't say average, but better than average target for the Typhoons to chase later in the day.
Yeah, Cara Murray hasn't got the best list A career average, but she did make that 75 that I mentioned earlier last year in Clontarf with a lot of strong shots down the ground. So these two will still be looking to get up around that 240, 250 mark.
Tector back into the attack for the Typhoons. About to bowl her 5th over. Zara Craig on strike. Oh, that's a nice delivery. Beats the outside edge. Loughran unable to take it. She's done well, the wicket keeper, keeping up, forcing the batters back into their crease.
Yeah, just difficult for her there. This chance, but as you say, standing up to pace bowlers, always like to see a wicket keeper. Of course, Mary Waldron, who has retired, so effective at it.
Paddled into the onside and again misjudged. Robin Searle, who's usually a great fielder, let it get over her head. So another single.
Well, she took a wonderful catch earlier to dismiss Amy Hunter. Couldn't do it there on that occasion. Robin Searle just goes over her head. The Typhoons have just lost their way in the last couple of overs. Probably thought the large bulk of the work has been done. Need to finish it off.
Now the dangerous Murray on strike. Straight to the fielder. Stokel in the cover, no run. These two have put on a very valuable 22 runs. They need to keep it going. Firmly hit through extra cover. That'll be another couple. Murray moves to 17. 223 for 7. Well, we always knew that the top batters were in the first 4 or 5 for the Dragons, but they've managed to do well here after losing a lot of wickets between the 35th and 40th overs. Just 3 off that Tector over. 5 overs from her now for 23 runs. Craig on 10, Murray on 17, and after 43. 223 for 7. 5 or 6 and over for another 7 overs. And we could still have a very interesting run chase on here in the sun at Milverton, home of the Hills Cricket Club, just a couple of miles down the road from Skerries in North County Dublin. Lovely part of the world, steeped in cricket history, so many great names, so many great cricket clubs in this area.
And there's a big game on, memorial match tomorrow for Tom Murphy, and what would have been his 100th birthday. Very much a celebrated figure out here in Fingal cricket, as Louise Little comes down from the clubhouse end.
Pulled away to mid-wicket. Stokel again, the fielder. One of the best fielders in this Typhoons team. It's just Little's 4th over. None for 17 off her first 3. Well wide outside that off stump. Murray unable to get the bat on the ball. An inside edge onto the pads, that could have gone anywhere. Little doing well. Just 1 run off the first 3 deliveries of this, her 4th over, and Typhoons making it difficult for these lower order Dragons batters. Keeping the accuracy. Sliced away, that's going to be an easy catch. Taken in the covers by Ava Canning. Murray has to go for 17. And the 8th wicket falls in the 44th over. It's 224 for 8 now.
Yeah, Murray goes, just trying to give herself a little bit of room to free the arms. Just doesn't come off the wicket. I think it's George Atkinson. Indeed it is. Good catch, easy catch. And a big wicket though. Karen Murray. Dragons will just seem to get a little bit of late order momentum. They lose their 8th with the score at 224.
Typhoons will be thinking now that they can get this innings finished quickly. We're right down to the Dragon's tail. Jess Mays and Kia McCartney. Not the only 2 that stand between the Typhoons and an early lunch. Useful knock from Cara Murray without really finishing off the job. Kia McCartney, young player, still in the under-17 bracket, plays her club cricket with Coleraine. She's come in at number 10 to join Zara Craig. Straight to the fielder at point, no run. Great over from Lulu Little. Just 1 coming from it. 1 for 18 off her 4 overs now. And that lack of depth in the Dragons batting lineup is coming back to haunt them.
Yeah, and Typhoons having won the toss, taken 2 early wickets, couldn't find that breakthrough between Prendergast and Amy Hunter, with third wicket partnership over 115. Just couldn't quite get that third all-important wicket, eventually did.
Hector continuing from the schoolhouse end, and that's the 9th wicket. Great bit of fielding by Ava Canning. I knew she'd come into the piece somewhere, and she has. Picked up the ball there quickly at mid-on and threw the stumps down, and that's a fine run out.
Yeah, it's poor running. Craig just trying to pinch another single. The Dragons may well not bat out their full 50 over complement. But as you say, wonderful piece of fielding by Ava Canning. And you could argue she maybe had time to relay throw the ball to Alice Tector, who was there, but a direct hit, had 3 stumps to aim at crucially, and nails it. 9th wicket falls at the score of 224 in the 45th over.
And the last to come to the crease is Jess Mays, who plays her club cricket with the civil service. Coming out to join Kia McCartney, both batters on 0. The last stand for the Dragons in an innings that's kind of petered out, unfortunately. They've gone from 184 for 4 to 224 for 9. It was a good shot though. Played to third. Sargent running in from the boundary, just the single. McCartney gets off the mark. And now Jess Mays. 225 for 9 with the sun out and the pitch drying up. Might be that they're a little bit shy. Straight to Stokel in the covers, and no run there. Hector with a W against her name on the strip at the bottom of your screen, but the run out very much the work of Ava Canning. That's sliced away to backward point, and that was close. Just home, I think. Good fielding by Dempsey.
Scampered single. I actually think it was a direct hit. Jonathan Kennedy might have been a little bit blinded by that. But did well to scamper in, as you can see. Good throw by Georgina Dempsey. Direct hit right over the top of the bail.
I think she was just in. Kia McCartney. Wide delivery there from Tector, which McCartney can't get to. That's the end of her over. A couple of runs coming from it. After 6, she has none for 25. 45 overs gone. 226 for 9. 2 wickets gone in those last 5 overs for just the addition of 20 runs. And that run rate down to just a shade above 5. Little will continue from the pavilion end. I know there's a rumour going around in cricket circles how much you love your sweets, Sean, but I have to say, I'm with you on that one. Oh, great fielding again. I think that was Stokel at mid-wicket throwing the stumps down. Some really accurate throwing here. from the fielding side.
Yeah, great work by Rebecca Stokel. The running between the wickets has been erratic the last couple of overs. But McCartney had made her ground.
That was well down the leg side, but she'd stepped that way, Jess Mays, so no wide given.
That's a really good take by Joanna Loughran. She would have again been blinded by that with that ball coming in between the stumps and the batter. Really good work. Who's kept really well, Joanna Loughran. Not easy conditions to keep in. A little bit of uneven bounce and standing up. Plenty of the seamers on show as well.
Well pitched up delivery. Battered away to Stokel at mid-wicket. Mays struggling to find any gaps here. Jess Mays will be hoping that she can do something special with the ball later on. Played straight to the fielder at cover. That's Georgia Atkinson. This is a great over from Lulu Little. 1 for 18, coming to the end of her fifth over. Very good economy rate. Look at the hesitation between those two batters. They're giving the fielding side every chance, and they've got the run out, and that's extraordinary. Yes, no, wait. And Jess Mays is run out. The final wicket goes. McCartney is left stranded.
Yeah, poor running. Just erratic the last few overs. See the shake of the head there from McCartney. Disappointment for the Dragons. They don't bat their full 50 overs. Just a real confusion. Good work in the end by George Atkinson. Gets the throw away early. That's the key there. That affects the run out. Again, Joanna Loughran does well. Tidy work behind the stumps. Been a feature of the Typhoons' effort with the ball.
Yeah, Joanna Loughran coming into the side to replace Mary Waldron, who has retired, and that was a superb effort from her. Really good comeback from the Typhoons. There's the card for the Dragons. A shaky start and then a wonderful partnership between Hunter and Prendergast, who put on 117 for the third wicket. Some minor contributions from Dalzell, Craig and Murray, but in the end the innings rather fell away. 226 all out in 45.5 overs. And here are the partnerships, and as you can see, that third wicket partnership contributing as much as the other 9 combined.
Now Georgina Dempsey bowled really well up top. She bowled 5 overs in her initial spell, 2 for 18. Louise Little coming back well at the end there. She took a wicket as well. Freya Sargent, I think that will please the Irish selectors. Got through 10 overs, picking up 2 wickets. Course pick for that tour to the Netherlands. And Atkinson, George Atkinson with 3 wickets. She was the game changer, getting the big wicket of Prendergast. So all in all, the 7 bowlers used by the Typhoons.
And so here's the situation at the halfway point of this match. It's the Dragons 227 all out, and a great target for the Typhoons to chase. We'll have their innings coming up after the break, and I hope you can join us for that later on in about a half an hour's time. But certainly the Typhoons have this match in their hands if they can bat well, and we'll be back later to see how they get on as the target of 2:27 is chased down in about a half an hour's time. Join us then. Thanks very much for now.
Welcome back to Milverton in Dublin for this Evoke Super 50 Cup match between the Typhoons and the Dragons. Well, it's a lovely sunny day out here in North Dublin for the resumption of play. I'm Isabel Joyce, joined by Sean Hussey. Sean, how do you feel about that target that the Dragons have set?
Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Isabel. I definitely think that, well, I wouldn't say it's honours even, but having lost the toss, I think the Dragons will be happy. They got up and over that 200, particularly having lost a couple of wickets and having such a top-heavy batting lineup. Scrambled around well. They'll be a little bit disappointed that they didn't bat out their full complement of 50 overs. But it's a big test up against Orla Prendergast with the new ball.
Well, good pace to start from Prendergast. She's bowling to Sarah Forbes and Georgia Atkinson. One slip in place, and she'll be happy to see the carry that she was able to get in that first delivery. We'll have much better conditions for both teams, really, I suppose, especially because we saw the balls changed a couple of times for the Typhoons when they were bowling. Good breeze is up and the sun is out, so the outfield drying up and the wicket as well. And big swing for Prendergast, but she just started too straight, so big wide, but collected by Amy Hunter.
Well, the one thing you will say is that outfield earlier on was extremely slow and probably cost the Dragons 25-30 runs, all part of the Typhoons thinking, having won the toss and electing to bowl first. So I wonder, do we see a differing power play? Can we see the Typhoons get a few boundaries early on?
Well, Johnny Kennedy just thinking about giving wide there, but I think he made the right decision. That stayed inside, but it's always the way when you're bowling in swing that you start too straight, it swings big and goes down leg, and then you start wider and no swing. So she just needs to find the correct line here, Orla Prendergast, to make use of the new ball. That's it there, and a chance low and to the right for Bella Armstrong. It would have been a very sharp catch, but she got it right and immediately took the edge of Sarah Forbes' bat, and well, that will give her confidence going into her spell, Orla Prendergast. A wry smile as that one eluded the slip fielder.
Really good delivery from Prendergast, similar to the opening ball she bowled. This one tempting Forbes to throw the bat at it. Not sure if that carried would have been, as you say, very good catch by Bella Armstrong. Very difficult, that slip. So important to stay low.
Well, I think it was a little bit straighter than that one that we've just seen bowled to Georgia Atkinson. Pulled Sarah Forbes forward. She was worried about her off stump, so she played at it.
Well, just look at where Amy Hunter took that last delivery. Long way down the leg side. You can see that angle. And the ball moving back in, particularly after it passed the bat. A little bit of wobble. We saw Joanna Loughran keep extremely well in the first innings.
Well, that's excellent finish there. Fifth delivery from Prendergast. She was a little bit wayward at the start of the over, but seems to have found her rhythm now. Really finishing her action, and I think that's the key for Prendergast. We've talked about it a lot, but she hasn't bowled as much as she would have wanted in the last 12 or 18 months. Lots of injuries. They have to mind her, try and keep her fit so she can play as well as train, but looking to get into her action. So he finishes with a fuller delivery, kept out by Atkinson. A pretty decent first over from Prendergast. The Typhoons are after one, they're two without loss. So Lana Dalzell will take the second over for the Dragons. She mixes well with Prendergast with her away swing. So I was saying in her batting innings, a really improved cricketer this season, and she just seems to grow game by game, but it's probably with the ball that she offers the most for the Dragons, although she is absolutely fantastic in the field as well, great anticipation. Slip is ready and waiting. Karen Murray there for the edge. Sarah Forbes has struggled in both the Evoke Super 50 trophy. It's the 20 over competition and in the Evoke Super 50 Cup. So she'll really be hoping that she can put up a big score for her team today, get herself back in the frame for the Ireland setup. Well, no mid-on really, or a wide mid-on, so the short ball pulled. Probably a risky option really with the movement that Lana Dalzell gets away from the right-hander.
That one again, just sticking in the pitch a little bit, coming onto the bat as maybe the batters would like. Of course, we had a lot of dew and overnight moisture when we came into the ground today. That has been the case over the last 6 weeks or so. Incredibly wet July, wettest July on record in Ireland.
Well, good swing, but started too wide, Lana Dalzell. Excellent glove work from Hunter.
That's almost the start of a new era for Irish wicket-keeping with Amy Hunter after the retirement of someone you know well, Isabel Mary Waldron, after 13 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Mary Waldron's been a mainstay in that Irish team for a very long time, so good to see youngsters coming through. Again pulled. Mid-off coming around to do the tidying up, Guy McCartney. Well, they've kind of left a gap there at mid-on because they're hoping to take the edge with the players coming forward onto the front foot, but she hasn't got her length right yet, Alana Dalzell, so Forbes and Atkinson able to pull the ball into that gap. Atkinson, of course, carried her bat in the last game Typhoons played. That was against the Scorchers, where they cantered to an easy victory. 71 from 71 deliveries on that occasion, and a player of the match performance for her. Took 3 wickets on that occasion as well. So she's been a good get for the Typhoons. Plays her cricket in Rush Cricket Club. Field all up on the offside. So 2 short deliveries and then a full one. She's just finding her feet here, Lana Dalzell. Actually not something that we've seen from her yet this season. She's tended to start in really good lengths in both competitions. That's much better from the Breedy bowler.
Yeah, really good from Dalzell. I'm just wondering, can either of these two try and put a little bit of pressure back on her? You know, you have to have it in your head that you've got Orla Prendergast on the other end. It's one of Ireland's standout bowlers, particularly new ball bowlers. So things are going to be difficult from the clubhouse end. I just wonder from the schoolhouse end where Dalzell's bowling, can they put her under a bit of pressure, the Typhoons? Yeah, it's not a wicket for that kind of shot. We've seen that all day. It's been very difficult when the ball's not coming onto the bat to try and generate. Normally there you're trying to use the pace to guide it down towards the third area back with a point. Just with that slower wicket, it is harder. Just haven't seen a lot of value for shots there. You've got to try and think in front of square if possible.
Yeah, patience. Has to wait for the fuller one that she can try and find a gap in the offside, or the shorter one. Or the Prendergast out there waiting for it. So it hasn't been a costly over for Dalzell. Probably not the length she would have wanted to find for about half of it, but just the 4 runs coming from it, and after 2, the Typhoons are 6 without loss. So run rate required, you can see down the bottom of your screen, 4.6. So not anything to worry too much about for the Typhoons. They'll know that it'll get easier as the day goes on. Orla Prendergast, of course, a strike bowler for the Dragons. So a run rate of 3. They can get past the 10 overs, the power play, without losing too many wickets. They'll set themselves up pretty well to chase down this 227 target. And that's not going to be a wide. Georgia Atkinson stepping her left foot outside the ball, and because it went between the 2 feet, she won't get the wide for that one.
She almost could have tried the old nutmeg. Nat Skipper Brunt. Just kind of trademarked that shot and they get a bit of bat on it. As you say, that's the in swing from Prendergast. If she can just get this line right, aiming for that top, aiming to finish top of the stumps.
Flirting with the wide line there, Orla Prendergast. We did see her look to move the ball in and away in that Ireland-Australia series. I'm not sure that was the way swinger. I think she just got it wrong on that occasion. Well, that's what it looks like when she gets it right, Orla Prendergast. Good length, good line, gets the ball at the stumps at the finish of the swing. It would have hit pretty much close to the middle, the top of middle. So a single from Atkinson, but good signs for Prendergast.
Yeah, much better. And when she does get that line and length right, she's incredibly dangerous. As we mentioned, has to try and target the stumps, but when you bowl in swing, you have to make sure it ends up hitting the stumps. Can't start it off on that line.
Just some natural variation there from Prendergast. Kind of different type of variation than we would see from the likes of Ava Canning, who also swings the ball in. She kind of swings it in with her action as opposed to through the air most of the time. Whereas Prendergast, it's all about the seam position where she releases the ball. Good to see you're getting some good pace up, Sean. It's really rushed Sarah Forbes there.
Definitely one of the quicker bowlers. There probably is the quickest bowler in the Ireland ranks. That's what it mean. If you can get that movement coming in at the right time, it'd be so dangerous.
A few quicker bowlers coming up through the ranks, which is good to see for Ireland, but Prendergast the quickest at the moment. One from that over. A good one for the Dragons. Typhoons after 3, they're 7 without loss. Yes, our umpires today, Jonathan Kennedy, better known as Johnny, and Gareth Morrison. Gareth Morrison on your screen now. He's the standing umpire from the schoolhouse end. Johnny Kennedy, no doubt, having a chat at square leg with whoever's closest to him. Gets really good energy through the crease, doesn't she, Alana Dalzell? She's not the quickest bowler, but she really gets through her action and gets everything out of it.
And I think that's so important for fast bowlers. I think a lot of fast bowlers are so fixated on running in quick and their run up. Large portion. Brett Lee always used to speak about the left arm guiding you, getting you that pace. Non-bowling arm, beautiful delivery by Dalzell.
Well, there's a great example of the non-bowling arm being used there by Dalzell. She really pulls the chain as one of the things that you get different types of front arms. She very much pulls her elbow into her ribs, Alana Dalzell. Other people slicing kind of all the way through with a straighter arm, whichever way works for you. But getting into her work now. Sean Jose, great to be out here with you in the sunshine, getting some cricket in. I've seen far too much rain over the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, it is. And one of the great grounds around the Irish club game, the Hills, always get treated so well here.
A little bit of width. Atkinson looking to send it past extra cover. They get through on the misfield. Well, that's a risky shot with the field that Alana Dalzell is bowling to, and the not so much lack of pace, but there's not probably enough pace, is there, to be playing that shot, Sean?
No, oftentimes for a shot like that, it's pace off the wicket you want, just to guide that ball down. Again, it's probably a little bit too straight to play that shot, and in the end, it is a bit of a nothing shot. Not going to score too many runs from it. Would like to see maybe drop it in front of square.
Did well not to chase that one. Sarah Forbes did start straight enough, but just moved too much for Lana Dalzell. So Gareth Morrison adjudging a wide. Very straight in slip here, Cara Murray, isn't she? I wonder how much of a view of the ball she gets there. Short and wide, and the gap is found by Forbes. She climbed into that one. As soon as the width was offered and the length as well, she sent the ball to the boundary, and it's her first boundary of the day.
Yeah, it's a really good shot to end that over. Disappointed for Dalzell. Drags it down, but this is the shot she can cut. When it's wide, gets her back foot right across. And that's probably the difference between when we started the game, when the Dragons were batting in the opening power play, and this. That ball raced away. There was never a doubt that was going for 4 earlier with the overnight moisture and the dew this morning. That ball wouldn't have raced away. So that could well have taken 20, 25 runs off the Dragons total. Good shot by Forbes, get the Typhoons to 13 without loss after 4 overs.
Prendergast continuing. Oh, that's right on the money at the start of that over. Good length, good move in. The only problem there, of course, is that actually probably wouldn't have hit the stumps.
Yeah,
if she'd missed it.
For anything, it's just a tad too short. Just a tad, but it's the perfect line.
I think as a batter, though, you don't really know that. You don't know it's not going to hit your stumps, so you're not going to leave it. And the way that it lifted would give you pause for thought. There's the fuller one. I think the only thing, well, there's a few things Order Prendergast does that she probably wants to improve. One of them is the wide down leg. We saw that earlier on, but I think she just searches for the wicket a little bit too quickly. That one was, she bowled the shorter one that pushed Atkinson back, and then she immediately bowls the fuller one. I'd like to see her be a bit more patient in the over. We've got a gully as well as the slip in place now for Prendergast and for Atkinson. And there's that wide one, just pushing it down leg side. Yeah, I think she just needs to work a little bit longer in her over to fox the batter a little bit more. So bowl the good length deliveries, 2 or 3 of them, and then bowl the full one, or the short one indeed.
Do you think her here now as an in-swing bowler, we are seeing the movement she's getting, could she use her crease a little bit more? Go wider in the crease, come a little bit straighter, just add a little bit of change up for the batters?
A good understanding there from Atkinson. No mid-on for Order Prendergast, so an easy single. They've used that well so far, the Typhoons. They found that gap first off Alana Dalzell a couple of times now from Prendergast. For me, I think Orla Prendergast just needs to keep it simple for the moment. She just hasn't, I know I harp on about this, she hasn't bowled enough. So she needs to stop searching for wickets as much and just try and bowl every ball on one spot. And if she bowls enough of them there, I think she'll get wickets. Especially with 50 over cricket. You know, probably the T20 mindset coming in a little bit too much, where you have to keep on changing things up. But up the top of an innings with the ball swinging and the wicket not playing maybe as easily as Typhoons would want it to, I think just keeping it on a spot she'd do well to do that.
If you had a bowler like Prendergast, would you be thinking in a 50 over game in 2 spells or 3 spells?
I think 3. Yeah, 4, 3 and 3. Well, the pace is there and she's found the gap again. Sarah Forbes just about gets over the rope. Leah Paul can't keep that one in. And once again, the conditions so different from this morning. And a couple of boundaries and a couple of overs for Sarah Forbes.
Yeah, we mentioned it was a good toss to win. Here's another reason why. The quick outfield. Didn't get all of it, Forbes, but enough of it. He runs up the hill. Wouldn't have done that earlier with the wet outfield.
Well, that's probably where she should be trying to be most balls of her spell, certainly her first one anyway. But a dot to close out that one. 6 runs from Prendergast, third over, and after 5, Typhoons are 19 without loss.
So you would think 3 in a 3 spell for Prendergast. And how would you be utilising that middle 3, if you like? Would you be waiting for wickets to fall or the opposite?
Yeah, I think what I'd be, if you need to break a partnership or there have been wickets falling, those 2 scenarios would be when I'd bring her back in the middle, 2 or 3. If she's not bowling that well, it might only be 2 overs. You don't want to waste them. And if she's taking wickets in that middle spell, then of course you keep her on. So it's just about having a plan in place and then being willing to go to option B and C. Lovely swing from Dalzell, but too full. Atkinson finding the gap, but that is the longer boundary. So Kaya McCartney chases it down. Atkinson, well, they recognised early on that wasn't going to go to the boundary, so good running from the Typhoons pair.
Yeah, good shot again from Atkinson. If it's anything full, these 2 are happy to go into it. You can see from that earlier pan that there is quite a heavy presence on the offside, but all in the ring. So if you do beat them and find a gap, runs to be had.
Good comeback, just that bit straighter. Got the length right as well. With again, but straight to the fielder. It needed to be straight to the fielder because if that had got either side of Armstrong in cover, that was 4. That had 4 written all over it. And there's the thick outside edge. I reckon that's pretty much the only way you're going to get it down there. That guide that Forbes tried a couple of times earlier on, probably not going to make its way to third, but a fuller delivery with a thick edge, that's how she's got that one down there for a single. It's interesting to see Atkinson when it's dropped short, even though it's outside off, she's opting to play the pull shot. Probably better served to go through the offside, even though it's packed, because a bit of danger there that she'll hit it in the air or not get all of it.
I think with just on trying to hit that in the offside, I think she might be thinking, oh, there's enough pace on the ball, so it's going to be hard to generate the power. Thinking leg side, I think you're right. She has to look offside. No one in the deep there.
There's that thick outside edge again. Just hasn't quite got it right this over. Alana Dalzell, either over pitching or too short, but not too much damage done. Just the 6 from the over, and after 6, Typhoons are 25 without loss. Bit of a conflab going on because there's going to be a change in bowling. It looks like Arlene Kelly is going to replace Orla Prendergast, so perhaps there's a workload issue for Prendergast ahead of Netherlands, and then she'll be heading over to the Caribbean as well in September for the Women's CPL. Exciting for her and Gabby Lewis, but getting picked up in that competition. Arlene Kelly with her in swing. Just a little too wide with their first delivery. Pulled as well to chase it down, and Jess Mays, well, that's something we've noticed a lot in this competition so far, Sean, that the fielders have done well to field in packs, 2s and 3s, so Leopold not having to get up and return throw that. Her teammate Jess Mays doing a good job.
Yeah, really good stuff from the Dragons, because as we said, the outfield is quicker. There'll be more need for work in the deep in pairs.
This is the kind of spell now Arlene Kelly needs to really get into her work, try and bowl as many dots as possible, try and pile the pressure on these two, make them try something like that. That one's definitely going down leg side, but you can see Sarah Forbes doesn't want to face too many dots. She's itching to get off strike, and if Arlene Kelly can just pin her back into her crease and bowl at the stumps, she'll struggle to do that on this wicket especially.
Yeah, this wicket, it looks hard to play anything deliberately back with a square on the offside and leg side. See that, no pace on the ball for Forbes to work with there.
You can almost see in her body language after she plays a forward defence, she's disgusted with the fact she's had to do it. Hand on hip there, the teapot going. And of course Amy Hunter up to the stumps for Arlene Kelly. That means that Forbes can't change her stance, can't come out of her crease, so just takes away another option from her.
Yeah, and again we saw it earlier with Joanna Loughran standing up to the likes of Alice Tector. Just makes life that little bit more difficult for the batters. So just takes a little bit of that licence away from them.
Well, a bit of a change up to finish. Not sure that was on purpose, but a wider one that bounced a little bit more, but Forbes not able to get it between the fielders. So just 2 from Arlene Kelly's opening over, 7 done, and the Typhoons are 27 without loss. Alana Dalzell will continue from the schoolhouse end. Lovely shot of the ground out here at Milverton Hills Cricket Club near Skerries in North Dublin. The sun is shining. A little bit windy, but we'll take it, especially after the few weeks we've had, or the 6 weeks I suppose more so. that we've had here in Ireland. Very wet weather. Good start from Dalzell. That's in and around where she needs to be, just back of a length, close enough to the stumps that she can't give any width to the batters. Well directed. Did use the pace of that one, so it must be quickening up out there, Sean, if she's able to play that shot.
Well, definitely, I think I wouldn't say chalk and cheese, but definitely easier batting conditions than what we had this morning. That's where we all thought it was a good toss to win for the Typhoons. Be a little bit disappointed they got 2 wickets early on. They didn't manage that break that partnership of Prendergast and Hunter any earlier.
There's a full toss. Forbes sends it leg side, but she didn't get enough of it by any means, and well, she's toiled hard and with loose delivery followed by a loose shot, and Arlene Kelly takes an easy catch in the deep, and Dalzell will probably the worst ball of her spell so far. She gets the breakthrough, takes the first Typhoons wicket.
Oh, Sarah Forbes will be really disappointed. But as you mentioned, not one of Dalzell's better deliveries. Full toss on leg stump, hitting up the hill. Yes, to the shorter boundary, but up the hill. Couldn't get all of it. Straight down the throat of Arlene Kelly, who takes the catch. Wonder if she could have tried to play it a little bit more in front of square. It's that bottom hand coming into it. And straight down to Arlene Kelly. They'll be disappointed to lose the first wicket in that manner. Will the Typhoons? Forbes has to go. It's 28 for 1.
Well, I think she just picked it up late, that full toss. That replay, that last one that we saw there, really showed how high in the bat she caught the ball, almost at the handle. So didn't give herself an opportunity to hit it very hard, Sarah Forbes. At the same kind of time, the Dragons were 25 for 2 in 7.2 overs. And the Typhoons are 28 for 1 in 7.3 overs. So just the 1 wicket and 3 runs in the difference at the same point, almost. Robin Searle comes out at number 3 for the Typhoons.
Well, it's not been an easy wicket to start on. They get used to the timing of it all day. So Robin Searle, the rest of the Typhoons batters, I'm sure will be trying to give themselves a little bit of time to get accustomed.
With her strength, Robin Searle is playing square on the offside. Any kind of width she'll get her hands through. It can be her downfall though, because if you can bowl a good length and moved away from her, she does tend to play at balls she shouldn't. So Karen Murray, I would be taking a big step to my right and be expecting a catch if Dalzell gets it in the right area. And that's not quite it, but Robin Searle opts to play that fuller delivery straight, which is what Forbes maybe is wishing she had done. So run rate now just over 3.5. The run rate required, slowly creeping up, but nothing to worry about too much yet for the Typhoons. That's a really good line to Searle. Struggles when it's that bit straighter. Can't get her hands through it. So a very good over from Dalzell. The first wicket of the Typhoons innings from it, just the 1 run as well. So after 8 overs, the Typhoons 28 for 1.
You would have noticed there all the Prendergast in extra cover. Position we actually see it quite a lot in, but very important position, particularly at a ground like this, when also you're defending the boundary that's going down the hill. And on a wicket like this as well, which is just not as easy to time it on. A few balls going in the air. We saw a couple of catches at extra cover earlier today. Always important to have your best fielders in and around the best positions, most important positions in a game, which change from part of the game. But at this stage, you'd imagine extra cover, one of the most important positions.
Kelly asking questions again. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And the funny thing about cricket is that the most important positions change very much depending on who's bowling, as well as the stage in the game. But extra cover pretty much always is a high traffic area. There's very few bowlers that don't get hit to extra cover a large percentage of the time.
I think it's almost a position as well where you feel there, you always feel like you're in the game as well for that point you mentioned, but also the fact that you can see a lot of the game, you can see a lot of the angles, you're in close proximity to the batters, to the bowlers, so you always get a sense like you're in the game. There's certain positions you feel, maybe out in the deep square on offside or leg side, where you might feel it is as important.
Well, I was fielding there actually on Tuesday in a club game, and it's remarkable how different it is for different batters as well. Marianne Masonda, who we're used to seeing bat for the Scorchers, plays her club cricket out here. She hits the ball an awful lot straighter than most because she's so strong, so physically strong, and her swing is so quick, so you have to go straighter for her. And then for other players who use their wrists a little bit more, hit it later, like we'll see from Robin Searle no doubt before long, you have to go squarer. So it's usually a position you want someone who'll read the game and move themselves a little bit. You want them fielding in there. So Orla Prendergast is obviously that for the Dragons, as well as one of the quicker fielders moving laterally, which of course is really important on the other side of the ground when it's running down the hill. So 3 dots to start out for Kelly so far. She was lucky with one of those. It was down leg side, found the pad of Atkinson. She looks like, well, we saw her in Pembroke in that game where she got 71 not out against the Scorchers, and she's excellent against the short ball in particular. So the Dragons will probably know that after that game, and they'll try to keep the ball up to her. And this kind of patient bowling from Kelly has gleaned her the first maiden of the Typhoons innings. And so after 9, they're still 28 for 1. So after taking the opening wicket of the innings, Lana Dalzell's, no surprise to see her continue from the schoolhouse end for the Dragons. How often do we see it? You bowl pretty well, and then a poor ball, you get a wicket.
I don't know why you're looking at me there.
Never happens to you. You only get them with the good balls, I'm sure, Hissy.
It's actually not a bad trait to have as a bowler, taking wickets, but just stumbling across wickets. It's often something labelled a little bit at Curtis Camphor in the men's game, where he just has this unique ability to just find a wicket bowl, nice straight lines, and make the batter make a mistake. It's not a bad trait to have, being a wicket taker.
It's certainly not.
Even with your poor deliveries.
It's usually something we're used to seeing from leg spinners, not so much away swing bowlers. There's that width that Robin Searle's looking for, and there's the good movement that we were talking about from Orla Prendergast. It's been a patient inning so far from Atkinson, 10 from 28 for her. So similar to where Bella Armstrong was for the Dragons. She perished on 10 from 26 deliveries. Good shape. So she's very much a batter that pounces on mistakes, Robin Searle. She'll keep it pretty simple for a very long time. So if they can keep on bowling straight at her, they'll put her under big pressure.
Well, straight seems to be the way the Dragons have to go, because any sort of width, and we saw forwards get a few away through the offside, Atkinson as well, any width seems to be a lot easier to score from. Gotta keep it tighter. No width or room to work with.
Where there's the length and the width. So squeezed out by Robin Searle. That sees her get off the mark. And just inside the first power play, even though they had the tougher conditions, the Dragons, unless the Typhoons can score a couple of boundaries here, the Dragons ahead of them in terms of runs scored, but one more wicket loss. So if the Dragons can take one more here, be well on top. Every time she plays that defensive shot, Georgia Atkinson, she takes that step forward as if she thinks it's going to be a run. I just never understand it until as soon as you hit that you're not getting down the other end. Well, chance and taken. It doesn't matter how you take them, Jess Mays. You just got to make sure it doesn't touch the ground when it goes in the air. And we just said if the Dragons could take another wicket, they'd be well on top. Pressure was piling on Atkinson. 10 from 29 deliveries. She got the straighter one. She thought she'd try and lift it over the bowler's head, but she didn't get enough of it and sent it straight into mid-on's hands. And that's the Typhoon's second wicket.
And it's Dazelle again. I was just going to mention the run rate required just before that delivery, which is now up around 5. So the pressure was building. Doesn't get anywhere near enough of it. And a good catch, just about, from Jess Mays. And it's definitely the Dragons' power play. Typhoons, after 10, are 29 for 2.
Pressure really telling for the Typhoons there. Lost their second wicket just at the end of the first power play. Put in all the hard yards there, George Atkinson. And off the final delivery of the first power play, she goes for 10 from 30 deliveries, so faced exactly half of the opening 10 overs. And with that, we'll say goodbye to Sean Hussey for the moment. And welcome back Stephen Alkin into the commentary tent.
Hi, Izzy.
Hi, Stephen.
Yeah, great similarity between the starts of these two innings.
Yeah, Laura Delaney now out to the middle, and similar to the Dragons lineup, this is what you'd imagine is somewhat the engine room of the Typhoons lineup. Rebecca Stokel to come as well for the Typhoons. So between those three, they'd be hoping to score most of the remaining runs that they need. It's been pressure from Arlene Kelly, I think, that's created that final wicket there. Well, not final, that last one that we've just seen. Alana Dalzell, of course, taking the wicket, but Arlene Kelly has really given nothing away. She'll continue for her third over from the clubhouse end. Robin Searle on strike. And straight away.
You know, watching the first 10 overs, it just strikes me that the Dragons are more aggressive in their fielding. They're more accurate. There's been hardly a misfield. Whenever catches have come their way, they've taken, and it's those little things that make the difference.
Well, they did opt the Typhoons to bowl first, but they were much more difficult fielding conditions that they took on than the Dragons. And the wet ball, I mean, you really can't overstate it. It's not just that the ball is wet when it's coming into your hands, but it's how it moves over the surface on the grass that caused a lot of problems for the Typhoons, a lot of unforced errors, especially in the first 25 overs, I'd say. It started drying up then. But the Dragons have much easier conditions. And so, you know, it was a funny one. Maybe good toss to lose. That one too short from Kelly. Into position very quickly is Robin Searle, so she'll get a couple for her efforts.
Well, these two did really well against the Dragons back in mid-June. Laura Delaney scored 127 off 118 deliveries, and Robin Searle 73 off 120. So they'll have good memories of this bowling attack, which is always good short memories too. you know, it's something that really makes you feel positive and confident.
Yeah, it's like scoring runs in a ground as well. You like going back there. You always have good memories of scoring a century or a 50 or particular shots that worked on a ground or a wicket.
Good, accurate bowling from Kelly. She's giving very little away.
Well, just 4 from her 3 overs so far and 1 delivery to go in the third. So that we talked earlier about bowling in partnerships, and she's someone who pretty much bowls well with everybody because she's quite an unselfish bowler, just metronomic in how she goes about things.
And another accurate delivery to end the over. None for 4 off 3. The pressure building with bowling like that. 31 for 2 after 11 overs. Delaney yet to score, and Searle just 3 off 13 deliveries. So they're finding it very hard, the Typhoons.
Well, Delaney yet to face a delivery, but she won't have wanted to come out this early. It looked like they were going about things pretty well, Sarah Forbes and George Atkinson, and then that full shot from Forbes really gave her wicket away. She'll be sitting back at the clubhouse wondering just what she was thinking, to be honest. It was a full toss. She could have hit it anywhere. So she'll be disappointed not to have gone on from that steady start, 14 from 23. A couple of good boundaries for her.
So a change of bowling here. Zara Craig coming into the attack for the Dragons. Lana Dalzell with 2 for 18 off her 5 overs, but making way here.
Sarah Craig won't be a bowler that Laura Delaney has faced too much of. Playing from Eglinton. Bowled really well in the Under-19 World Cup recently in South Africa. Bowled and batted well. She was a standout player for Ireland. So one of the bright lights for Northwest cricket is that required run rate creeps up above 5.
And we saw earlier the Dragons were batting around 5 for most of their innings. Once they picked up the pace with Prendergast and Hunter.
Left 4 overs unbatted though, so that will cost them in that, because the first 10 overs went just under 4s and they went at 5s for most of the time, but you can't leave over 4 overs and keep that run rate up above 5.
It's early stages in this 50 over league, the Evoke series. This is just match number 4. There'll be 5 more after this. So we haven't even reached the halfway point. Currently the Dragons lead after 2 matches with 1 win and 1 no result. They've got 6 points. Typhoons have had 1 win and 1 loss, but they had a bonus point in their win, so they've got 5 points. And Scorchers yet to win.
Yeah, not often we say that. Scorchers dominating the Evoke Super Series of the last number of years. That's gone up that hill that we've talked about at length, so just a couple for Searle. You can almost leave it vacant because you can chase nearly anything down up that hill.
Yet 2 runs to her name, 5 or 15 for her. She'll be anxious to up her scoring rate. Zara Craig continuing the theme here for the Dragons, who are bowling very accurately. And again, right on the stumps, just turned to square leg for a single. 35 for 2 after 12 overs. Searle on 6, Delaney on 1. And so far, all the honours to the Dragons. Run rate so far. 2.92 required rate, just over 5. That target of 227 looking quite a long way away.
50 overs looking a long way away as well, though, so lots of time for the Typhoons. Might be a case of waiting for a matchup that works for either Delaney or Searle.
Arlene Kelly continuing from the pavilion end. So far, the only bowler to bowl a maiden in this match so far.
I think there was a wicket maiden, wasn't there? Georgia Atkinson, her first over the wicket. So the first maiden,
yeah, the first maiden. Yeah, correct.
But we had a
well
wicket
remembered,
maiden.
is it? Yeah, there was one other wicket maiden.
Yeah, so different. This is the first maiden without a wicket.
She's doing really well. Batters showing the bowlers some great respect. Batting correctly, trying to build up the innings, knowing that they've got plenty of overs to go. Nicely played.
That was the change up from Marlene Kelly. Rolled the fingers over it, but it was recognised by Searle. Just dabs it down to third. That's her leg cutter, Marlene Kelly.
Couple of runs to Searle.
It's interesting to see the different way Searle and Delaney are going about it compared with Hunter and Prendergast at a similar stage in their innings. They found it quite easy to turn over the strike from straight away, whereas Delaney and Searle not finding it quite as simple.
Another nice late cut through the gap between point and backward point. Another couple of runs. Not too many boundaries in this reply so far, so they're having to run a lot, these two batters.
Yeah, they haven't had much width to play with. That's what you want on this ground because it's much shorter square than it is straight. So good disciplined bowling.
And that one just moved a little off the pitch. Fielded by Leah Paul at backward point.
It's good. It's interesting to see Kelly's using her change-ups quite early in the innings. We didn't really see that from the Typhoons, but it is a wicket that should offer something to any cutters or slower balls.
Again played nicely late down to third. Searle will keep the strike and move to 11 at the end of 13 overs. 40 for 2. Delaney 1 not out. Searle on 11 on a very pleasant afternoon. Though there's a fresh breeze blowing.
I think it's a case of finding the right spot in the ground, isn't it? I'm sure the locals will know exactly where to go to avoid that breeze. Get all the sunshine and none of the wind.
Well, Robin Searle can accumulate a lot of runs, but not necessarily the basher type. She tends to accumulate rather than smash.
Well, she's been made to look a little uncomfortable by Zara Craig here, who bowls the ball into the pitch, and it looks like he's getting a bit of seam movement in towards the right-hander. And because Searle is so strong through the offside, she's trying to stay leg side of it and getting herself into a bit of a tangle.
Probably thinking about that short boundary behind her up the hill, just 43 yards away. Nicely played, but straight to the cover fielder. No run.
I wonder if she could try to just clip that into the leg side rather, because the ball is coming into her from Craig. So if she can step in, we saw Amy Hunter do it really well in her innings. She'd step across to off and work it into the leg side.
Thought about coming down the pitch there, but good length delivery from Craig. Again, not splitting the field. The ground fielding by the Dragons has been outstanding so far.
They've had 2 chances, taken them both.
More forceful shot there, beats the fielder this time and runs away to the boundary. And it's her first 4 of the innings, and a very important moment perhaps in this reply.
2 full, 2 wide, and exactly into the hitting arc of Robin Searle. It's exactly where she wanted it. She'd been sweating on that fuller, wider one, and she finally got it and made the most of it when it came.
Just rocking back there, but this time straight to Leah Paul in the covers. No run. Searle on 15. Delaney yet to get going really, although she's motioning to the pavilion that she'd like a drink. She's hardly been out there for more than a few minutes. And that one's pulled away backward of square and racing up the hill, but good bit of fielding.
The older Prendergast, she's very quick, needed to be to keep that one inside the ropes. Just the 2 runs to the total, 6 from it. And after 14, the Typhoons are 46 for 2.
Could be a good match this. The run rate just now up to 3.29. Starting to accelerate a little.
Yeah, they won't want to leave it too long before they continuously get above that current run rate. They need to make sure they keep that required run rate down around 5 or a little bit lower if possible. And the later they leave it, the more difficult that becomes. We're going to see a change in bowling now from the clubhouse end. It's Cara Murray bowling her leg spin. So this could be a good matchup for Laura Delaney. Likes to move her feet. That being said, so George Atkinson was very successful from this end bowling leg spin. So I wonder will Cara Murray have had a look at that and decide to bowl at a slower pace than she usually does, because that's what Atkinson did to great effect in the first innings.
So a couple of wickets for Dalzell. 46 for 2 in the 15th. And that one's cut away strongly. Got the covering fielder out there. Means it's only 1.
She has 2 main areas of strength, Laura Delaney. That's one of them, the cut shot. So anything wide, she'll look to use that. And then if it's straighter, especially for a spinner, she'll come down and try and hit straight. So mid-on, up, that might be an area.
No, nice delivery. Just moving away off the pitch and beating the outside edge of Robin Searle's bat. The same ball again, but this time bowled straighter. Very nice bowling from Murray.
Good reply from Searle. She's taking a look, just taking her time to see how the ball is coming off the pitch. Somewhat tennis ball bounce we've seen so far from the spinners.
That one was hit firmly, but again straight to the fielder.
They've packed that area. Have the Dragons, they know the strength of Robin Searle. It's square of the wicket, so 3 fielders operating in that area.
And again, she can't split the field. So it's good bowling, firm batting, but so far without success. Pressure mounting, perhaps. And a play and a miss there. So a fine first over from Murray. Just 1 run coming from it. Searle at the end of it. 17 off 33 deliveries. Delaney 2 off 4. And after 15 overs, it's 47 for 2. After 15 overs, the Dragons were 69 for 2. We're going to have a drinks break. And we'll be back with the continuation of the Typhoons' reply in a few moments. And you're welcome back after that short drinks break. Typhoons 47 for 2 in reply to the 227 all out for the Dragons. Be a huge win this for the Dragons if they can achieve it. Will give them a little bit of breathing space. Matches coming up in this 50 over series. The Evoke series Sunday week, August 20th, Dragons will take on the Scorchers in the ward in Belfast. And then it'll be the Scorchers against the Typhoons on Tuesday the 29th. That match in Claremont Road in Dublin 4. And the series will be concluded on Sunday the September the 17th with the Scorchers against the Dragons in Oak Hill in County Wicklow, which is always a nice place to go to, if the sun shines, of course. So it's Sarah Craig continuing from the schoolhouse end. Delaney back on strike. That run rate required is a key stat on your screen at the bottom of the picture. They won't want it to go over 6, that's for sure. And little ramp shot round the corner for a single.
Yeah, good innovation from Laura Delaney. Stayed in a good position there, got her head behind the ball. Just a couple of runs, but because of that hill, the Dragons operating without someone in 45.
Delaney moves to 4. Searle on 17. And this time it's cut to backward point. But Leah Paul is there. I like the way the Dragons fielders fire the ball into the wicketkeeper. There's lots of intent and aggression about the way they field. one just a little down the leg side and turned around the corner. With a couple of runs for Delaney.
Just talking about that return throw, it's something that kind of has gone out of the game the last 10 years or so, but it used to always be the way when there were a lot less runs scored in a way. In the first 10 overs in particular, when the field is up, always had to return to the wicketkeeper and everyone had to run around and back up. It was a big feature of the game. And then T20 came in and that kind of went out of it because you didn't have enough time to be messing around with the ball. It was all about bowling your overs in the allotted time.
And there isn't a lot of time in this Evoke 50 over series, but it's very rarely breached. Generally, the run rate, the over rate is very quick.
Yeah, so 16 overs gone. That's 52 for 2. Just catch up there on your screen momentarily. But Zara Craig, she's come on and she's hit the deck pretty hard, but Laura Delaney has come up with a plan quite quickly, and it's something that maybe we didn't see from Atkinson and Cyril so far, where they've recognised the plan of the bowler and come up with a counter-attack. She's played a couple of those ramp shots to try and put Craig off her line. Cara Murray now bowling her second over.
Wide-ish delivery, but again a diving stop in the covers. This time by Prendergast.
I was going to say, couldn't get it past Prendergast, even though it was their left-hand side. So good commitment from the Dragons. They desperate to get another win and give themselves an opportunity for a first title in this Evoke Super 50 Cup.
A little bit shorter that time, outside the leg stump and pulled away. But the covering fielder is Aoife Fisher. And just a single again for Cyril. Big difference in this third wicket partnership than we saw earlier between Orla Prendergast and Amy Hunter, who were hungry to get after the bowlers and swat it to the boundary. Here's a chance. One over the top, up the hill.
Well, I'm not sure about a chance. A chance at a maximum for Laura Delaney.
Well, that's what I was thinking of. A chance to hit it.
Well, she hung it up there, Cara Murray, and Laura Delaney. She stayed leg side of it, got her hands right through it. Heaved it over the long on boundary. Sweet strike.
That's nearly 80 yards, that boundary. It's the longest boundary here in the hills. Good comeback. Excellent comeback from Murray. Very short and wide, but straight to the fielder again. Jess Mays backward of point, but there's an overthrow. Rare mistake by the Dragons in the field.
Well, that's the problem with always returning. There was absolutely no reason to throw that to Amy Hunter. When there's nobody backing up, it probably wasn't worth the risk from Jess Mays. So she's really thrown away the single there.
And that one's come off the outside edge. Another single to Cyril. And the best over so far for the Typhoons in their reply. 9 coming from that over from Murray. She's now none for 10 off 2. 60 for 2 the score after 17. Cyril on 19 and Delaney scoring now at a run of ball 13 off 13. Maybe a sign that these two batters have played themselves in now and they're going to take the game to the Dragons.
Well, we're outside the first power play, so that means 4 fielders can be outside the ring. And I think the Dragons have probably dropped them out too soon. They're worried about twos and boundaries. And so just offering up too many scoring options nearly for the Typhoons to rotate the strike.
Turned nicely fine there by Cyril for another single. important that they keep their wickets intact. If they have to increase the tempo, always better to have wickets in hand. Nice shot, but again straight to Paul at cover point.
Well, she'll be disappointed there, Delaney. That's a big scoring area for her. She should be able to get that either side of Paul for at least a run, if not a couple.
And again, carbon copy. Leah Paul only just inside the ring. But the shot firmly hit straight to her. Never a chance for a single there. It's good bowling by Craig, though. She's keeping it outside the off stump, not allowing them to hit to leg. Good length deliveries.
Well, after the previous over, Laura Delaney lifted the ball over her shoulder a couple of times for two. Craig is keeping it outside off, but a well-weighted shot from Laura Delaney there allowed her to get through for the single.
And good defensive shot from Cyril. Very accurate bowling again from Zara Craig.
Well, I think this over shows you why the over rate's not usually an issue in women's cricket. The run-ups tend to be that bit shorter. The circle is closer as well, so the ball gets back to the bowler nice and quickly. So you don't have those long run-ups at the opening 15 overs.
Shorter ball pulled away, beats the infield and runs away to the boundary. Cyril, with her just her second boundary of the innings, goes to 20. Delaney on 14, at 24 rather, and at the end of that over.
Just short, too short from Craig. Didn't get up actually, so Robin Cyril did well to catch up with it, send it past the mid-wicket fielder, and doesn't matter how quick you are, you're not catching that one or the Prendergast. So disappointing for Craig to close out that over with a boundary. Never how you want to hand over to your bowling partner. And after 18, 66 for 2.
And that run rate just going up a little. That was uppish. Just landed short of Arlene Kelly, who was coming in from a deepish mid-wicket position.
I think she was trying to hit that in between deep mid-wicket and long on, Laura Delaney. So a little bit quicker than she was expecting.
Tossing it up more there, Murray. Firmly to mid-on.
Clive McCartney will be disappointed she didn't manage to pick that one up cleanly, because it was a rather sharp single they decided to take there. It would have been interesting to see if she'd thrown at the non-striker's end, if Cyril would have been in any trouble.
That's a good shot. Beats mid-on, into the gap, running away up the hill. And a fine boundary from Delaney, whose runs scored now are greater than the balls faced.
Beautifully timed. Just clips this one. Doesn't try to overhit it. Makes sure she gets it between mid-wicket and mid-on. And look how quickly that's gone to the boundary. And stark difference between the first innings and this one.
And Murray with a very wide delivery down that leg side.
That's her change-up. Not really where she meant to bowl it. Her change-up's a quick off-spinner, or sometimes she bowls a cross-seam delivery. Often bowls it after she's been hit for a boundary. Amy Hunter did well to collect.
Tried to toss that one up, but it was just a big full toss, pulled away to mid-wicket for another single. This is proving to be a very expensive over.
You can just see Laura Delaney at the non-striker's end there, having a look at the umpires about whether that was a no ball. She felt it should be, but they haven't given it.
Short this time, punched out to the cover boundary. Prendergast gets it in, just a single.
After a really good first over that just went for one, it's been A couple of expensive ones from Murray, 9 from her second one, 9 so far from her third.
And this one swept nicely. Was well outside the leg stump, but a boundary is the result, and Delaney goes to 24 off 20. And all of a sudden, this partnership is accelerating.
Yeah, good decision from Laura Delaney. She could have let that one go through and taken the wide, but she recognised there was a big gap there and decided to help herself to 4 more down the hill. There's never a chance of chasing it down. And after 19, the Typhoons are 79 for 2.
13 coming from that over. One of the most expensive of the day, if not the most expensive over of the day. And all of a sudden, the run rate is 4.16 and the required rate has slipped under 5.
So changing the bowling now again from the schoolhouse end. Jess May's coming on for her first bowl of the day. She can be a bit wayward, Jess Mays, but she does bowl a heavy ball into the pitch, and you'd imagine that on this wicket she'll get some seam movement. So it might be a shortish spell. I'd use her in 3, maybe 4 over spells if I was captaining her. She has a very whippy action, takes a lot of energy. She is a wicket-taking bowler.
Cyril on strike on 26. And he beats her outside the off. Nicely taken by Amy Hunter. Good start for Mays. That one a little bit wider and punched into the gap. Arlene Kelly, the fielder, just a run for Cyril.
Yeah,
Goes
Cyril
to 27.
Coming down to speak to Laura Delaney about what she was facing. They won't have faced Jess Mays too often. She's one of the few northern or players from the NCU that doesn't come down and play in the Leinster League, so she doesn't play the club cricket down here. The likes of Laura Delaney and Robin Searle wouldn't face her week in, week out.
Plays her club cricket with CSNI, Civil Service. As does Aoife Fisher. Both in this Dragons starting 11. Oh, that always going to be a wide, well outside. So a free ball here for Delaney. Not a free hit, but an extra delivery. You can see the wind whipping through those trees at the far end. Good fielding to prevent the single.
She does tend to bowl a couple of wide deliveries, Jess May, so she has to make sure she bowls those dots, 3 of them so far this over, kind of to offset those wider deliveries.
That's good bowling, good length, good line. Delaney's got her eye in. You can be sure that anything that gives her a chance to swing, she will. Good bowling again to finish off a tidy over, just the wide and the single from it. At the end of 20 overs, the Typhoons 81 for 2. After 20 overs, Dragons were 103 for 2. So both sides rather similarly placed. Current run rate for the Typhoons 4.05. The run rate required under 5. And here's a look at the card. Forbes and Atkinson going to Dalzell. But this excellent partnership has seen Cyril and Delaney turn the innings around, and we've got quite a game on here. Joining me in the commentary box, Sean Hussey. You've been out watching. What have you found? What have you seen? Ian McCartney has come into the attack.
The afternoon,
Dragons.
afternoon, Stephen. Afternoon, everyone.
Short ball pulled away strongly by Delaney, and that's gone all the way down the hill for 4. She goes to 28. The score to 86 for 2.
Yeah, powerful shot from Laura Delaney, and that's one thing, having been out and around the ground, realising how far in some of those fielders are off the rope, trying to cut down the second run, and they just did the undoing there as Laura Delaney found the boundary.
There's been a very good increase in the tempo from the Typhoons. So far, a chanceless innings for these two, Delaney and Cyril. Two of the best batters in the Typhoons lineup. So a lot of this run chase depending on them clicking today. Oh, it's a poor delivery. Short and pulled away firmly down the hill. There is a cover fielder out there, but it's a couple more runs for Robin Cyril.
Yeah, that's actually poor running. They should well have picked up 3 there. Probably didn't anticipate early that that was going to pull up short of the rope. Definitely chalk and cheese between the outfield at the start of the day and the outfield now. Very much quicker. You get more value for your shots.
Better line on that ball. A little bit short, but Cyril unable to beat the infield. And that short ball pulled away. And that's Arlene Kelly in the deep. Dragons making sure they cover that leg side boundary down the hill. The end of the 21st over. Expensive one for McCartney. 9 coming off it. Cyril on 31. Delaney 29. 90 for 2 off 21. And after a very sedate start, these two are really setting about that 227 to win.
And the one thing that will probably annoy the Dragons is how easily they've gone about this rebuild. Need to try and find a wicket.
Played nice and late to third.
But that's definitely been a feature, having walked around the ground. It's definitely the pitches starting to quicken up, dry out, and more shots are going behind square. You saw the couple of paddle shots Laura Delaney played, changing the field around. Laura Delaney's been good. Wonderful 6 a few overs ago off Cara Murray. These two are going about it well.
And that one finds the gap. Good chase there by Arlene Kelly to cut it off.
May actually well be a day for the boundary riders to swap every couple of overs, because they're getting through a mountain of work out in the deep, particularly protecting the large boundary, the bigger boundary of the two.
Delaney, the quicker of these two, scoring at more than a run of ball. And that one straight to mid-wicket, where Alana Dalzell is the fielder. Down the leg side and pulled away. Coming up the hill, so chance to have it cut off. Cian McCartney, the fielder, another couple of runs.
Yeah, it's clever from Laura Delaney, just realising the ball's down the leg side, just helping it on its way.
Very similar pattern to this innings as we saw in the Dragons innings. A couple of wickets and then a big partnership. And it's a question really of how long these two can stay together, because they're the most important partnership of this innings for sure. Better delivery that time. Straight into the covers.
Really good running though from Laura Delaney. Really good. Just puts the pressure back on the Dragons. And I have to say, if these two, 130 runs now required, if these two can get it down to 2 figures, I think the Typhoons will really fancy their chances of a successful run chase.
Well, that one was well down the leg side, and once Robin Searle didn't get bat on ball, it was always going to be called a wide. Second wide of this over from Jess Mays. No run this time. Leah Paul coming in quickly from point, the end of the 22nd over. Mays' 2 overs have gone for 10 runs. Searle on 32, Delaney 34, 98 for 2 off 22. These two have put on 69 together. There's the bowling for the Dragons. Prendergast has only bowled 3 overs for 9 runs, very economical. Kelly also just 9 runs off her 4 overs. And you just wonder if the likes of Mays and McCartney, if they bowl for much longer, if they're just really going to hand back the initiative to the Typhoons. Maybe they need to bring on some of their top bowlers again just to slow down the flow. There's another boundary from Delaney, who moves to 38, and that's the 100 up for the Typhoons in this run chase.
Yeah, poor delivery. And there was a good effort from Aoife Fisher in the deep. Not easy. Just pulled away by Laura Delaney. Powerful shot. Knew instantly she had the boundary. Up to the, over the 100 mark. This is good. Partnership, run the ball, 73. Outstanding from this pair. Laura Delaney scored quickly. Just taking the pressure off Searle at the other end.
Again, it's too short, too easy for a batter of Delaney's class. Great stop, though, on the boundary. Super work out there by Aoife Fisher. Just a couple this time. 104 for 2. Delaney goes to 40.
Brilliant fielding. Absolutely outstanding from Aoife Fisher in the deep, because that's what they need, the Dragons. They're going to have to claw back some way. Going to have to take wickets, build pressure. Can't afford any mistakes in the field. Wonderful work by Aoife Fisher. Saves her side 2 runs.
Big pressure on McCartney, and it's another wide. So that's 6 off the bat and a wide at the start of this over. Young player, still an under 17. Big pressure on here. That was better. Good comeback. Still, they get the single. Excellent running by Searle and Delaney.
Yeah, good running, but you have to question how that's able to be a single from a Dragons point of view. Not able to build any pressure whatsoever.
was well outside the off stump, but Cyril unable to make contact.
Again, just showing how hard that cut shot has been today on this wicket, in particular to the spinners. A little bit of movement there from McCartney though. Bit of spin.
And that was very straight. I thought there might be a stronger appeal there, but only the bowler seemed interested.
The wicketkeeper going down leg is often a guide for umpires, so umpire Kennedy unmoved.
And that one is down the leg side and turned around to find leg, where Bella Armstrong can keep it down to a single. Cyril 33, Delaney 41. A very expensive over from McCartney once more. Her 2 overs have cost 18 runs. And after 23, 107 for 2. And the Typhoons are well in charge here. That run rate has, for the first time, gone above the run rate required. So they only have to score at 4.5 and over to get to the 227 target. Jess Mays to continue. It's in pressure situations like this that you find out what your bowlers are made of. So this is a big test for Mays and McCartney. 2 of the younger players in this Dragons lineup. Cut fine down to third. Fisher is there, just a single to Cyril this time. She's playing a very good second fiddle to the leader of this band, Laura Delaney.
Batting so often, like bowling, have to bat a partnership, bowling a partnership. They only need 119 more, the Typhoons. That's what their good work at the end of the first innings has enabled them. A little bit of time, no real scoreboard pressure. That run rate required now down at 4.5. Very, very manageable.
Nicely played into the gap for a single. Moves Delaney to 42. And 109 for 2, the total.
To just feel like they're lacking a little bit of inspiration. Just need something to happen. The Dragons.
Oh, that was way down the leg side. Great work by Kia McCartney on the boundary to stop the 4. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 24, 111 for 2. That Mays over going for 4. Her 3 overs have cost 14. But these batters looking very set. And there's a bit of a confab going on between Leah Paul and some of her teammates about what they should do to break this partnership, which is probably the winning and the losing of this match at the end of the day.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go back to Arlene Kelly. So one of their premier bowlers. Leah Paul realising the stage of the game very much in the hands currently of the Typhoons, particularly with how well Delaney and Searle are complementing each other. Always think as a bowling side, as someone defending a total, as soon as that run's required, gets under 100, the game starts to get out of control just a little bit. You're only a couple of overs away couple of bad overs away from the winning and losing of a game. As you said, that run rate required in a very manageable position. These two scoring freely. So they've gone back to Kelly, crucially.
And that's out to the cover fielder on the boundary. Orla Prendergast. Single to Delaney. She goes to 43. Cyril on strike on 36. Wicket a must for the Dragons. Good delivery. They have to break this partnership.
Yeah, and I think that's why, even just to build some pressure, these two just try and bowl on over to Robin Searle and keep her under pressure. And I think that's why they've gone back to Kelly. Kelly's only bowled 4 overs as well, so you're thinking her final 6 overs in 2 spells. So you're thinking Leopold maybe giving her an over here, maybe 2 overs. Can she find the breakthrough? If not, you've still got plenty of overs from her to come, 4 in fact. So they just need to do that. Just need to find a way of building dots, keeping the pressure on. Particularly try and freeze out Laura Delaney a little bit. She's had it all her own way so far. Robin Searle a little bit slower. It's been building up. And they just freeze out the Irish captain. Keep her at the non-striker's end.
Good delivery. Nice little away movement from Kelly.
Yeah, really good. And immediately when you bring on one of your strike bowlers in a second spell, you want them to hit the mark immediately. And she has done. There's 1 run from the first 4 deliveries.
Very accurate, straight to mid-on. Sharp fielding from Murray. Got to build some pressure. Make it difficult for the batters. I'd like to see a few more overs from Orla Prendergast as well. She's only bowled 3 overs. The key is to break this partnership. That's the winning and losing of the match. Lovely late cut down to third. Single to Cyril, who moves to 37. And a very good over from Kelly, just 2 off it. None for 11 of her 5 overs. Now, who's going to bowl this next over?
Well, we're at the halfway mark. And it's almost that the Typhoons need to just double their score. They need 114 more. They have 113 on the board. Now, the issue with bringing Arlene Kelly back from one end is you have to make sure the bowler from the other builds pressure as well. Just when we talk about bowling and partnerships. Neil Paul there just having a conversation.
It's Jess Mays who's going to come back into the attack.
Yeah, well, Jess Mays to continue.
Her first 3 overs went for 14. Straight to mid-off, no run. Robin Cyril, a very technically good batter, but not a quick free scoring player like Laura Delaney. So good accurate bowling is what's required here to keep her quiet.
Yeah, good fielding there from Cara Murray, anticipating almost before that ball was hit. She had to move a little bit straighter. Does well. This is what they need, dots from both ends. Just have to build the pressure, try and eke out a wicket.
Again, good delivery, right on the stumps. Now Laura Delaney coming down to have a chat with Robin Cyril. Probably something like, it's fine, you're doing well. Keep it going. They don't need to panic. They're in control of this match. The Typhoons.
Well, 100%. They do not need to panic. They probably got two of the more experienced players out there now. So I can't imagine they'll be pressing any sort of panic button or emergency buttons yet. Plenty of overs, plenty of time to get these remaining 114 runs for victory.
Down the leg side. Off the pads of wicketkeeper Hunter. Yeah, Mays being accurate from one end, complemented with Arlene Kelly from the other. That looked like an inside edge, which has gone fine. Just a single to Cian McCartney.
Well, it's actually signalled boys, so it's beaten everyone. So it's good bowling this from Jess Mays. Really just targeting the stumps, bowling at full, not allowing any width. Almost a case of if you miss, I'll hit. Didn't quite happen that time.
Delaney on strike and hitting it nice and firm to wideish mid-off. Good stop there by Murray. Just a single, but Delaney keeps the strike. She moves to 44. Mays with a good tight over. None for 16 off her 4. 116 for 2 the score. 26 overs gone. And will they continue with Kelly? Yeah, it's Kelly who's going to continue from the pavilion end. Her 7th over. 10, of course, the maximum in a 50-over game for any one bowler. And you can see there still 7 Dragons fielders inside the circle. Leah Paul was quite deep there in the circle, and again they took a single when perhaps fielding a little more aggressively could have prevented it. Nice late cut, but there is a fielder at short third. Good cricket all round there. It was a good ball, well played, good fielding. Kelly into her 6th over now. The run rate just below the run rate required. Again, good running between these two. Cyril getting the single, bringing Delaney back on strike. Just past the halfway mark of this run chase. 109 still required. 8 wickets in hand. No need for the Typhoons to panic. Just take the singles when they come. And the odd bad ball. And that's all they need, really. It's that simple, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is, because they're in control and they've done a lot of the hard yards. These two, as I mentioned before, they complemented each other really well. And it just means they can play off Arlene Kelly, say, when she comes back in for a second spell.
Very wide outside the off stump. Fielder on the boundary at third. Another single to Cyril, who moves to 39. Delaney on 46. These two getting closer to that century partnership. Just 9 short of it now. That one squirted off the bat. And a couple more to the total. Delaney on 48, Cyril on 39. Kelly's 6th over goes for 6. None for 17 for her. 122 for 2 off 27 overs. 23 overs to go. And there is an interesting graphic. You can see both sides lost 2 wickets early on. And while the Typhoons are slightly under, if they keep the wickets in hand, they should get the points here.
And what will disappoint the Dragons, as we mentioned before, they didn't bat the full complement. So you can see that the Typhoons are behind in that graphic. But they're actually not behind the game at all because the run rate required only 4.5. The issue with the Dragons is they didn't bat the full 50 overs. So it doesn't matter how good your run rate required is. It's, in the first inning, it's all about making sure you bat your full complement.
Good firm shot into the deep from Cyril. She moves into the 40s with another couple.
Yeah, it's all a little bit too easy. And as we mentioned all day, that we thought the pitch, as soon as the sun came out and the wind, that the pitch was going to dry out, become a lot easier for batting. Now, these two have made it look easy with how they played, but it definitely has been the case. Quicker outfield maybe would have cost the Dragons 20-30 runs earlier today. With a slow outfield.
Dalzell back into the attack and almost getting through. Cyril chopping down on that one rather late.
Yeah, good bowling. And I like this move from the captain, Leah Paul. Has to try and find a wicket. Only 103 runs left for the Typhoons for victory. So you just have to find a way of just breaking this partnership. Dalzell's already got 2. Can't she get a 3rd?
Nicely played, fine past the fielder inside the circle. Fisher gathers, but again, a couple of runs to Robin Cyril.
Right, there's a telltale sign that that pitch is getting easier to bat on. A little bit more pace in the wicket, just able to guide that, find the gap, pick up a couple. Really good from Robin Cyril. Typhoons in a really good position.
Better delivery that time. Straight to Bella Armstrong in the covers. No run. Cyril on 43, Delaney on 48. Century partnership looming. It's just like it was a few hours ago with Prendergast and Hunter. Down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Very well taken by Amy Hunter. But another one added to the score. And this Dalzell over, while there's been a couple of good balls, still 5 have come from it, and there's still 2 deliveries left. Nicely punched into the deep. Cyril moves to 44. And that total required is now under 100.
And that's when, as a defending side, as a side trying to defend their total, as soon as it gets under 3 figures on the big scoreboard, always just the momentum shifter.
Turned nicely to leg by Delaney. She goes to 49. That's the 100 partnership. 129 for 2. It was 29 for 2 when these two came together. And that's a superb effort. 100 off 108 balls in just over an hour.
But we definitely thought after the final wicket, or the second wicket fell at the final ball of the power play in the 10th over, at 29 for 2 after 10. You did think the Dragons won that power play. As we see a change of bone, looks like Orla Prendergast, and it is going to come back into the attack. When she was bowling up top with Alana Dazelle, it did feel like the Dragons won that part of the game. Only bowled 3 overs, Prendergast, but definitely you would have thought after 10 overs they'd be the happier of the two sides. And the last 18 overs or so from the Typhoons, they've been pretty pitch perfect, 100-run partnership. Delaney on the eve of a 50. What will annoy the Typhoons is plenty of extras in there and mistakes. So they're in a comfortable position, the Typhoons. Their own heads that think they should be winning this from here.
Yeah, it would take quite a comeback for the Dragons to prevail. Delaney has just reached her 50 with that single into the covers. 50 or 42 deliveries. A fine innings from the Ireland international, and ably backed up by Robin Cyril in this century partnership. That was much better from Prendergast. Well pitched up, beating the outside edge.
Very unlucky Prendergast not to find the breakthrough there, but just as Laura Delaney brought up her 50, just dropping it into point and running. From the Dragons' point of view, they can't keep allowing that to happen. Leopold sitting at the edge of the ring. And now you're trying to protect the short boundary to the offside, but you've got to try and be in, cutting off the single. And they keep building pressure.
Nice delivery. A little bit of lift off a just back of a length ball. It's wickets they need, though. Dot balls aren't enough. Once this partnership is broken and you maybe get a couple of wickets, it's a whole different ball game.
Well, that's why Prendergast is back into the attack. Can she find a wicket for her captain Leopold, who's rung the changes in the last few overs? They're certainly looking for the breakthrough.
Down the leg side and clipped away to the backward square leg. Another single for Cyril. 45 for her, 50 for Delaney. Prendergast, whose first 3 overs went for just 9 runs.
Again, really, really good running from Laura Delaney, but they can't keep allowing that to happen, the Dragons. Just all looks a little bit flat.
They need to be a bit more aggressive in the field. It was something I was noticing when they were on top in the early part of the innings, but they're just allowing a little bit, far too many simple, quick singles to be taken. They all add up in the end. Just 94 required now. Lots of overs to go. Well stopped in the covers there by Bella Armstrong. And that's the end of the 29th over. Prendergast none for 13 from 4. Cyril on 45. Delaney imperious on 51. And both batters having a well-earned drink. This fine partnership that's been going now for about an hour and a quarter has turned the game completely around, and Typhoons very much the favourites from here to take the points. There's the equation at the bottom of your screen. Typhoons requiring 94 from 21 overs. Had just a shade under 4.5 and over. Alana Dalzell continuing from the schoolhouse end. Good delivery, well played by Delaney. Crucial toss at the end of the day. Typhoons won it, and Rebecca Stokel had no hesitation in putting the Dragons in. Couple of top balls to Delaney here. That hasn't happened too often in the last 5 to 10 overs. Firmly to mid-off, so no run, and that's out. Well, would you believe it? The breakthrough from a run out. Backing up at the far end, Robin Searle just came too far down the track, and what a throw. Stumps broken. The breakthrough is made at 133. And Robin Searle is out for 45. And that is an amazing turnaround, an amazing turning point perhaps in this match.
Yeah, brilliant by Cara Murray. But it's poor cricket from Robin Searle. Just so poor. Lazy, doesn't get the bat down. And a wonderful throw. And umpire Morrison in a really good position. No hesitation. But what a way for the Typhoons to throw away such a good partnership. Brilliant from Cara Murray, and that's why teams do have a shot at the stumps. And a big breakthrough. Breaks the partnership, which was a good one. Searle has to go for 45. It's time for a drink here in Milverton. Typhoons are 133 for 3 in the 30th over. Well, hello and welcome back to Milverton in North Dublin. And the Typhoons, well, they were in such a commanding position. And then the run out, a freak run out really in truth. Robin Searle didn't get back, having backed up a long way. Cara Murray from mid-off threw down the stumps. The big breakthrough of that wonderful partnership happened there on the eve of drinks. Such a poor piece of cricket from a Typhoons point of view. Sean Hussey here, joined alongside in the commentary box by Isabel Joyce, with the Typhoons, who were in a good position, was having to rebuild. Rebecca Stokel, their captain, the new batter to the middle. Good shot down the ground. Nora Delaney looks in good touch. And for all the changes to the bowling that Leah Paul made, it was a good piece of fielding by Cara Murray. That is made the breakthrough.
Well, they needed something, didn't they? Good afternoon, everybody. They were looking ominous together, Laura Delaney and Robin Searle. So it took something special to dislodge one of them. Rebecca Stoke will have to play herself in now. I think that, well, that's a decent over that from Dalzell. The run out from it, so it doesn't go to her name, but just the one run. After 30 overs, the Typhoons are at 134 for 3. But yeah, I think from an Irish perspective, you'd be happy to see Stokel out in the middle. They want some more batting time in her. But in terms of this game and winning it for the Typhoons, it'll be a disappointment in the Typhoons dressing room at the manner in which they lost the wicket. It was really a case of getting yourself out as opposed to the Dragons really getting them out.
Interestingly, sticking with Prendergast, but I think you're right. But also credit to Cara Murray, because oftentimes you just see batters allowed stroll out of their crease and just amble back in. Cara Murray made sure that wasn't the case. Sometimes it's really frustrating when you're fielding in the deep and you see players walk in singles. You just want to keep them honest and make sure they get back in.
Well, what I was going to say was also credit to umpire Gareth Morrison, because he was in an absolutely perfect position to give that decision. And all too often, umpires on the move. It's a tough gig, that getting into position for anyone throwing from mid-off or mid-on. So getting into the correct position so that he could fairly give it out. Because often, you know, for umpires, and having done it myself, it's very difficult to get in the right position, to have the wherewithal to get in the right place so that you can actually see the batter's bat and the line and the time that the ball hits the stump. So credit to him. Leading edge from Utter Prendergast, and this is exactly what the Typhoons will not have wanted. Just turned the bat face, leading edge, and Bella Armstrong, well, she wasn't going to make a mistake there. It's back-to-back wickets for the Typhoons, and after being well in the ascendancy, Dragons back on top.
Yeah, another catch to extra cover in the air. Just shows you almost two-paced nature of this wicket, slow wicket on all the rain. The leading edge, looking to play this leg side to Rebecca Stokel. Simplest of catches from Bella Armstrong, and all of a sudden from nowhere, Dragons 2 wickets in 2 overs. They're back in it. What have the Typhoons done? They lose their 4th wicket in the 31st over. Stokel goes for a duck. It's 135 for 4.
Well, Prendergast, you wondered would she be kept on with the ball in hand, and it was a good decision. It's borne out. It's been shown to be from Leah Paul. So Louise Little from Pembroke CC strides out to the middle. She does tend to come in at this kind of stage, but she's at a number 6 more as a hitter than a rebuilder. You'd have to say that's why she's in that position. So an uncomfortable one for her. She has to stick at it, perhaps play a little bit more within herself than we're used to seeing from her, playing against, but batting against her clubmate Orla Prendergast.
That just shows you're never out of the game. Me and Stephen talked about the mentality of getting the runs required down under 100, which they safely did, that partnership of Searle and Delaney. But just to throw it away, and well, it feels like a moment of madness. And then the wicket of Stoke, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot. So much pressure rests on Laura Delaney's shoulders. What's she capable of doing?
Incredible how often she's found Leah Paul there in point. She backed away from that one, wanting to hit through the offside.
But how often did they pick up a run from that one? Her and Sarah were in. All of a sudden the mentality just shifts a little bit. That one went quickly to Paul, of course, but plenty of singles to be had when Searle and Delaney were together at the middle.
Just lost the grip of that one, Orla Prendergast, as she sees the funny side of things. Easing the tension somewhat. Well, it's interesting you say the ease with which they found the singles, because before you came on, and Stephen and I were commentating between overs 10 and 20, well, it didn't look that easy. They weren't getting all the singles that they were looking for. And perhaps Louise Little needs to be aware that it takes a bit of time to find your way on this wicket. It won't be as easy to get singles maybe as some other games she's played in. Another good over from Prendergast, got the wicket of Stokel in it, 3 singles as well. So the Typhoons 31 overs gone, and they're 137 for 4.
And it just seems like with the wind and the pitch has dried out a little bit, there is a bit more pace in the wicket. We saw a couple of shots Sarah played behind square on the offside, a real indicator of that. And again, this is good from Leah Paul. Looks like it's going to be Arlene Kelly from the schoolhouse end. So they haven't allowed the game to drift when their Typhoons really seem to be in a commanding position. They rung the changes. Again, it's that run out that has changed this game. That's what will disappoint the Typhoons. But it's still very much in their hands with Laura Delaney there. But if she was to go, then you would feel maybe the Dragons are in pole position.
Well, current run rate just under 4.5, but in the last 10 overs, I'd say it's been more like 6. So that run rate required, not an issue, especially with Laura Delaney at the crease. Arlene Kelly on, and Laura Delaney, as she gets into her innings, finding a way to send it either side of a fielder and come through for the single. That's been the difference in the past 10 overs as compared to the first 10 overs of her innings. Louise Little likes to play aerially, likes to play on the offside, so in-swing bowling isn't her favourite. So it's a good matchup, this. Good decision from Leah Paul, but it's an area that Louise Little's been working on. There's an opportunity to put that work into action. Oh, misfield. And that'll please Louise Little, no doubt. A teasing shot that Karen Murray felt like she could keep inside but doesn't manage it, and so Louise Little on her second delivery will score her first boundary of today.
Yeah, strong shot and a bit of a misfield. Always difficult fielding that extra cover when it comes across worn pitches. Agonising run to the fence just relieves a bit of pressure for the Typhoons.
Well, that's a couple of change-ups that we've seen very early on in the over from Arlene Kelly, and I wonder if she could just maybe get into her spell a little bit more before bowling those. That was one full toss and then a drag down as she tries to roll her fingers over and bowl the leg cutter. Just allowing Little to get 5 from 2 deliveries and really get off the mark very quickly.
I think you're right. I think the pressure was built up in the last few hours from just solid line and length bowling, not giving away any boundary balls. And Kelly, this time coming from the schoolhouse end, finding things a little bit difficult.
Uses the pace, Laura Delaney. Work to do in the deep and good running from her. Well, she decided not to slide her bat and almost got herself into trouble. Amy Hunter thought about taking the bails and it would have been close.
Almost like the baseball tap in from Laura Delaney. We've already seen one bad run out. They certainly won't want a second one. We can see how much her strike rate's just dried up, and that's from the pressure from the Dragons. Still in a very good position, Laura Delaney. I still feel like she's in command. She still holds the key, the battle of winning and losing this game. Run rate required, not really an issue. It's just all about that wicket column, trying to build this 5th wicket partnership.
Joanna Loughran still to come, the wicketkeeper batter. Ava Canning as well. 2 players that Delaney plays her club cricket with, so she'll know them well. A good over for the Typhoons, 9 from it, and after 32, they're 146 for 4. Now, Joanna Loughran, a recognised batter, hasn't had a good season, has to be said, but has a decent technique and could be a good opportunity for her if she finds herself out there to get some good experience in this match. And then the up-and-comers, Ava Canning, Freya Sargent, and of course Alice Tector as well, all very capable with bat in hand. Alice Tector probably the standout batter from her age group, but still very young in the game, so batting much further down the order than I'm sure she will be as she grows older. And Order Prendergast will continue from the clubhouse end. The Dragons just recognising that one more wicket could be really significant in this fixture.
Huge battle here. Laura Delaney just has to use her experience, realising what the Dragons are doing.
Uses that pace and not picked up early by Jess Mays in third man. Just didn't see it coming her way for some reason. So a valuable boundary, and it brings up the 150 for the Typhoons off the bat of Laura Delaney.
Yeah, disappointment, but there was some wit there from Prendergast. Does well, Delaney hits it down into the ground, as you mentioned, Mays picking it up late. Probably be a touch wider anyway to start off with. Protect the smaller part of the boundary. 4 to start the over.
Well, a chance, direct hit, and that was very close. Once again, umpire Johnny Kennedy in the perfect position to see. I wager that Laura Delaney won't be taking on that single again. That's twice Cara Murray's hit in 2 attempts. One was given out and one given not out.
Well, she immediately called through, and it's her call all day long. Thought she could get there. Great clean pick up and throw. Oh, and it's close. Umpire Johnny Kennedy has the best view in the house. He judged it not out.
Well, they often give those direct hits out, so he must have really felt like Laura Delaney was home to give that not out Johnny Kennedy. More often than not, when you show the action replays, it's extremely tight. Just clipped off the legs from Little, and that's something she's added to her game, because previously she would have always had that back foot pushing back to square leg, and anything in her pads caused her a bit of trouble. It's obviously been a work on for the Irish coaching team, and one that's paying dividends.
wonder what the Dragons do here. Do they give Orla Prendergast another over after this? This is her sixth. Still has 4 overs to go. So important what way they use them.
Well, doesn't take her on again, Laura Delaney. I just wonder if the Dragons have been given the information that they can only bowl her in 3 over spells, or the Prendergast. This might be the last over we see from her in this spell. So that Orla Prendergast over, going for 6 runs, and after 33, the Typhoons are 152 for 4.
Well, it's noticeable that the Dragons have gone to seam in the last while. It's thinking that there's something in it for them. So Laura Delaney, Cara Murray down the ground. A wonderful 6, couple of boundaries square on the leg side as well. So going to their experience of Prendergast and Kelly, just looking to break this partnership. They'll know how important this is. 75 runs for victory.
There's that change up again. Finds the gap. Fielder up on the offside, and all she had to do was miss cover. And this outfield down the hill now, very quick. And, well, she's making things look very easy out there, Louise Little. 4 more to her tally.
Yeah, poor delivery though, with and with no fielder in the deep. A cover, that's a freebie for Louise Little. Does well, finds the gap, so important. Races away. Couple of boundaries now for Louise Little. Done a good job for her side. It's taking a little bit of pressure off Laura Delaney.
Well, they've dropped the fielder now, so just a single, but much wider than she would want to bowl. Arlene Kelly hasn't really recognised the movement's not there yet, hasn't adjusted her line, perhaps worrying about the shorter leg side boundary too much. I'm just wondering when we might see the left arm spin of Leah Paul, because Laura Delaney, if she has a weakness, it can be against left arm spin. Also, Aoife Fisher hasn't bowled yet. So almost all of the Dragons team bowl, which can be a nightmare for a captain, and Leah Paul will, no surprise that when she's captain she doesn't bowl herself with so many options available to her.
And also, mention that it's so difficult trying to find that balance. Then all of a sudden, you don't really want to bring yourself on 35 overs into a game at this stage. Good comeback from Kelly. The last 2 overs, both the opening balls have gone for boundaries, which will frustrate the Dragons. Both wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, I wonder, is that because of the deliveries that were bowled, or is it something that Laura Delaney has targeted? She wants to open with a boundary to take the pressure off the Typhoons early in the over. Picked up nicely to the leg side. Doesn't get all of it, Louise Little, so just the 1 to her total. She's played a lovely little knock with Laura Delaney since coming in. The Dragons will have been hoping to put pressure on her, having dismissed Robin Searle, but she's found a free-flowing way of scoring. They haven't bowled very well to her, to be honest, but she still has to score the runs. Seven from the over, 34 gone, and Typhoons 159 for 4. Chasing 227 for victory. So 68 required from 16 overs. That run rate is now well above the run rate required, and so the Dragons really have to keep taking wickets, and they've turned to their leg spinner Cara Murray to do just that. Her first over, And her first spell was excellent, went for just one run, and then, well, Laura Delaney took her on in the second and third overs, and she just seemed to lose it somewhat.
But also with Atkinson, it was a lot slower through the air, a lot of flight. I haven't really seen that yet from the Dragons. They're a similar bowler. Difficult for Cara Murray coming in at this stage now of the game, but this is where you earn your keep as a leg spinner. It's the wicket-taking option that so many teams look to use now. And she pick up a vital breakthrough here. Had to forward anything short to Louise Little.
Well, she likes to hit over mid-off and mid-on, Louise Little, so you kind of have to be brave as if you're Cara Murray. You have to give her the length that she's going to try and hit you, but you have to turn it out and take the edge or make her miss hit it for a catch. That'll be how they'll be trying to get her out. Uses the feet, lifts it, but gets it straight of Kaya McCartney. Good power on that one. So a bit of cat and mouse, and Louise Little comes out on top in that one.
Yeah, that's the difficulty with bowling leg spin now. With the game where it is, Louise Little looking to attack. This is a good shot. Plenty of flight. Uses her feet. Chips it over the bowler's head. The mid off there is very wide. Goes for 4. Welcome boundary. And again, boundary early on in the over.
They've taken on the fielder mid-on, and that misfield, well, it went straight into her hands. It could have been a good run-out chance. Well, I just wonder why Kaya McCartney was so wide in mid-off. I appreciate leg spin, the ball's moving away, so you'd expect the ball to fade to the left of screen as we're looking at it, but Louise Little chokes the grip quite a lot with the bottom hand, so tends to hit straighter or onto the leg side when she's trying to hit down the ground. So you're better off being straighter rather than squarer. Gets away with one there, Cara Murray. Far too full. Pulls the length down. Little does well to adjust. She had looked like she wanted to come down, but changed her plan when she saw the line and the trajectory. She's going at just under 150 strike rate here, which is exactly what the Typhoons would have wanted. They won't have expected it, but she's come out with real intent, real confidence. Excellent fielding off her own bowling there, Cara Murray, to keep that to a dot and close out her 4th over. 7 runs from it. And the Typhoons, after 35, they're 166 for 4.
Again, another over with a boundary. So the Typhoons, having lost 2 wickets. Searle in poor fashion with a good run out by Cara Murray. And then Orla Prendergast getting the wicket of Rebecca Stokel. Delaney and Little have just weathered the storm slightly. 61 runs for victory.
Very different how the two teams have dealt with leg spin today. Very different leg spinners, has to be said. Georgia Atkinson, very little pace, but very accurate. Cara Murray, I suppose her best ball is probably, you would be adjudged to be better than Georgia Atkinson's, but she bowls it less often, offers a little bit more in the way of loose deliveries. And the Typhoons have taken her on really well, whereas the Dragons, when they took on Georgia Atkinson, they got out more often than not. So Arlene Kelly to continue. Good use of the pace there from Delaney, rather than hitting it with force to point, as we've seen a few times in the last few overs. She's just allowing it to go past Leah Paul.
Yeah, this is good from Delaney and Little.
Do you think the fact that Little's hitting them so well means that Delaney's just happy to hand over strike to her for now?
Most definitely. And I also think when you have a batter on 60, you always want to tell them, you're the set batter, you stay in. If they lose Louise Little, it's not the biggest disappointment for them. So you almost tell her, you go out and you try and knock off as many of these 70, 60 runs that are remaining as possible, and just build everything around Laura Delaney's experience at the back end of the innings. Because you just know now where they are. A quick cameo, a quick 20, 30 goes an awful long way. Whereas if you lose Laura Delaney, then the pressure's on Louise Little.
Well, coming in at 6, Alana Dalzell, 17 from 23. Then Aoife Fisher, 4 from 10. Zara Craig, 11 from 18. So none of them are going close to the strike rate that Louise Little is at the moment at number 6. And Arlene Kelly, she was in just before that, number 5, 1 from 9. So as soon as they were able to get Orla Prendergast out, the Typhoons were able to really tie down the Dragons batters and put pressure on Amy Hunter, who then hit a chance out. Well, here's the chance, and Louise Little, one time too many, goes after the ball, but although it's a wide, she's given out stumped by Johnny Kennedy. She wasn't quite sure for a minute there what she was supposed to do, but danced down. The leg cutter from Kelly really ripped it past her outside edge, and she went on the attack one time too many. Lulu Little dismissed for 21.
Yeah, good glove work again from Amy Hunter. As you can see, it was a wide. Louise Little using her feet. And umpire Jonathan Kennedy gives her out. Disappointing way for Little to go, but she played well. 3 boundaries in her 21 from 16 deliveries. The 36th over. The Typhoons are 171 for 5.
Georgina Dempsey comes out at number 7, joining Laura Delaney. That shot, you just feel like it wasn't needed, especially at that point. I know we're talking about the positive way that Louise Little was going about things, but coming down the track against Arlene Kelly in particular, who's bowled a lot of leg cutters, just doesn't seem like the best option. And I suppose that's shown to be correct because she's back in the hutch. Georgina Dempsey, looking to become an all-rounder, comes in at 7 for the Typhoons. Off the mark immediately. So wicket in the over for Kelly, the valuable one of Louise Little, but they are still searching for that of Laura Delaney. 36 overs gone now, and the Typhoons 172 for 5. The game very much in the balance, Sean, and with 84 runs, deliveries remaining, they just need 55 runs to win. If you were Leah Paul, you continue with Cara Murray, or what would the change be that you would make?
Well, I think you could be right about managing Orla Prendergast's workloads, because if they are, then it makes sense that Cara Murray's bowling now. If not, I think you'd be getting Orla Prendergast on now. So, well, as you said earlier, it'd be a case of managing workloads. I think Arlene Kelly only has an over left. Surprised, as we said earlier, Leah Paul hasn't bowled yet. Pressure on Murray.
So Arlene Kelly has 1 over left, so you'd have to think she'll bowl out. Who's the next bowler going to be?
Well, I don't know if you hold Kelly back for an over. Do you let her bowl out? It's just interesting to see.
Well, if they do hold her back, then there's going to be a new... Was that a missed chance? Took the edge of Georgina Dempsey, it looks like, because Johnny Kennedy hasn't signalled a wide, so it would have been a brilliant take for Amy Hunter, but you feel like they need something like that, the Dragons, to get back in this game.
Well, Dalzell's been impressive earlier on, in particular, taking 2 wickets in the opening power play from the Schoolhouse end. So you imagine it may well be a case of her replacing Kelly. Kelly does bowl her 10th and final over. And then Murray maybe for a couple of overs here, and then Prendergast. But if you're Leopold, you're thinking it's not going all the way to the 20th over. Be thinking wickets.
Well, I wonder if Prendergast is allowed to bowl anymore at all today. I think Zara Craig could be a good option. I think she'd be the one I'd look at trying to bowl against Georgina Dempsey, who likes to hit over the top. She bowls a heavy ball back of a length. Could be a good matchup. That's a big chance. Has that sliding on, or maybe it's taken the inside edge, because even Cara Murray didn't seem to be too convinced with that one.
Yeah, much better delivery though from Cara Murray. More threatening. Dragons need a wicket. Again, might try and freeze out Delaney.
Disappointment for Georgina. Throws her head back as that full toss goes for no runs. 2 runs from the over, a good one from Murray. 37 gone, and the Typhoons 174 for 5. Yeah, I like the idea of Zara Craig, I have to say, because having seen her play in that Under-19 World Cup, she often came in at difficult times in the batting lineup and with ball in hand, and she never seemed fazed with the situation of the game. Always a good trait to have, that you just take the ball or you go in and bat, and you don't worry about what's gone before. Play the game that's in front of you. So I think she could be a good one to throw the ball to. Probably keeps looking at the captain, looking for that signal. But Kelly will bowl her final over. It's almost a free shot, that one, for Delaney. Aoife Fisher quite wide in third, so she'll come back and keep the strike.
Yeah, genuine edge from Delaney. Good bowling from Kelly into her final over. It's bowled well today. Here's the different stages. Can she get her second wicket, and be a big one for the Dragons?
That extra power from the shot from Delaney causes a fumble for Paul in point. I feel like Georgina Dempsey's not someone who's happy to just sit and go at a strike rate of 20 or 30. She always wants to be scoring, so she's a chance to get out if you can pull her into a false shot. Gets that one through. Aoife Fisher coming round from third man. 2 for Dempsey, and that'll make her feel a lot better, because she really felt like she missed out in that full toss, the final delivery of the last over.
48 runs now required for victory. So a little cameo here from Dempsey would go a long way.
That mental milestone for the Typhoons, getting inside that 50, and then if you can get under 40 and so on, it does help with sticking it out when you've got over 10 overs yet to bat. I always say if you can get within 15 of a total when you're chasing, with not too much pressure in terms of overs left, then you've pretty much won the game. In the air and gone. A wide one. She looked to get it through the offside and get a boundary, but Dempsey has found the fielder in Leah Paul, and Kelly in her final over gets another breakthrough.
Oh, again, it's another soft dismissal from the Typhoons' point of view. Good Georgina Dempsey, she knows. And it's something Laura Delaney's done well all day, hitting the ball down into the ground from the cut shot. It is wide, just pops up on her and hits it straight to Leah Paul. Good catch. The Typhoons lose their 6th wicket. Dempsey goes for 4. It is close to victory, 179 for 6.
Ava Canning now, the new batter at number 8 from Leinster Cricket Club, joining her clubmate Laura Delaney. Very technically correct batter, but does have a weakness against spin, so expect to see Cara Murray stay on, and I'd imagine they'll look to keep Laura Delaney off strike, as they've looked to do the whole game. They brought cover up for Georgina Dempsey, and it was shown to be a good decision because she really tried to get it through the gap and get 4, and instead she hit into the waiting hands of Leah Paul. And just looking at these dismissals in this innings for the Typhoons, all fielding wickets. So Sarah Forbes, Georgia Atkinson, Rebecca Stokel, Georgina Dempsey all caught. Robin Cyril run out and Louise Little stumped. So they're fielding very tidy from the Dragons. Well, they know the strength that Ava Canning has through the offside. The Dragons are opting to keep cover out and keep her on strike as Arlene Kelly finishes her spell. 10 overs bowled from her, 45 from it, and 2 valuable wickets to her name. Georgina Dempsey and Louise Little, number 6 and 7, as the Dragons chase another victory to stay atop the table of the Evoke Super 50 Cup. They're just 1 point ahead of their opposition here at the moment, and Cara Murray is going to continue. She'll be bowling to Ava Canning and having a long conversation with her captain Leah Paul here about exactly how she's going to, first of all, stem the flow of runs, but also get Ava Canning out.
And I think you just saw Orla Prendergast move now towards long off, mid off, down the ground for that catch. You mentioned her power. Canning of hitting straight down the ground. So 47 runs for victory. Delaney still in on 71. Very much the key wicket. Yeah, and key will be the decision that's coming up for Leah Paul, who's going to bowl the next over. Well worked by Canning. Knows her job is to get off strike. This may be the time, or the point at which Laura Delaney, rather than being happy to turn the strike over, she may look to score boundaries and 2s more so. So for Murray, it's about where she's going to put those 4 fielders out on the boundary that are just going to give 1 away. Top scorer so far today, Amy Hunter on 81. Laura Delaney will be looking to overtake that total. Immediately down the track and outside edge. Her heart was in her mouth. She immediately whipped the head around Laura Delaney to see was she in trouble. Yeah, good bowling from Murray. When she's got that flight right in partnership with the right line and length, she has been effective. Nearly got the wicket of Laura Delaney through the leading edge. Just misses the fielder, Lana Dalzell in mid-on. Manages to steer it wide of her. Living dangerously, Ava Canning. You just wonder at this point how much the Dragons are going to rue the 4 overs they left out on the pitch. They only batted for 45.5. Calls of 2 from Laura Delaney. Orla Prendergast has had to come around, but they've put her out there for a reason. Orla Prendergast, quickest fielder on the pitch, so they won't take on her throw. It's so important at this stage of the game. You get your best fielders in the right positions. See what Cara Murray's doing there. Just changing the field. Sending too deep down the ground. Bringing the fielder deep. Square leg in. So knowing Canning is going to look to go down the ground. And she get one to rip past her.
Well, that fielder going back means that she can just nudge it down for a single, which she's happy to do. 5 singles from the over, but it wasn't without its exciting moments or chances for Cara Murray, so no doubt she'll continue. 39 overs gone in Typhoons, 185 for 6. 42 runs to win. That's how it's shaken up in this second innings so far. Delaney still there on 73. She's been the mainstay. Searle, a well-made 45 before that horror error when she was run out.
Orla Prendergast still has 4 overs to bowl, but we're unsure how many of those she'll bowl. Dalzell bowled well, particularly up top, taking 2 wickets in the first 10 overs. Arlene Kelly's done for the day. 2 for 45 from her 10. And wicketless for Craig, Murray, Mays and McCartney. 14 extras.
Well, it's going to be Dalzell given the opportunity to make another breakthrough. Kelly it was from the same end, the schoolhouse end, who got rid of Louise Little and Georgina Dempsey. If they can see the back of Ava Canning, then they'll smell blood in the water, the Dragons. Are we going to get a nail biter out here in Milverton? Still getting some good shape away there, Alana Dalzell. Asking questions of Ava Canning. She does play quite straight, but not sure her ability against the moving ball away from her.
That's a good line. Dalzell has to try and target the stumps. Target that top of off line.
Piling the pressure on here, the Dragons bring cover up. I suppose for the Dragons, they know that there's so few runs to win, just 42 with 64 balls remaining. They can take chances here. Leopold keeping the field up on the offside, trying to build the dots 2 so far in this over. I'll take on the fielder at mid-on. Sarah Craig just can't get rid of the ball quickly enough to effect a run out. I think she would have been home safe even if that had hit.
Yeah, really good running from Ava Canning. That's all they have to do here. Try and knock off as many of these 41 runs as comfortably as possible. Laura Delaney on 73, just taking a second. The Dragons make a few changes in the field. Still Laura Delaney, she kept that strike rate above 100 throughout, even though it was a little bit higher earlier. Just doing what the game needs, managing the game. There's 41 now for victory. Been impressed with Dalzell. Took 2 wickets early. Even there coming back. He's full length.
Yeah, she's been a real standout this season. Alana Dalzell has ability with bat, ball and in the field. You haven't really seen it today, but she's great anticipation, in particular square of the wicket. Fielded deep in mid-wicket, but Delaney opting not to take the single. Well, almost another run out, which would be very costly for the Typhoons. They're going to take on the fielder this time. Just a little bit less pace on the ball, and it's going to be overthrows as well. Jess May's opting to try to get the run out. And instead of just the single, they're going to get 3. Cara Murray having to come around from long off to cover that one off. So a bit of a blemish on an otherwise good over, 4 from it. And after 40, Typhoons are 189 for 6. With that, we'll say goodbye to Sean Hussey. He's off to sit in traffic, and we'll be joined by Stephen Alkin for the remainder of this tie.
Exciting game. Very interesting finale. 10 overs to go, 189 for 6. Delaney still there, she's the key. Of course, Kelly has bowled herself out. Dalzell with just 2 overs remaining. They're running out of the frontline bowlers, but they have to keep the pressure up. It's tantalising. Cara Murray to continue. Ooh, that one jumped up.
She looked to play that to 45, Laura Delaney. She's laughing now, but she didn't really commit to the shot, and it bounced more than she expected and took the top of her bat and into her helmet. And this is one of the reasons why it doesn't matter how slow the bowler is, your best bet is to wear a helmet. And that's why the rule has been changed. Anyone under 18 has to wear one. Pretty much everyone over 18 does too. Goes for the same shot. Offers up all of her stumps, Laura Delaney, but it's all about risk reward.
Very nicely done. Paddled around the corner to fine leg, and she'll get 3 for that. The overthrow 3 in the previous over, and now another 3, and she's up to 79 now. Canning has looked calm and assured. Coming in this pressure situation. Lots of balls remaining, but you've still got to get those runs.
Yeah, she's a calm customer, but not as adept against spin as seems, so she won't be as comfortable in this over as she was in the last.
Hit firmly to wide mid-on and gets the single. Moves her to 6. 192 for 6. 193 for 6.
34 from 57 required.
Really well pitched up. Over pitched. But just the single too long on. Prendergast is there. It's been a masterful knock by Delaney. Will it be enough? It should be, if the batters at the other end can keep her company, and if she can just continue on her merry way. For their part, the Dragons need to keep taking wickets. Short and wide and very firmly struck, where Leopold can prevent the single at point.
I'd love to know the percentage of balls she's fielded, actually, Leopold. She's been hit with such regularity. Oh, well, flashes past the stumps. It was, look for Ava Canning as that will run across the artificial pitch at 45, and they'll come back for a third.
This match is becoming the story of the threes. 2 threes in this over, 1 in the previous. At the end of it, expensive enough as the Typhoons edge closer to their target, if a little streakily. Canning won't mind. That's 41 gone now. 197 for 6, 30 required of 54. The number of balls remaining isn't really a factor. The important thing for the Dragons is that they keep taking the wickets. Still to come, Joanna Loughran, Alice Tector and Faya Sargent, in whatever order they choose to put them in. Canning on strike, and it's good straight delivery. In fact, it's gone through and it's taken a bail. So difficult to see in real time, but Canning is out and the 7th wicket is gone at 197. Still 30 to get, and we're into the 42nd over, and Dalzell has made another breakthrough.
Alana Dalzell took 2 early wickets, and she's taken some clutch wickets today. This one just held its line. The shorter length, uncomfortable for Ava Canning, came across the ball, and it's just hit a middle of off stump. She knew it as soon as the death rattle sounded behind her. Canning goes for 9, and the Typhoons lose their 7th. They're 197 for 7. Joanna Loughran will come out at number 9.
Joanna Loughran, who did really well keeping wicket today, taking over the mantle from Mary Waldron, and coming in this pressure situation. The important thing is that Laura Delaney is still there, but she hasn't had as much of the strike in the last 4 or 5 overs as she would like.
A really good captaincy from Leah Paul. She's put the pressure on the Typhoons batters that are there with Delaney and forced them to try and hit through or over the field, and probably helped to create some of those wicket chances. Joanna Loughran now against Dalzell.
And just has a look at that first delivery.
Has the ability, Joanna Loughran, just hasn't maybe done it yet, and definitely not at this level. Amazing what a performance in this kind of game can do for your confidence as a young up-and-coming batter.
Two very evenly matched sides, and a match that looks like going right down to the wire. Loughran looks cool and calm and collected, but there's always nerves coming in at the death of a game. A match which the Typhoons have been favourite to win for most of it. Wide ball, that's a free run and an extra delivery. Dalzell annoyed with herself for that.
Just looking at the balls remaining there, 52, but of course the Dragons didn't bat for 25 of their balls, so if you took those away it would be really, really close, wouldn't it? The Typhoons have the benefit of knowing they have those extra deliveries in a way. They can take their time about these 30 runs.
Nicely played to backward point, where again Leah Paul is the one throwing herself about, and off the mark there, Loughran.
I was going to say, importantly, hands the strike over to Laura Delaney, and it really becomes about how Laura Delaney manages this pressure, because the pressure is all on her to see her team home. She's the one who's going to have to score the odd boundary, keep a lid on the nerves of her younger teammate. Most importantly, not give her own wicket away.
Yes, it's that balance, that delicate balance between attack and defence, but if the ball keeps being bowled down the leg side, she won't have to do very much at all.
Kyra McCartney does well in 45 actually to slide and save that one. Just the one extra added onto the wide as Amy Hunter fails to collect behind the stumps.
Very difficult for a wicket-keeper when you're keeping up and the ball's going down the leg side. You see it so late.
Especially at this stage in the game. She batted for a long time as well, Amy Hunter. I'm sure her legs are getting somewhat tired.
That looked like a very harsh wide to me. It wasn't that far outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I think we can't see quite where the wide line is, but because it was so full, Gareth Morrison could really see that it was crossing the wide line as it swung away. And I think there was a little bit of a guilty reaction by Amy Hunter behind the stumps. If she'd played her part a little bit better, she might have helped save that one.
This one is down the leg side too, striking Loughran on the pad.
Well, they're not going to allow them to have that run. It's been called a dead ball, and that's because Joanna Loughran didn't play a shot, that one coming off her pad. Leg bye is only given if you've attempted a shot. She just let that one hit her leg, so it's in fact a dot. 5 from the over so far, and the wicket off the first ball of Canning. So can Dalzell get out of the over without too much damage?
Hit firmly to third. A run for Loughran, who moves to 2. 24 left to win with 48 deliveries remaining. Dalzell completes her 9th over. A wicket in the over, but expensive enough given the context of the game. 3 for 36, her figures now. And 8 overs to go, just 24 required.
Well,
Really, the Typhoons should do it.
Well, the Dragons will be happy though with that single off the final delivery of that over, because it's Joanna Loughran on strike, and the Dragons know they're going to have to take 3 wickets to win the game. That's what it's going to come down to. They just need one every 2 balls now, the Typhoons, which they should do at a canter. So if they're out there for any length of time, you'd have to think the Typhoons will win. So Dragons have to go on the attack.
Dalzell with just 1 over left. Nicely pitched up. Played quietly to backward point by Loughran. Murray into her 8th over. Going at more than a run a ball. Short and pulled away. Just the single, but it brings Delaney on strike. And she must be tempted, Laura Delaney, to score as quickly as she can. These runs required. Still possible for her to get a century if she really dominated the strike from now to the end. And she's just hit that one over the top without any conviction, just a single this time.
She seemed to almost pull out of that shot in horror, Laura Delaney. She stood there for a minute while she waited to see had she cleared the bowler. Cara Murray, one of the better catches going around the trap, so if she'd been able to reach it, probably would have taken it. I reckon it's still a bit early for Laura Delaney to go on the all-out attack. Joanna Loughran still a recognised batter. Probably one more wicket before she tries to hog the strike.
Very short and well pulled away by Loughran. That's going straight to the boundary. Loughran to 7, the score to 209 for 7.
They'd brought the fielder up. The Dragons, the fielder at square leg, who had been out for the previous single, was brought up, but the length was poor from Cara Murray. And so it was a free shot for all intents and purposes for Joanna Loughran. Helps herself to a boundary and helps out in terms of runs required.
Down to 18 now. Balls remaining not really significant. Wickets in hand, just 3 left. Played quietly into that very well populated cover region. No run this time. In a way, I'm surprised Laura Delaney hasn't dominated the strike more, but then it's easier said than done.
Well, it's good fielding and bowling by the Dragons. She hasn't managed to hit more than one in most of the deliveries she's faced in the last while. They know each other so well, these Ireland players that are playing within these two teams.
Again, it's a bit too short from Murray. Easy single. Pulled around the corner, and Loughran moves to 8. Good contribution from her, batting at number 9. Just 17 runs required now after 43 overs, 210 for 7. Murray's 8 overs going for an expensive 52.
Yeah, just looking at the comparisons, the Dragons after 40 overs, 206 for 7. So not much difference apart from more overs faced by the Typhoons, and then of course the Dragons losing those last 3 wickets for just 10 runs. If they'd just been more patient, those lower order batters, of course they didn't have a set batter in. That's a big difference between the two teams. Delaney's still out there. She's on 81. That was the score that Amy Hunter was on when she got out. So small margins just make you look back and wonder the small things you could have done differently.
Played a little late by Loughran, but safely protecting her wicket.
She's trying to get the ball down to third man, and then it means her feet are stuck. It's like they're in tarmac. Needs to decide she's coming forward or going back. A positive movement. I'm sure that's what Laura Delaney's saying to her. Make a decision one way or the other.
Just played out into the offside where Paul is the fielder. Again, no run, no need for Typhoons to make any quick singles. They have plenty of time to get these 17 runs. This Dalzell's final over desperately needs to take another wicket. Again, it's straight to Leah Paul. Good over so far from Dalzell.
I think that 4 in the previous over will still be buoying Joanna Loughran, making her feel a little bit better about these dots that she's facing. 3 now in this final Dalzell over.
Very good bowling. Accurate, making her play. Lana Dalzell, who picked up a couple of wickets early on, the wickets of Sarah Forbes and Georgia Atkinson at the top of the innings. And then the third wicket of Ava Canning just a few minutes ago. To be fair, she can't do much more than she's done. It's been a great spell of bowling, coming to the end of her 10, 3 for 36.
Yeah, excellent bowling from Dalzell, and backed up in the field and by the attacking nature of the field her captain has set for her.
And that's the maiden over, played out quite well by Loughran. Fine spell of bowling from Alana Dalzell, 3 for 36 off her 10 overs. Loughran, though, still not out on 8. Delaney, 81. And after 44, it's 210 for 7. There's the Dalzell figures. A very good run per over. Economy rate of 3.6.
Yeah, she got rid of Sarah Forbes and Georgia Atkinson early. Sarah Forbes, of course, with the poor delivery. It was a full toss that was heaved out towards Kelly in the deep. And then Georgia Atkinson caught by Mays as she tried to lift it over mid-on. Karen Murray continuing.
Thought Orla Prendergast might have come back into the attack.
Well, my theory is she's only allowed 6 overs for the day. I might be proven wrong if she comes on the next over at the schoolhouse end, but they do manage her workload very tightly. Orla Prendergast has had a few injury concerns over the last couple of years.
And of course had a lengthy innings today, scoring 56 in a wonderful partnership with Amy Hunter. Lovely 4 from Laura Delaney, just moves them closer to that target, just 13 runs away now.
Yeah, 2 full from Karen Murray, tossed it up. Laura Delaney was waiting for it and directed it well, made sure she didn't hit it down towards long on where Orla Prendergast is waiting. Hit it straight over the bowler's head, and a well-directed 4 brings her to 85, and the Typhoons within touching distance.
And top scorer for the day, beating the 81 of Amy Hunter.
Well, that was an interesting shot there where she probably could have got a single. Well, definitely could have got a single, Laura Delaney, but she's decided that she's going to try and keep the strike. She's going to wait for another boundary ball, see if she can get this down to single figures.
She scored 73 in the game against the Dragons on June the 18th, and what a match that was. Typhoons made 289 for 7, and the Dragons came back with 290 for 4. Great run chase on that occasion. And that's why they are top of the league, but they won't be for long if the Typhoons get the points here.
Well, I wonder, was that a half chance there for Cara Murray? I think Amy Hunter thinks behind the stumps that it was. She almost yorked herself and lifted the ball towards Murray, and I think it was a catching chance that she put down. That would have been clutch.
Turned into mid-wicket. Just in front of square. Another run to Delaney. And the end of Murray's 9th over. 5 off that one. Delaney on 86. Loughran on 8. 215 for 7 off 45 overs.
And Zara Craig will be handed the ball and handed the opportunity to be a hero for her team. The Dragons are desperately in need of getting rid of the set batter, Laura Delaney. Just the 12 to win, 5 overs to go. So they need wickets, they need a mistake from one of these two batters, preferably in the eyes of the Dragons, that would be Delaney, but they'd take it either, I'm sure. She's well 4 overs so far, gone for 20. Laura Delaney played her well. She lifted her over her shoulder for a couple of twos.
She's hit
shot.
that nice and firm to mid-wicket. Just a single though. Oh, they actually got 2. Well run. They are great runners between the wickets, especially Laura Delaney.
Well, I think Joanna Loughran knows that her job is to try and get back to the non-striker's end, so she would have got in and out quickly, and as soon as Jess Mays misfielded that in the deep, she was willing to take her on.
Runs to win down to 10, and it's going to come down to 9 now. Another single to Delaney. 89 off 86 deliveries. Loughran doing her job at the other end. These two have put on 21 for the 8th wicket. And we're into single figures required now.
Leading edge and drops,
yeah, where did that go?
Drops towards point.
Completely lost that one in its flight.
Well, it went above our screen here, and Amy Hunter, unfortunately for the Dragons, also lost it. That's the only problem with wearing a helmet behind the stumps, is you can lose sight of the ball. She was the only one who could have made it. Was that the chance they needed?
Not the best of shots from Loughran, but she got away with it. Really, her job is just to make sure she doesn't lose her wicket.
I think that Laura Delaney will be telling Joanna Loughran to just face this last delivery. Hold on to her wicket and let Laura Delaney take up the mantle at the other end. There'll be 24 deliveries remaining then, and just 9 runs to win, and she'll fancy her that she'll get an opportunity for at least 1 or 2 boundaries in the next 4 overs.
Nicely played, late down to 3rd.
opting not to take the single. So Laura Delaney does retain strike. 3 from that Zara Craig over. A pretty good one, but the possible chance to get the wicket going a begging. Nobody picking it up in the sky. So after 46 overs, the Typhoons within touching distance there. 218 for 7.
And a magnificent 89 so far from Delaney, with 9 runs to win. She could, if she scored a boundary in the winning runs, she could still get the century, which would be an incredible performance.
I think she might try to score all 9 and some, but not so much trying to get the century, mostly just trying to take on the pressure and the responsibility of getting her team over the line. Maybe once she's scored 8, if that does transpire, then she'll worry about the 100.
She and Robin Searle putting on 104 for the 3rd wicket. That was the bedrock of this innings. Short delivery, pulled away, and that's boundary number 1. Taking her into the 90s, 93 now, and just 5 to win.
Full toss from Cara Murray, and you don't have to ask Laura Delaney twice. Dances down and sweeps strongly past Aoife Fisher, and that second bounce always does you with the leg spinner. Second bounce is the one it spins on, just spins past her right hand. Also difficult with the sun on the opposite side of the ground for her.
And using her feet well, turning that into a full toss. And another misfield. And Delaney again getting back on strike with a couple more. Going according to plan so far. 5 required for her for the century, 3 to win the match. Can she get a 2 and then a 4? That's the question. Ooh, almost edged that one, trying to tickle it down to 3rd.
Well, I wonder how closely she's watching her own score as opposed to the total needed, Laura Delaney, because if she can get a 2 and then try and affect a boundary, it will be a great 100. She's called 2 straight away off the bat. Joanna Loughran will no doubt come back. Lana Dalzell won't be able to keep it to 1.
Well, she's engineered this beautifully.
And Cara Murray will bring the field up, and that means one thing: opportunity for Laura Delaney to take the field on and try and get the boundary for her century.
The scores are tied at 226. Loads of balls remaining. Now, can Laura Delaney finish this match with a flourish? She says no. Played to short backward. One delivery remaining in Murray's last over. And she takes the single. And that's the match. 228 for 7. The Typhoons getting the points here with an excellent run chase. 18 balls remaining, 3 overs left. Murray finishes her 10 overs with none for 66. Loughran not out 8, but the player of the moment and surely our player of the match, we shall see. Delaney, 98 not out off 92 deliveries. A superb knock coming in as she did with a couple of wickets down and just 29 on the board, and she has steered her side home in superb fashion. An international performance, you could say, from Delaney, and the Typhoons win the game by 3 wickets.
Well, she's not the captain of the Typhoons, but it was a real captain's knock from Laura Delaney. 98 from 92 deliveries, and there were groans around the ground as she steered that one leg side for a single rather than looking for the boundary and looking for her century. But as a real team player, she's more worried about victory than about her own milestones. So as good as a century for her team as she sees her team past 227.
Superb effort, turning around the defeat that they had to the Dragons back in mid-June. This time it's the Typhoons who achieved the run chase and win by 3 wickets and go top of the Evoke 50 over table. There's the card. First for the Dragons, a wonderful 81 by Amy Hunter, backed up brilliantly by Prendergast with 56. 226 all out, but only 45.5 overs faced, and that was crucial at the end of the day. Those wasted overs.
One big partnership for the Dragons, 117 between Hunter and Prendergast, but once Prendergast went, Hunter couldn't get partners to stay with her. Kelly, Dalzell and Fisher. But Fisher remained when Hunter left the crease, and after that it's not pretty reading for the Dragons, particularly at the end where they couldn't stick at the task and add valuable runs in the final overs for the Dragons.
The bowling, well, feature bowling, Atkinson with her slow flighted deliveries, 8 overs, 3 for 38, couple of wickets for Dempsey and for Sargent, and a very economical 1 for 18 by Lulu Little. And in reply, well, the Typhoons with a very similar innings to what we saw from the Dragons. 2 quick wickets and then a big stand between Searle and Delaney. And Delaney's wonderful 98 not out, steering them home with 3 overs to spare.
Well, the difference here was that Delaney stayed at it. None of the Dragons' top order stuck with it till the end. Delaney, not dismissed in the game, carried her bat no matter how many partners came out to meet her. And Loughran, that 30 at the end, so important in the context of the game. She stayed out there, was stout in her defence and helped Laura Delaney see the Typhoons home for victory.
And the bowling for the Dragons, Dalzell with 3 for 36 off her 10, the pick of them. Kelly with 2 for 45. And some very economical bowling from Mays as well. But at the end of the day, just couldn't quite get the job done.
And so that's the story of the day. Hunter and Prendergast both got starts. Neither could make it into the big one, though. It was Delaney who did that with 98, and she surely would have gone on had there been more runs to chase. 3 wicket hauls each for Dalzell. But it was the 3 from Atkinson that was really changed the game for the Typhoons as she got rid of the middle order for the Dragons. And so the Typhoons win by 3 wickets out here in Milverton, Dublin, in the Evoke Super Series 50 Cup.
Next up, it'll be the Dragons against the Scorchers in the Ward in Belfast. That's coming up on Sunday, August the 20th. We'll be bringing you that live. And it's time to say goodbye from Milverton, where the wind continues to blow, but the points go to Typhoons. And thank you from all of us here. And we wish you a pleasant evening and hope that you'll be able to join us again next week for the men's 50s, starting here in the hills next Monday. Bye for now.